Hello everyone, my name is Zach, and just give me 1 second. Welcome to the final bonus video for Outriders. This will be the end of this series. This bittersweet series is what I guess I could say. Today we are going to be reading every single lore entry for this game. This could be a comprehensive lore focused video. Because I do kind of feel the lore of this game is kind of underrated. Unfortunately, we currently have people over. We are recording this the same day as I recorded the bonus video where I got the remainder of the journal entries. We currently have people over. We currently have people that are working working on painting, and they're going to be doing a bunch of other stuff as well. I was supposed to be keeping an eye on my dog, but my mom just took my dog and she is letting them go potty. And it's possible she may be bringing them back, so I just want to go and put that out there. I may have to mute myself for a minute while my dog is sitting in my room. Okay, so what we are going to do is read about everything in these 5 categories. It's gonna be a very long video. Will not be surprised if it's over 2 hours long, but I'm gonna be doing it regardless. First and foremost, Jakub Dabrowski. Believe me, boss, I want this to work. You have no idea, but people don't change. Jakub has always been a scoundrel and a grouch, but there's nobody you'd rather have at your side in battle. Originally from Poland, Jakub lost his parents in the siege of Warsaw and grew up scrounging on the streets. He managed to escape to the States by boat as a young refugee. He was happy to take up arms as a mercenary as long as he got 3 meals a day. Jakub signed on as a mechanic and driver under Jack Tanner the same day you were recruited. Over the next 5 years, you faced combat together more times than you care to count, fighting for whatever country was paying. You and Jakub are the only survivors of a squad airdropped into Venezuela during the fall of Caracas, and managed to extract 3 high-profile assets. You lasted 9 months together in the Syrian prison camp in 73, along with Tanner. You and Jakub survived a chopper crash in the Zagros Mountains and walked all the way to Kermanshah. On heading down Enoch, Jakub is the outrider responsible for driving and maintaining your truck as you secure a perimeter for the first human colony. This will likely be the last time you have to serve together if all goes according to plan. 31 years after landing on Enoch, you were sent on a mission to find Jakub, who had been captured by a group of thugs, the Hounds, and rescue them, earning an earful of grumbling and not even a thank you. Jakub has clearly not changed. Jakub has left the life and ideals of the Outriders behind. He's now a crack mechanic under Grand Marshal Shira Gutman's employ. Capable of keeping any set of wheels turning, Jakub nonetheless prefers to laze around and gripe about his predicament from his comfortable cocoon of fatalism. Jakub is pleasantly surprised to find you're alive, but he has a creeping feeling this joy will be short-lived. Jakub revealed how he rescued Chana's mother, Kazumi, from the Caravel disaster back on Earth, and how they were reunited on Enoch. Kazumi died when Chana was a child, leaving Jakub to raise her on his own. Jakub is unwilling to take on the responsibility. While taking shelter in the desert, Jakub is captured along with the rest of your crew. While you were rescuing the others, Jakub rushed off to help Chana, your old friend, died saving his daughter, impaled by the leader of the hostile natives. The tombstone reads, "Here lies Jakub Dabrowski, father, friend, outrider." Really kind of, I always like Jakub as a character. Dr. Abraham Zahidi, ECA lead scientist, one of the sharpest minds alive. Dr. Zahidi grew up under the tutelage of his father, Ezra Zahidi, who brought his son on the floors at age 10 and taught him everything he knew. He has devoted years to studying the anomaly and trying to decipher the mysterious signal, but he also immersed himself in research because it was the only way to stay off the battlefield. The only way to avoid making the hard choices. He wouldn't last a minute in the trenches. When he and Jane stumbled on the Outriders' cryopods during an expedition into the first city, his mission was an entirely different one. Instead, he found you. Bailey, I don't remember Bailey. I can't remember her now. Oh, I see battle, right? Just not the frontline kind. That's what we got the cannon fodder for. Like many of those born on Enoch, Bailey was raised an orphan, never knowing her parents, never inheriting a last name. Raised by the ECA's army, she has been forced by the war, learning how to kill before she was a teenager. Learning particular hatred for the Altered, for how they have slaughtered her friends, wiped out units under her command, and exercised ultimate power without having earned it. They're heartless, show no weakness, authoritarian in training. Bailey is one of the Transtown's marshals, charged with making sure those on the ground are carrying out the Grand Marshal's commands and contributing to the war effort, one way or another. A marshal won't hesitate to execute those not pulling their weight, and Bailey is one of the cruelest, following in the footsteps of her mentor, Grand Marshal Corrigan. She looks up to him for his ruthlessness and lives for his approval. You encountered Bailey with a prisoner in tow while in Dreadlock Pass. You made a deal to help her bring the prisoner to Transtown in exchange for an audience with Corrigan and hopefully passage through the minefield toward the forest. As part of your agreement to aid in the assault, Corrigan has ordered Bailey to guide you through the minefield on the way to the quarry and return to Transtown once you're safely through. After recovering the lithium batteries from the quarry, you return to your truck to find Bailey saving Tahiti from a pack of monsters. Tahiti asks for Bailey to join the convoy under conditions she would protect him in your absence. Kana confronted Bailey on her true intentions, believing she is spying for Corrigan, but ultimately decided her intentions were irrelevant as long as she can keep Tahiti alive. On the plus side, it would stop Corrigan from sending even more of his people chasing after you in the forest. Over time, Bailey's bitterness grew over your altered abilities. Over her perception, you were leading her to her death. While it was tempting to stop August, believing the native was cause of the storm, Bailey was struck by a crystal shard infused with the anomaly's energy and appeared to be granted the powers of an altered. Realizing her new potential, Bailey's already questionable loyalties be quickly crystallized. She announced she would return to Transtown and present August to Corrigan as a trophy, right after she killed you for daring to give her orders. She did not succeed at either. Nearly defeated, Bailey made one last effort to bury you under rubble, but her powers suddenly faded and the builder she held fell on top of her, breaking her spine. The crew wanted her to leave her behind, but Shauna insisted she be brought along. When he confronted Shauna, she revealed that Bailey is part of her vision of the garden, and if the vision is to materialize, she believes Bailey has to be present. Just starting to remember like some things about this story. I haven't played this game, beaten the campaign in years, like at least a year or two. Jane Colm, with your help, Outrider, we're gonna get out of this valley. Jane served under Shiro for many years. Shiro took notice of her one day when Jane popped the helmet off an insurgent captain from 200 feet with nothing but her rifle's iron sights. Jane later became a staunch believer in Zahedi's mission. She volunteered to accompany him as a bodyguard during his expeditions into hostile territory. Her courage, superior skills of marksman, and stealthy approach were ideal when infiltrating positions held by insurgents or infested with monsters. During their latest expedition, Jane found you as you emerged from your cryopod after 31 years of stasis. She was forced to leave you behind, fearing for Zahedi's safety, but was ultimately unable to prevent the Doctor from getting captured. Frustrated with herself, rescuing Zahedi is now paramount importance to her. Jane was mortally wounded while interrogating Zahedi's capture in the First City. With her final breath, she pleaded with you to recover the uplink node and continue Zahedi's mission. Her epitaph reads, "Here lies Jane Colm, Sniper First Class." Victor Corrigan. I do not remember what happened to this guy. I'd say you always have a home here, Altered, but I don't think you'll be coming back alive. Grand Marshal Transtown, Victor Corrigan's a powerful military leader and an industrial titan, and seems to be slowly losing his mind. Respected once, his growing paranoia has apparently convinced him he can't trust anyone or let his guard down. He rules Transtown with an iron fist alongside Marshal Bailey, his right-hand woman, whom he also probably doesn't trust. Corrigan came to Enoch as a young man, the son of an important structural engineer who was responsible for the construction of the industrial zone. His father was killed there along with thousands of workers when the engine's meltdown blasted radiation throughout the area. Young Victor joined the refugees from the industrial zone who stayed to build an independent outpost. Over time he grew to become its leader and eventually declared himself an independent Grand Marshal. For years, he has controlled all mining in the quarry and passage beyond it to the forest. It wasn't until several years later that he aligned himself with Shira Gutman, bringing Transtown into the ECA's fold. What drives Corrigan is his paranoia that his fellow Grand Marshal Sierra Goodman is working to depose him. Your journey through Trenchtown on an undefined mission for Goodman will surely only exacerbate his suspicion. So presumably he's still alive, even though the ending of Worldslayer DLC just does not indicate it. Like, it's just how Worldslayer ended. It just kind of made it seem like that the Outriders group is the only group that was still alive at the end of the story. So his fate is unclear. Juno Pascal, leader of the Enclave, a courageous and leading figure among the deserters. Juno Pascal is looking up to by the denizens of the camp. With medical knowledge from a youth as a field medic in the trenches of the war, she seems to be kind of a village doctor and general den mother, taking care of many of the Enclave's affairs. Oh, I think I remember her. She is also apparently respected by Skurlock, who has employed her in his scientific work. She seems to be one of the only members of the camp who has been entrusted with the formula for Skurlock's miracle cure, but it's also rumored there's some tension between them. Pascal seems to be openly impudent towards King, the sergeant at arms at the camp. She does not respect his authority, and because of her favorite status with because of her favorite status with Skurlock, King seems to unable to reprimand her. Therefore, despite having no official power in the camp structure, many seem to treat Pascal as a wooded leader, though she holds no such title. After the collapse of Skurlock's regime, the Enclave and its newly appointed leader, Juno Pascal, refused to align with King and Spiders. Everything left to Skurlock's legacy remains with Juno. Though she refused to continue Skurlock's way of doing things and decided to end the injustice of the lottery, she has chosen to share her knowledge with everyone in the Enclave to avoid the risk of falling into the same trappings and abuses of power as the Doctor did. The people in the Enclave, however, still need the treatment to survive in the forest. With supplies only looking to last a few months, Juno faces more hard decisions to come. With no shortage of dead humans in the war zone, Juno is suggesting a negotiation with the ECA. An agreement between the two would see the ECA provide Juno with the bodies of soldiers following a battle, from which biomass can be extracted. In return, Juno will share the treatment formula with the ECA. The negotiations will be tough. Juno questions how much progress can be made before she attracts those that would take advantage of this place. The repercussions of this agreement can hardly be predicted, but they are crucial for the continued survival of the Enclave. Again, Juno Pascal probably dead at the end of Worldslayer, but unconfirmed. Dr. Nathan Skurlock, xenobiologist. As a xenobiologist, that's essentially the study of alien life. Dr. Nathan Skurlock bent all his efforts toward discovering a treatment for the fungus in the forest. As part of the first team of chemists and botanists to study the infected Outriders in their labs in the first city, he witnessed firsthand the deadliness of the alien spores. He was trained at Harvard in the final years of Earth, when many universities around the world were contributing their efforts towards the exodus of humanity aboard the Ark ship. Always clever, he managed to parlay a doctorate on the hypothetical botany of alien flora into a ticket to Enoch. After a year's study on the fungus, confident he had finally developed an effective treatment, he led the last expedition that entered the forest, joined by King Jun Su and his soldiers, in order to test the treatment. That expedition never returned. The ECA assumed the expedition was a failure and never learned of the treatment's success. But deep inside the forest, we now know that men and women who sought to escape the war found safety, a growing enclave of deserters with Skurlock as their de facto leader. After Skurlock took Zahedi to the stronghold, you chase after him. You discover Skurlock had been sacrificing people in the enclave by means of lottery in order to harvest their biomass to produce the antidote that protects amongst the fungus. He intends to do the same with Zahedi. Skurlock claimed it was all necessary for the Enclave's survival. You disagreed with his message. You executed him on the spot. I can kind of remember that. Wanderer, inscrutable and enigmatic. You found the Wanderer in the forest. You cannot discern his allegiances, though the Wanderer seems to know more than he should, more than seems possible. He's particularly interested in the mysterious obelisk, though he will not disclose why. After learning he is in fact altered, you encounter the Wanderer again inside the canyons. He claims he is a victim of his powers, and they have clearly had some part to play on the deteriorations of his mental condition. He continues to speak in riddles and persists in believing the Pax's obelisk will provide the answer it seeks. The Wanderer revealed his true origins as a second in command of Monroy's army. The Wanderer was complicit in their subjugation and subsequent extermination and Monroy's attempt to seize the powers of the Pax for himself. Overcome with guilt for what he had done, he walked off into the desert wanting to die. Instead, an anomaly storm turned him into an altered. Unable to find solace in death, he has ever since sought redemption, trying to find a way to undo the destruction he wrought. Again, like, his fate is unclear. Like, he could be alive because he's altered, he could be dead. Don't know. So many questions at the end of Worldslayer, and it's just the easiest solution is that everyone else is dead. The easiest answer is everyone else is dead. Fernando Monroy, usurper of Enoch. Leader of a group of humans of unknown origin, Monroy ordered the building of the sport as a base to launch recon missions with the aim of revealing the Pharaoh's movements and origins. There's no indication if the recon missions were successful. But what's certain is Monroy and his people were attacked by the Pharaohs while in the fort. Many were slain and the rest were forced to retreat. It was unclear whether the retreat was successful, whether Monroy fell or was able to escape. As he looked upon Monroy's palace, his face imprinted on the threadbare flags that adorned its walls, the ashes of his bloody empire tossed by the wind, he realized that man was not any kind of savior. He was a brutal tyrant who enslaved the Pax, murdered them from fear of powers he did not understand, and tried to exterminate them when they sacrificed their very souls to fight back. He was a harbinger of the anomaly. The cause of the storm that struck you on your first day on Enoch can now clearly be traced all the way back to Monroy, when the subjugation of the Pax prevented them from keeping the storms in check. It was the actions ordered by Monroy and his people against the Pax that denied all who arrived on the SMF Flores a chance to rebuild, a chance for a better life. You found Monroy inside the caravel, the last survivor of his people. Instead of the visage of the bloodthirsty authoritarian you saw painted on the flags of his palace, you saw an old, fragile man driven to near madness by solitude, living in his own filth. After all these years, Monroy remained unrepentant. He insisted all he did was for the good of his people, to save them from the threat of the Pax's powers, to give humanity those same powers. He claimed victory for his cause when he saw you wielding those powers. If not for the anomaly storms he had unleashed, would you have ever become an altered? Tana shot him in the head, finally ending his epic reign of terror. Tana Takuchi, Anomaly Oracle. Born on the day the first anomaly storm struck the colony, Chana is a true child of Enoch. She grew up in the dark, muddy alleyways of Richtown, and it was all she ever knew until she ran away to start a new life. Willing to do whatever it took to survive, she unwittingly built a reputation as a fortune teller, with her prophecies reaching an uncanny degree of accuracy. Word of her ability spread until she found herself trapped under Grand Marshal Corrigan, who exploits her visions to gain advantage in the war with the insurgents. Chana believes her visions are genuine and abilities she was cursed with by an anomaly storm. Excuse me. She can't control her visions, and each one leaves her feeling tortured and scared. No longer willing to suffer under Corrigan, she tried to escape but was caught by Marshal Bailey at Dead Rock Pass and brought back to Trenchtown with your help. After Chana's barbed exchange with Jakob, you started to suspect there was history between them. Your suspicion was confirmed when Jakob tried to bargain with Corrigan for her release on your behalf, claiming Chana is some kind of daughter. But the strangest thing of all is you've seen Chana before when she replaced you in cryo, a vision of your own. In the aftermath of your encounter with Moloch? Who the heck is Moloch? Chana's vision led her to discovering you buried in the rubble of No Man's Land. Corrigan held up his end of the agreement and let Chana go free. Okay. I remember now. I remember what they're talking about. When you walked away, Chana followed and insisted she wanted to join you on your journey. As she tried to hold you back, you shared a vision of a beautiful garden, a vision Chana has seen before. She believes you are the only person who can lead her to this place and help this vision come to pass. Jakob is not pleased to hear Chana will be joining. In the Enclave, you witnessed a heated exchange between Jakob and Chana while they were repairing the truck. After Chana stormed off, Jakob explained their history. He had rescued Chana's mother Kasumi during the disaster of the caravel. They reunited on Enoch and lived together raising Chana, but Kasumi was killed when Chana was only 6, leaving Jakob to raise her on his own. Unwilling to suffer another tragedy, Jakob's heart turned to cold to Chana. Against all odds, Chana survived without parental oversight or love. Tiago de la Cruz, Enoch Explorer. Tiago was born into war, and like everyone else that lives in the trenches, Tiago lost people closer to him. Broken, defeated, devoid of purpose, he teetered at the forest edge, contemplating walking inside and to his death. A deserter searching for lost souls had ventured into the forest in desperation, stumbled across Tiago by chance, and explained that a second life awaited him. Although he was highly suspicious of the deserter's claims of a safe haven deep within the forest where many others lived in peace, Tiago had nothing to lose. His intimidating size and strength, juxtaposed by his disarming kindness, made him a favorite among many in the Enclave. Which makes it all the more surprising that you found him imprisoned inside a cage, trying to bargain with you for his freedom and exposing Skurlock's ominous intentions with Zahedi. Tiago led you into the stronghold where you discovered Skurlock's terrible secret and his intention to add Zahedi to the sacrifice pile. Tiago then led you to August, the native that was held prisoner and experimented on in Skurlock's lab. Tiago felt responsible for the natives' capturing and was relieved for August's rescue. After Tiago escorted Zahedi to safety with the convoy, you invited him to join you, noting his knowledge of the forest, its terrain, its creatures, and his eagerness to explore further. After August's death, Tiago was distraught. Learning the truth about Monroy's actions and his subjugation of the Pax, how he forced him to change into pharaohs, it finally brought Tiago to his knees. Despondent and hopeless, he walked off into the desert, abandoning you and the mission, just as he abandoned the trenches. Perhaps he is the voyager he claimed to be. Tiago knows full well that solitude in the desert means almost certain death. As the pharaoh's attack on the caravel tore apart what was left of the ship, Tiago reappeared driving your truck just in time to rescue Bailey, Chana, and Zahedi from the burning wreck. His hope rekindled in the success of the mission and seeing all the pilgrims that followed the legend of the Outriders. Tiago returned to your side and continued the fight to recover the drop pods scattered across Enoch. August, native of Enoch. August is a native of Enoch, seemingly capable of understanding human speech and even communicating somewhat. You felt an inner connection to the creature when it focused its mystic attention on you. The native disappeared shortly after you freed it from Skurlock's dungeon, leaving you and the crew with a million questions. August was discovered by Tiago near the ancient ruins that grew close to him, learning his language, but August was captured by King Spider shortly after and was shackled in Skurlock's lab, where the doctor experimented on the native, trying to discover how August was immune to the fungus. After August's escape, you found the native among the ancient ruins, conducting some kind of ritual next to the obelisk. August's efforts somehow calmed the anomaly storms, saving you and the rest of your crew from it. August's pacifist nature has always prevented the native from committing violence. He could not resist when attacked by Bailey in the ancient ruins of the forest, and hid when the convoy was ambushed by pharaohs in the cave. In the village, he learned this was once August's home and believed it had been taken over by the pharaohs. The monsters attacked in the canyons, however, he discovered the true connection between the Pax and the pharaohs. As Tiago was pinned down by a monster about to have his throat ripped out, August is the only thing the being's nature permitted. The native stepped in front of the giant obelisk, extracted a shard, and transformed into a pharaoh. August fought off the monsters that threatened Tiago's life, but in this wild, bestial, raging state, August could not distinguish friend from foe. Hold on. Again, I kind of expecting that somebody to come into my room to drop out the dog, but August could not distinguish friend from foe and began attacking Tiago. You had no choice but to kill August. August must have known this would happen. August knew the sacrifice was the only way to save Tiago's life. The native was laid to rest at the entrance to the canyon. Seth, Altered, one of the few Altereds fighting on the side of the ECA. Seth's massive power is one of the reasons the ECA still survives, but like the rest of his altered kin, he is unpredictable, unreliable, and not entirely sane. You almost fell victim to Seth when you first encountered him in No Man's Land, and it was only his noticing your Outriders uniform that saved you. He appears to still hold some respect for the Outriders long after their myth was tarnished and lost for most. After you opened the supply line to Riptown, you met with Seth in the old shoulder tower. He inspired you to do what the Outriders were sent here for, to go beyond the frontier and lead the people of Enoch to their future. He also warned you of Moloch, a menacing powerful altar that poses an existential threat to humanity. Seth insisted that he alone could challenge this altar. You found Seth dead in the record zone. In a vision, you witnessed him being slain by Moloch. I don't remember Seth at all. Scavenger. I'm just a little man, Hey, hey. You don't know what you are? An eccentric individual but whose sense of allegiance shifts with the tides and seems to always poke his head up in the most unlikely of circumstances. The scavenger first emerged during your initial encounter with Seth after you were awoken from cryo and tossed into the hell of no man's land. Scavenger guided you to Riftown and Shira, then disappeared. His whereabouts have been unknown since, though rumors say he regularly shadowed powerful altered in order to loot the corpses left behind in their wake. That loot would then find itself circulating in Riptown and Transtown's markets. You found the scavenger again in the shadow of the insurgent fortress, mangled under a giant guillotine. Saving him from his execution has obliged the scavenger enough to show you the way back to Black Gulch. I don't remember that at all. Francisco Salvador, an insurgent scientist. In Ecuador, we were told to obey God. On the forest, we were told to obey the authority. On Enoch, we are confronted by a power that makes fools of us all. This planet is anarchy itself, punishing king and pawn alike. Francisco Salvador. Upon learning of Abraham Zahidi's collusion with an insurgent scientist, Grand Marshal Sheriff Goodman nearly executed him. Who is this man whose knowledge Zahidi was willing to risk everything for? According to reports, Salvador appears Zahidi's father and taught as professor during the early days of colonization. The two men bonded over their research to the anomaly, and young Abraham looked up Salvador with admiration. He was known as a firebrand, his lectures invariably turning into rants about the good that science could achieve for the common man, and the dangers posed by an unchecked authorities. He often quoted Che Guevara, the first duty of a revolutionary is to be executed. When the Indus War began, Salvador was one of the few to speak out against the injustices he witnessed. The repetition of the Earth's follies. As battle lines were drawn, the proud scientist threw in his lot with the exiles, whom he saw as working-class freedom fighters. For the next 30 years, he and Zahidi walked separate but parallel paths. Zahidi, on one hand, had the consistent support of Sheriff Goodman, who backed his long-term goal of tracking down the mysterious signal. Salvador, on the other, was forced to operate in a much more chaotic environment. The insurgents cared little for his theories on how to counter the anomaly and forced him instead to build them deadlier and deadlier weapons. The machines of war he crafted led to tens of thousands of deaths. No doubt, the records of his experiments on ECA prisoners are chilling. But throughout, he managed to continue his research on the anomaly in secret. Zahidi explains that he was tracking a drop pod in no man's land when he picked up a data broadcast from an unknown weather station. He hacked in, immediately recognized Salvador's distinct style of coding, and quietly sent a coded message in return. After some time, Salvador responded, wary of an authority trap. Even though both men knew they were taking a terrible risk, and they began to correspond secretly via a series of dead drops. According to Zahidi, Salvador's latest research has revealed that the anomaly is rapidly expanding in its intensity, with falling temperatures merely the beginning. Salvador's findings have predicted that soon all of Enoch will be engulfed in perpetual ice storms. He found Salvador dead on the floor in his lab, his eyes wide in terror, black slimes spilling from his mouth. His workplace had been trashed, Salvador's scientific instruments and machines destroyed, and his blood splashed across the walls and the ceiling. All his work, a life's worth of scientific research into the anomaly, all the secrets he purportedly uncovered, all undone within moments. But there's a slim chance the scientist's legacy is yet to be defined. Salvador managed to leave behind a message before his death, thrown near his body in his own blood, in a code only Dr. Zahidi can understand. No more time. Otara Atuma, Pack Shaman. Doktare Matu Hitoru. Knew you would come eventually. Otara Atuma lives in a small secluded hut, fearing that she is the last of her kind. The pack's word Otara appears to be comparable to shaman. She appears solemn and inscrutable, wrapped in fine but time-worn robes. Her forehead is adorned with strange gemstones that seem to be fixed into her flesh. Their purpose is unknown but could be connected to her apparent longevity. Her home is protected from the anomaly storms and the precipitous drops in temperature by some kind of energy barrier projected by the ancient Pax obelisk. Her hut is adorned with artifacts from Earth, displaying some curiosity about human culture, seemingly learned from her interactions with the insurgent scientist Francisco Salvador. Excuse me. Atuma exhibits some powers similar to those of the Altered, including the power to communicate telepathically. More crucially, her power and knowledge allows her to conjure the protective barrier that holds back the storms around her hut, seemingly channeling the energy inside an ancient anomaly shard in conjunction with the ancient obelisk that rises above her shelter. Atuma remembers the terrible crimes visited on her people by humanity, but seems to believe in the Outriders' potential to still do good. A light of hope was rekindled, and Atuma, when she saw the Outrider return with the last shard, displaying great courage. Reminded of the kindness shown by Salvador, she decided that there was a chance for humanity, a chance worth taking, and she was asked to be brought into the Outriders' leader. Upon meeting Grand Marshal Goodman, Atuma announced that she would not build a new obelisk until she was sure that humanity was taking the path of peace. When the Grand Marshal scoffed at her demands as absurd, the Otaras showed Shira a vision of a possible future. This vision led to the surrender of the ECA and the final conflict between the Outrider and the Commander, which in turn ended the war. Having seen the Outriders' humility, sacrifice, and the will to stop fighting once she's the antagonist. Ereshkigal was slain. Atuma used a root shard to create a new obelisk. With the barrier it generated around the valley, there can be a safe haven for Enoch storms at last. However, the Paxian priestess cautioned the Outrider that should they leave to delve the mysteries of the Father's passage in the hidden city, they could not return to the valley. She warned that there's only madness lying that way. The Father, ancient pharaoh leader. The Father is the epithet of an ancient Pax ruler who, according to legends recalled by Otara Atuma, was responsible for the creation of all Paxian civilization. Considering the typically genderless culture of the Pax, Father is a curious epithet to have chosen, but perhaps it served as some ceremonial nature. What am I hearing? Nothing. The Otara tells that the earliest Pax were risen up from a primitive state by the Father's pioneering discovery of the anomaly's roots underground. It became an advanced race of Altered under his guidance. Over time, the Father became obsessed with this pursuit of the anomaly's power and secrets. He would dig deep into Enoch's surface, creating wells through which the anomaly could be released. As people thrived, but the power came at a price, making the weather of the planet more violent. Despite warnings from his own daughter, the Father dug ever deeper, while his people went to war over the power he shared. He was finally slain by the daughter in an effort to stop the war and save the planet, but it was too late. His murder was in vain. The storms the Father had unleashed finally swept across the planet, leaving devastation in their wake. During the exploration of Taria Grotto and the hidden passage beneath the Father's palace, the Outrider discovered a vast well descending to unknown depths. Floating impossibly above its yawning maw appeared to be a kind of meditation chamber. Based on the strange, potentially toxic anomaly fumes the Outrider since rising from the well, it's imagined that the ancient king might have sat and breathed in these vapors, like the legendary oracle of Delphi, to provoke his visions of the far future and ancient past. Although these visions had long been part of the ancient legends, few believed them to be real. However, it's now shockingly clear that the Father actually foresaw mankind's coming. His drawings and words indicate he predicted the Caravel and the Outriders. In the end, what had been understood by his contemporaries, even his own daughter, as an obsession with power as he built his people into a vast army of altered warriors, had actually been preparation. He had foreseen the future genocide of the Pax and was driven to prevent it. He just had no idea that he had been a millennium too early. Interesting. King, Rogue Commander. King joined Dr. Skurlock in an expedition to the forest after Skurlock had assured him that the treatment he developed would work. King abandoned the trenches, but it wasn't because of a dissatisfaction toward war or balance. King could only ever be his own boss and would often advise his superior to take his order and shove it. Leaving the trenches gave King the chance to rebel against that authority, create his own fiefdom in the forest, and lead his own army. King now leads that army made up of deserters. They hunt monsters that stray into their territory, protect Skurlock and the treatment that keeps him alive, and enforce order in the Enclave. At the same time, they patrol the borders of the forest to rescue people who flee the trenches, to bring them into the Enclave. While many look up to Skurlock as their leader, it appears he may simply be a figurehead with King holding true power. Ultimately, King maintained and propped up Skurlock's regime, enforcing the lottery on the camp, silencing dissent, saving people who strayed into the forest with the intention of submitting them into the lottery. King was nowhere to be seen in the stronghold, but after killing Skurlock, King vowed to hunt you and your crew down. He knows he can't win a direct confrontation, but he'll do anything he can to stop you. The Outriders encountered King sometime later while searching for one of the florist's drop pods. King had apparently given up the chase, choosing instead to focus on his people's survival and welfare. King settled in an ancient Paxton city, in turn incurring the wrath of the enigmatic wanderer, self-appointed protector of the Pax. Founding the Outrider and King established an unsteady truce, peace in exchange for the drop pod's contents. Okay, so that does it for people of interest. We currently are at 36 or 38 minutes. I can't read that text, it's too small. ECA Charles Maxwell. For non-owner Shira, there is no proper procedure. A high-ranking ECA officer and superior of Shira Goodman, engineer. Maxwell is in charge of overseeing the landing on Enoch and seems to hold a fair few ambitions for his own future. Doesn't seem to be too keen about giving the Outriders an easy time of it. Born in the UK, long after his country had left the EU for the second time and was half sunk into the North Sea, his world was one of Dickensian destitution and depravity, not dissimilar to the dark ages of England's feudal past. But Maxwell was clever and driven, a political animal from an early age, able to dig himself out of that morass from the strength of his relentless mind. By the time Bruno Nyberg was elected president of the ECA, Maxwell was already long attached to his hip as his brash and brutal young military advisor. He was never meant to have a seat on the force, let alone commanding a platoon of ECA soldiers, but Maxwell was never going to let that stop him from getting off Earth. He is self-centered and devious and should not be easily trusted. The enormous burden placed on Maxwell made him buckle and panic when the Outriders appeared to be affected by a deadly disease. He killed Jack Tanner and ordered the Outriders' extermination to prevent the disease from spreading. He was killed shortly after by the same explosion that wounded you. I remember that. Audrey Storm, ECA wounded corporal, and that fucker's gonna pay one way or another. A tough but wounded young ECA soldier, she seeks revenge against Captain Rainer for her fallen comrades, but his powerless to carry it out. Audrey Storm has spent her entire life on the battlefield, born in the trenches and raised in secret by a committed young soldier. Storm's mother knew pregnant women were not allowed on the battlefield. Children are a sacred commodity for the ECA, both because they are the future of the faction in a time of dramatic population reduction, and because the insurgents are known to roast and eat any newborns they get their hands on. But Storm's mother was devoted to the cause to win the war and refused to retreat from the front. She raised war through her pregnancy, gave birth in the mud, and stayed in the trenches tending to the wounded instead while raising her daughter. Audrey Storm may have been wounded by Captain Rainer's attack, but she survived and she's going to keep surviving. She's going to carry on her mother's fight until she's the last one standing on this godforsaken planet. Aidan McCain, ECA Lieutenant under Grand Marshal Goodman. McCain is a proven soldier and leader. He is known to be heartless and quick-witted, practical, and realistic, never one to let emotions sway his decision-making. It's made him a brutal tactician on the field. But he wasn't always so severe. In the early days of the colony, he was actually something of a goofball, constantly mugging for laughs and a good friend to Jacob Dabrowski, Grand Marshal Goodman in their youth. Some say there was even more between McCain and Goodman, but if true, it was long ago. He changed as much as Goodman has over the decades. Some say it has something to do with his time stationed at Eagle Peaks before the insurgents recaptured it. For many years, he was working to defend a top-secret ECA weapons program hidden in those mountains. led by a mysterious scientist known to this day only as the Alchemist. Whatever you witness up there, he came back a changed man, with little patience for saving humanity, driven only to win this damn war. And Kane went missing from the trenches adjacent to Riptown collapsed during the insurgents' latest attack. He has not been seen since. Jocelyn Dunham, ECA Captain in Eagle Peaks. High altitudes seem to attract the insane, or maybe it's the thin air that's turning them crazy. Burdened with the responsibility of leading the ECA's war front in the unforgiving mountains of the frozen Eagle Peaks, Captain Dunham has been hemorrhaging soldiers to more than just the insurgent weapons. Some are slain by strange creatures in the snow, and others are known to just wander off into the night following strange voices. These mountains are an eerie place, filled with ghosts, and many lose their minds around those mountains. But not Jocelyn Dunham. She hails from a line of resilient women. Her great-grandmother escaped the Dust Bowl. Heading west to the orange fields of California, her grandmother escaped to Canada during the Second Civil War, and her mother escaped to Earth when its time had come. Jocelyn was born on Enoch and raised to be a soldier. She proved herself in combat time and time again. She would happily lead her men to battle in any other war, but nothing is worse than camping in these frozen mountains and just waiting for something bad to happen. Alistair Cullen, Marshal of Deadrock Pass. Don't give them anything and they ain't got nothing. That's how you hold it together, by keeping it together. Overseer of Deadrock Pass in the slumber operation, Cullen is cunning and ambitious, but has grown dangerously addicted to sawdust, the drug he has prescribed to his soldiers to keep them awake during watch. They say he partakes enough that it started to mess with his brain. Born to a military family in Nevada and raised to be an officer, Cullen has forever been surrounded by war without ever actually having to fight in one. Cullen arrived on the force as lieutenant in the ECA forces and was responsible for following the order to close the first city gates, locking out those in the slums outside. That Saturday became a fiasco when Cullen panicked and ordered his soldiers to open fire on the crowds, filled with women and children. They say he only escaped court-martial by accepting a reassignment to the distant and dangerous Deadrock Pass. But as that pass became increasingly essential to supporting both Riptown and Trenchtown, Cullen managed to work his way back up the ranks. Marshal Cullen remains discontent with his position and is constantly seeking to both elevate his rank and fill his pockets. He's willing to do business with slavers and bandits as long as he gets a cut, and he holds a tight grip on subordinates. It's only his mind, they say, he's losing his grip on. Bruno Nyberg, the first president of the ECA. Bruno Nyberg was born to a Swedish father and a Turkish mother. He entered the arena of politics at a young age, during a time when all that politicians could aspire to was delaying the collapse of human civilization. Nyberg stood out as one of the few optimistic figures able to give people a sense of hope and purpose. When he learned that the Ark ship, the construction of which he had been charged with overseeing, could only carry 500,000, it broke his heart. But it was a reality he had to face. As first elected president of the Enoch Colonization Authority, Bruno Nyberg oversaw the SM Florida's successful journey from Earth to Enoch, and the establishment of the first human colony on the new planet. For Nyberg, however, heralding a new era for humanity was only the beginning of his work. A true man of the people, he often walked in the neighborhoods of the first city without escort or bodyguards. It was an inspiration for many among the citizenry to see their leader approach them unflinching, to have their concerns heard willingly, to have their problems acted upon immediately. Sadly, the first anomaly storm struck the closing bell of the Nyberg successes, forced into an unbearable choice whether to wake the 400,000 sleepers to a world not ready for them, or let them die in their sleep. He sided with the young Sheriff Goodman and cast a decisive vote to let them live. It could be argued that it was this humanitarian decision that led to the endless war. It could be argued that this was a turning point for Bruno Nyberg when the president of the ECA was finally forced to face the reality of this new world. Scrambling to pick up the pieces, he led the ECA's retreat to a more secured location in Riptown, away from the violence and unrest that was exploding in the first city. Yet again, he had to abandon hundreds of thousands of people behind to save even fewer. But this time he did so without remorse. He realized that his efforts to save everyone could well lead to him saving no one. As the first year of the insurgency grew into a war within its casualties, Nyberg's stony demeanor and cold pragmatism was cemented. He spent his final months as a leader with giving orders he once considered unthinkable. He wasted no resources on keeping insurgent prisoners, and those few who were captured were quickly tortured to death. He treated his own people with zero tolerance, abandoning any pretense at due process, judicial or political. Doubters and critics were either subjugated to execution for treason or made to swear unquestioning allegiance to the ECA. Nyberg explored every possible avenue and used every weapon at his disposal, anything he could do to destroy his enemies across the battlefield. Bruno Nyberg initially fought the efforts led by Shiro Gutman for a ceasefire with the insurgents, but Gutman was able to convince the president that the only way to put an end to this war was through diplomacy. When Nyberg finally agreed to a meeting with the insurgents, it is said that for a brief moment he was a different person. Someone else shone through him, perhaps the man he used to be, the optimistic, inspiring leader of a man that departed Earth with a dream. Nyberg's legacy was concluded when, together with other top-ranking officials in the ECA, he was brutally slain by the first Altered, who had entered Rift Town with the insurgency's leadership under the ruse of peace talks. Shiro Gutman, one of the last remaining ranking officers, was forced to accept Nyberg's place as leader of the ECA. It was the last time peace talks would ever be attempted. ECA, Sibylla May Flores, leader of this Project Expansion. I don't remember this at all. Sibylla May Flores is the leader of Project Expansion, the initiative that saw the building of the Ark ship that would transport, I remember her now, humanity to Enoch. The design of the Ark ship was based on a grab drive of the engine that allowed the ship to travel at unprecedented speeds. After her death, the Ark ship was named the SM Flores in her memory. Ezra Zahidi, missing, presumed dead. I've always agreed with Madame Curie. Nothing in life is to be feared, it is only to be understood. Now we must understand more so that we may fear less. Ezra Zahidi, Abraham Zahidi's father, was a prominent scientist during the formation of the ECA on Earth. He was part of the Council of Scientists that studied telemetry from Enoch and determined our planet was the best candidate for humanity's future. Excuse me. Although a number of important passengers on the Flores were allowed to bring family members, lower-ranking officials were given a smaller number of seats, and many were forced to make difficult decisions. Ezra had a wife and 2 sons and was only given 1 extra seat. He tried to give the seats to his children, but was told he'd lose both seats if he didn't come himself. The choice of which son to bring was unbearable, and in the end, Abraham, the younger brother, never forgave himself or his father for choosing him. Psychological reports indicate that Abraham has spent his entire life trying to feel worthy. George Zahidi passed on everything he knew to his son, a university degrees worth of education, and most of all, his fascination and curiosity for science. Ezra was also the first to pursue the mysterious signal that eluded the ECA for years and passed that mission on to Abraham. Together, they sent multiple field expeditions into the unknown to try and track the signal down. It was one of those expeditions that Ezra himself disappeared and is now assumed dead. It was thanks to research abandoned by Ezra and only recently rediscovered that Abraham Zahidi learned of the possible existence of a protected uplink node in the ruins of the first city. If that uplink, a device capable of contacting the forest, could ever be made to work, all the pods trapped for decades in space could finally be brought down and give civilization a new chance. Kasumi Takuchi, Chana's mother. Kasumi was born the Caravel and 3 months into her pregnancy when the ship's engine suffered catastrophic failure. Jakob rescued her on his transport ship and they grew close after that. Kasumi was 6 months pregnant when she was placed into the cryostasis on Forest. She gave birth to Chana and Enoch on the same day the first anomaly storm struck the colony. She died 6 years later to another anomaly storm. Shiro Gutman, Grand Marshal of Rifttown. Can you imagine what this world would look like in a few months, a few years? A brand new civilization, a second chance. Shiro is part of the ECA's engineering team as one among the Flores' essential crew members. She's had a hand in the ship's construction and design. While it was still in Earth's orbit, on Enoch, she's been assigned to accompany the Outriders on Land Day. Together, planet data and analytics, and oversee the technical side of the colony's establishment. Born in Tel Aviv, she had a troubled childhood in that city's last years before war and rising temperatures rendered the desert countries uninhabitable. Her father's position as a high-ranking city planner meant the family was able to escape before the war tore through the country. Resettled in Montreal, she was able to get an engineering education in one of the few cities that still supported universities. Shira did all she could to try and live a normal life, taking in stray animals, giving food to the hungry, but in a dying world there was no room for people like her. When armed conflict eventually creeped into Montreal, she abandoned her home and committed herself to the construction of the Florist. During her time in Earth's orbital station, she supported her father's work on the Florist. Shira recorded hundreds of hours in space while building the ship, contributed to such systems as life support, home reinforcement, and solar paneling. But even for skilled engineers like Shira, seats on the Florist were hard to come by. Even more so after the Caravel's launch failed. Shira's father, the only one in the family with a guaranteed seat, gave up his place for his daughter. 31 years... Okay, wait. So, Dr. Zahidi couldn't give up his seat for his kids, but Shira's father could? Yeah, that's a contradiction. 31 years after the landing, Shira is nearly unrecognizable. She has ascended to Grand Marshal Rifttown, one of the ECA's Council of Grand Marshals, leading the war against the insurgents. The boy and dreamer you met on landing day has become a hardened pragmatist and a woman of commanding presence. For decades, Shira's sole concern has been stopping her sector from falling apart. Could not afford to hope for anything more until you appeared on her doorstep. Ever since the day Shira saw the Florist pods streaking through the sky, the sense of hope that had long been absent from her eyes were rekindled. With the resources inside those pods, she believed the ECA could finally turn the tables on the insurgents and bring the endless war to its end. But Enoch had other plans. With Rifttown now lying in ruins, the commanding presence of Grand Marshal Shira Gutman has visibly diminished, though she does her best to present a brave front to the people she leads. It is clear the hope she held has been smothered once more, and furious despair has taken its place. There was evident shock and regret in Shira's expression after she nearly killed Zahidi, thinking I'd betray the ECA, but it has left some wondering what other rash decisions the Grand Marshal might make and what they should dread more. The anomaly and insurgents outside, or the paranoia and distress within. After being granted a vision by Otara Atuma, the pack shaman, Shira made an uncharacteristic and fateful decision that shook the remnants of the ECA. In short, she ended the war by surrendering. Those left fighting for Shira, who had so often been inspired by her incredible tenacity and frightened of her cold, steely demeanor, could hardly believe what happened next. The Grand Marshal walked out into no man's land to offer the terms of their surrender, and to the horror of both the ECA and her friends, Shira was murdered in cold blood by the insurgents' commander, Aristotle. This act drove the Outrider into a furious rage, leading to a terrible and final confrontation between the two sides. In the aftermath, the survivors had wondered whether this was all part of her plan, part of the vision Shira had been granted by the Pax. Did she walk into that meeting knowing that she would die, and knowing her death would inspire the Outrider to finally end the war? If she foresaw her own death was a great bravery? What the fuck was that? What was that? I saw something move in my sock drawer that's open for my dresser. I currently, technically, have a mouse problem in my room. Caught 4 mouse since I kind of set up a trap, and I haven't caught one since. I haven't caught one in over a week. And I just saw something move in my sock drawer. I don't know what it was, but there's nothing in there that should have moved. I even looked around and didn't see a mouse in there. I feel like I would have seen one if I when I moved stuff around. That was weird. If she foresaw her own death, was it great bravery that drove her forward? Was it madness, or was it merely exhaustion after fighting for so very, very long? Outriders. Jack Tanner. This planet is our last chance, Outrider. We won't get another. A veteran of many of Earth's worst last wars, Tanner roamed the globe as a leader of a highly trained group of mercenaries, lending their services to the highest bidder. As a mercenary captain, Tanner was known for his effectiveness, but notorious for his unorthodox methods. After a great number of the original Outriders died in the Caravel catastrophe, the ECA approached Tanner with a proposition: rebuild the Outriders and embody their ideals to serve as humanity's vanguard. Tanner took the gig and gathered together the best of his team. You were among the first he approached, and he offered you a place at his side among the Outriders. Joining Tanner on the floors is his daughter Sarah, who also happens to be pregnant. She remains in cryostasis. Tanner leads the Outriders on their first mission on Enoch to be first boots on the ground and secure the planet for the 500,000 souls aboard the SM Flores that will follow them down. After several of your fellow Outriders became infected by this strange fungus in the forest, Tanner tried to defuse the situation and call for calm, but he was murdered by Sergeant Major Maxwell. Yaka Dabrowski, we already saw. Yes. Olivia Cuthbert, Outrider technician. See a lot of people kissing the dirt after 83 years frozen in Cairo. Fuck the dirt. Someone point me to the closest titty bar. A specialist. There's a girl that said that, okay. A specialist technician among the Outriders, Cuthbert has been assigned to assist your Goodman in isolating and tracking down the digital signatures left behind by the ECA's exploratory probes into Enoch's surface. And those are so itchy. Before she was an Outrider, Cuthbert was a getaway driver and a late-night bouncer, a radio DJ, anything to keep out of trouble. But trouble always found a way of finding her. She lost both her parents at age 12 in the San Francisco riots, back when the major utilities were shutting down. She managed to survive on her own in one of the refugee camps across the Golden State Bridge. And San Francisco had gone dark, torn apart by gangs, but it wasn't... Oh. Let me try to read that again. She managed to survive on her own in one of the refugee camps across the Golden Gate Bridge when San Francisco had gone dark, torn apart by gangs. But it wasn't long before she was a gangbanger herself and would have died out there if not for Captain Tanner. He saw something in her and gave her a spot in his brigade, apprenticed her to the tech team. Over the years, Cuthbert's growing technical expertise has gotten you and Jakob out of several of the tricky situations you always seem to find yourselves caught up in. Cuthbert has had very few friends, but you're one of them. Cuthbert was able to track another distant probe, and her readings led the Outriders into the forest. She was struck by the cataclysmic storm while trying to escape the forest. You couldn't save her, she died in front of your eyes. Magnus Skarstedt, Outrider Scout. This valley reminds me of my parents' farm. Yeah, I saw it all sight into the ocean, but those mountains, they were something once. A forward reconnaissance operative, Skarstedt typically takes front position on the Outriders' ventures into hostile and or unknown territories. I can't pronounce that word name. Skarstedt was raised among the fjords of Norway, but managed to get one of the last ships out when the earthquakes turned that whole country into a wasteland. Raised in one refugee camp after another, Skarstedt would have been dead long ago if he hadn't found his way into Tanner's band of mercenaries and learned to fight with the best of them. He is a survivor, having escaped more war zones and fallen cities than he cares to count. He even saved Skarstedt. I have to say it like that because otherwise I never mispronounce it. He even saved Skarstedt a couple of times back on Earth. He feels indebted to you. Now, one of the few to make it alive off Earth, Skarstedt is looking forward to finally relaxing and living a long, lazy life. Skarstedt was the first among the Outriders to be afflicted by the forest fungus on landing day and subsequently committed to cryostasis. As patient zero, Skarstedt was subjugated to experimentation by the ECA scientists with the purpose of discovering a vaccine against a fungus. He did not survive, however. It is unclear which led to his demise: the fungus or the attempt to cure us. Kind of sad what happened to him. Sergio Acosta, rogue Outrider, former ECA Chief of Security. Acosta served as Chief of Security for the ECA in charge of the detail protecting the ECA advisors who were on the first landing pod to arrive on Earth. His allegiance to the ECA was shaken when he witnessed how the Outriders were mistreated in the wake of the battle with Maxwell. After an unknown conflict with President Nyberg during the early stages of the insurgent crisis, Acosta went rogue and together with Sarah Tanner, her young boy Mercer, and a group of surviving Outriders, sealed himself inside a hatch in the quarry. While inside of the hatch, Acosta's romantic relationship with Sarah Tanner gave him many happy years raising Mercer as his own son. Many years later, after Mercer escaped the hatch in pursuit of a life outside of concrete walls, Acosta left the hatch in search of him. I can't read now. Give me 1 minute while I change my batteries. I actually kind of remember Acosta's story. This is kind of an interesting quest. I remember doing that quest. Mercer Acosta, deserter merchant. Mercer gets by as a merchant in the Enclave, though he doesn't quite seem to fit in. Persistently drunk but somehow functional, he also finds himself unwittingly caught up in bad situations. Mercer turned out to be the grandson of Jack Tanner and son of Sarah Tanner. He recognized you as an outrider wearing one of their jackets himself, inherited from his mother. Mercer grew up in the dark isolation of the Outriders' hatch in the quarry. He was never allowed to leave, suffering from overprotective parents who raised him believing he would inherit their noble cause of guarding the hatch, with no say on the matter. Mercer eventually snapped to escape the hatch, finding his way into the Enclave with the help of one of King's men. Mercer's father, Sergio Acosta, went on a search for him, but he never found his son. So presumably, Sergio is dead. Sarah Tanner, rogue Outrider captain, the daughter of Jack Tanner. Sarah was not scheduled to away from cryo until 6 months after Connie was established. She was wakened early to give her a chance to attend her father's funeral. She fought to defend his reputation and that of the Outriders, testifying for them in court. She found support when she fell in love with Sergio Acosta, the UCA's chief of security. Later, she ran away with Acosta and the other rogue Outriders. Together, they lived in the secret underground bunker the Outriders built near the quarry, where they raised her son, Mercer. Civilians. Madame Bovary. Historian. Without memory of the past, the future means so little. A slightly haunted, questionably level-headed collector of old Earth artifacts, she laments the regression of civilization and tries to reclaim evidence of humanity's past glories. Madame Bovary has collected enough recovered artifacts to allow her to build her own little museum in Riptown. Education in the ECA territories is typically limited to teachings on the ways of trench warfare, survival in harsh conditions, and maintenance of weapons and gear, marksmanship, tactics, and strategy. Literacy levels for those born on Enoch are low, with those formerly educated on Earth being among the few who can read and write. Madame Bovary has done her best to amend this by inviting children to her classrooms, teaching them basic literacy and mathematical skills, and instructing them on the history of their ancestors. Mr. Chang, vendor in Riptown. A bitter wind blows before us all. A typical junk seller in Riptown, but it's atypically pleasant and friendly. Mr. Chang was protective of a business he struggled to maintain in war. Mr. Chang was murdered in cold blood at the hand of a thug working for the Hounds. The ECA supplies most of the standard equipment to their soldiers, but merchants can provide that extra bit of firepower or protection with custom and higher quality weaponry and armor, at least for those who can afford it. While anyone is free to trade their gear, the ECA tightly controls who is allowed to set up shop within its territory, and they're paranoid to prevent another insurgency. Other than that is Wild West rules. Weapons on Enoch are as common as bread used to be on Earth. Now a piece of bread costs a fortune. The merchants have been known to take advantage of the lack of competition by coming together to form cartels and fix prices. The collusion is why. For some, the Hound's attempts to take over the merchants' businesses isn't entirely unjustified. Eva Lopez, vendor in Riptown, a brave, capable merchant in Riptown and a friend of Dr. Chang's. She is one of the few to resist the Hound's attempts to intimidate the merchants and control the marketplace. We found her being held by Barker, the leader of the Hounds. She turned the tables on Barker and helped put an end to his racket. Barker, leader of the Hounds. Leader of the gang known as Hounds, Barker terrorizes the merchants of Rifttown with the help of his thugs. His last attempt to seize more control over the marketplace saw many merchants killed or abducted, with the aim of establishing his own underground cartel. Since Barker's rise to power in the gang, the Hounds became an ever greater thorn in Shiro Gutman's side. Barker recognizes that he can never best the EZA and has no intention to. Yeah. Excuse me, I kind of had a little some spit went on the wrong pipe. He is happy for the EZA to hold the insurgents at bay while he takes advantage of the internal turmoil and builds his kingdom within the kingdom. He adds them on the general population, making his kennel deep inside the bottom level of the slums. It's typically been careful not to overextend his reach and provoke the Grand Marshal too much, although that seems to be changing. Alfred McKellen, old colonist. We lost Earth, soon we'll lose the planet, we lose everything in the end. Maybe this is how it has to be. A tortured soul that seems desperate to connect with his past one last time, to see his old home in the first city. Alfred McCullen's records register MS-63, although his hollow eyes and humble demeanor, he easily looks 20 years older. They say he was born in Detroit, a city on a lake in the old United States, and was apparently involved in politics. He started as a city council member, ran successfully for mayor, and eventually made his way to Washington, running as a Republican for the House of Representatives. But he would have run on whichever side he thought would win. Always savvy and political was McClellan's skill at fundraising and pump greasing that assured his passage on the floors, along with his entire family, a wife and 2 girls. He wasn't the only one to bribe his way onto the forest. The program depended on a meritocratic system to succeed. Some of the ECA's administrators couldn't deny the merit of money. Of course, after departing for Enoch, these rich families would never have to face the wrath of those people left behind, whose seats they'd stolen. Though many of those who earned their way onto the floors resented the presence of so-called bot seats, not merely because of Botsy's lack of expertise jeopardized colonization. Those who earned their way also had to leave people behind. Lucy Scribe, prostitute. He just walked in here and carried Monique away. They don't even try to stop him. Fucking altered, think they own the place. A prostitute in Transtown's brothel, Lucy was clearly shaken by her encounter with the altar that abducted her friend Monique. Warm, smart, and seductive, Lucy is very talented at her line of work, capable of giving her clients genuine human connection in their few moments of respite from the horrors of war. In return, she is saved from ever experiencing those horrors for herself. Prostitution is legal in Transtown, and in fact, there's a special ticketing system in place. Time with Lucy and her fellow providers is a reward earned by actions on the front. Of course, there's an entire black market with soldiers trading food and other goods for time with the girls, but they must be careful not to get caught or sold out to one of the Corrigan's many spies. Prostitution has become one of the most sought-after professions in Transtown, as it affords the workers an exemption from fighting in the front line, but not everyone can just declare themselves prostitutes. The number of workers is carefully controlled by Bailey and the other marshals of Transtown. That's sad. Monique Davidson, prostitute. One of Transtown's prostitutes who was supposedly abducted by an altar named Goliath and taken to the record zone. You discover the truth is a little different when you walked into their rather unwelcoming abode and found embroiled in a lover's quarrel. You let them to it, satisfied that Goliath was likely in greater danger from Monique's wrath. I kind of remember that. Ada Golson, army cook. Pay attention for the bones, dear. Broth will warm your soul, but a little bone can kill you. Isn't that just life right there? An eccentric older woman, Ada grew tough after years of dealing with the denizens of Trenchtown, particularly those who take advantage of her. Despite all that, she still seems capable of kindness. Ada was trained as a gourmet chef and published numerous cookbooks renowned for their home-style cooking, especially in a time of such unrest on Earth. She was a much loved media darling, featured on numerous TV specials, and was nominated for a seat on the floors in a public vote. Of course, that was all a lifetime ago, her history all but wiped away. Today, she cooks, making the most she can for the least ingredients, and tries to make life slightly better for the pathetic, starving masses around her. Howard Graybeard Camden, I do not remember you. War veteran. A war veteran crippled by the incessant artillery bombardments inflicted on Trenchtown, he still holds a proud stature. His daughter is the single thing that lends a spark to his eye, though she finds herself trapped on the insurgent side. His only means of communicating with her are via a smuggler in the record zone, who is able to deliver letters across the battle lines. There are many others kind of similar situations as Greybeard on both sides of the conflict. In the early days of the colony, citizens who lived within the walls of the first city had friends and relatives who were stuck outside the walls of the slums. In the ECA moved to Riptown, even more families were separated. Over the decades, some have fallen for the indoctrination that tells them to hate their enemy, whoever they are. Others hold slightly tightly to the belief that reunion with their loved ones is still a possibility. The only wish is reunion does not occur on the battlefield. Akimi Zhao, the smuggler's leader. The fools are happy. You sure you want to break their hearts? Leader of a group of smugglers operating out of the record zone, Akimi Zhao has established a profitable business transporting goods and messages across the irradiated wasteland. She bears scarring across her body due to prolonged radiation exposure, but she would have been dead long ago if not for her altered abilities. Akimi lost most of her fellow smugglers to a freak anomaly storm in the zone that she managed to survive with limited altered powers. With her newfound abilities, she could have gone to battle for either side and been a fierce opponent, but she had no interest in war, only in war spoils. She has successfully rebuilt her operation since then, as there are always those willing to trade a short life from radiation poisoning for the profit smuggling can bring in. Cunning and egotistic, she uses others for her own gain. She has been more than happy to take everything old Greybeard has in exchange for smuggling letters between him and his daughter trapped on the insurgent side of the conflict. She takes no pride in taking advantage of others' plight, but she'll take the profits. Noah Dembele, a trophy collector. If you're gonna hunt down a beast, you gotta think like a beast. A former monster hunter, Noah Dembele runs a bar in Town decorated with the heads of the many deadly creatures he's bested. He bears extensive injuries from his numerous encounters, including a scar across his face that nearly took his eye with it. Once a big red mechanic in the Florida Panhandle with a string of ex-wives, Noah had a penchant for heavy drinking that often ended with him heading out into the swamps with a shotgun in the middle of the night to stalk big-ass crocodiles. He lost a few toes to one of them, and got tossed in jail a couple times, but illegal high-risk hunting always helped to relieve his aggression. He came to Enoch as a systems engineer, but found himself with nothing to do once the systems all permanently crashed. He barely survived the engine meltdown in the industrial zone and starved with the masters for years before he finally headed out for another hunt late one night, and hell yeah did he get his mojo back. For years he was hunting prey and bringing back meat for the people. When he finally met a monster he couldn't beat and was too injured to head out again, he decided to finally cash out and set up a bar. He stayed in the hunting business by offering rewards and is known to pay handsomely for trophies. Noah's always looking for brave hunters to bring back heads from the deadliest creatures on Enoch, but you'll do. Ugio? Death Merchant, I don't remember you at all. Oh, he's a guy that you did the assassination things, those special hunter things. There are two kinds, those who don't need a reason to kill and those who are fooling themselves. An emotionless, tenacious businessman that's disinclined to waste time. Ugio is a former contract killer. He realized there's more to be made than being a middleman. Arriving on Enoch as a child, one of a few with parents important and a wishing enough to bring him along, Ugio was quickly made familiar with the cold, transactional nature of who and what determined whether someone was permitted to live. Early in his career, he made a name for himself by assassinating the bosses of two rival gangs who put out contracts on each other. Right after, he made sure he'd received upfront payments from both. Ugio didn't care to discriminate based on loyalties or affiliations, happy to end anyone's life whether they aligned with the ECA or the insurgents, as long as the pay was worth the target. But there was honor even among contract killers, and when the insurgents decided to screw Ugio out of a couple of deals too many, he decided they would permanently lose his services. Ugio now frequents Trenchtown's bar, having hired out the back room to conduct his business, putting out contracts to troublesome foes and profiting from the commissions. Ugio is open to working with anyone capable enough to take on the bounties he comes across. Jabari Akibi, miner. Boom! Music to my ears. Jabari grew up in the mines of Earth, providing the resources that fed the construction of the Caravel and SM Flores. His skill in mineral and metal extraction and his excuse me, and experience in managing the people and machines that carried out the mining earned him a place on the ship. On Enoch, after the anomaly rendered the giant excavators inoperable, Jabari was forced to relearn the trade. He and his fellow miners had no choice but to mine by hand for weeks on end, sleeping on in the quarry's dark tunnels, braving the risk of cave-ins, pushing through injury and illness to get the job done. It was this common suffering and reliance on each other that brought Jabari and the other miners together. Now, as the only survivor of the mining operation of the quarry, the miner had been biding his time to get revenge on the insurgents that killed his people. Bravely wounded as he is, though, he can't see his revenge through on his own. I don't remember at all. Nick Lucky Walken, gambler. A gambler in the Enclave who counts Russian roulette among his favorite pastimes and has somehow achieved an improbable winning streak. They say Lucky used to be a lowly ECA soldier who was chased out of Riptown and Transtown for needlessly endangering the lives of his fellow soldiers. He found the deserter's spirit of self-determination were more accommodating to Lucky's gambling habits. Mercer now finds himself in great debt to him, having bet against Lucky's latest win. I remember this. It was so badass to see, like, you just shoot yourself and then you coming back and just killing him. Oh my god, I remember that mission. That was a good mission. I really like that one. Groups. The Outriders. Article extract. Who are the Outriders? The Outriders were formed by the leaders of the Enoch Colonization Authority, a handpicked group of the finest specialists with scientific engineering and military expertise, for the purpose of serving as humanity's vanguard. As chaos unfolded on Earth and cities fell into rubble, the Outriders were sent as rescue squads into lawless, destroyed places and escorted people to safety. The Outriders became heroes in the eyes of many. But it was not to last. Disaster struck their ranks when most of the original Outriders died in the Caravel catastrophe. With only a few months before the Flores launched, the ECA was left without a frontline force to scout ahead, establish a safe perimeter on the new planet, and protect the population from any threats. In a mad scramble to rebuild the group, the ECA recruited the new Outriders from various mercenary groups, forces, and guns for hire, with Jack Tanner as their leader. The Outriders were once considered to be the best humanity had to offer. Now, among many, the ECA are skeptical of the new hires, regarding them as nothing more than gun-toting opportunists, loyal only to themselves. To appease concerns, the ECA has assigned Sergeant Major Charles Maxwell to oversee their operations upon landing on Enoch. Maxwell's scathing criticisms of the Outriders are no secret. But the question remains, if these new untested Outriders will be the first boots on Enoch, tasked to secure the region in which our colony will be established, and pave the way for all of us to follow. Can we really trust these Outriders with the future of humanity? We can trust one of them at least. Enoch Colonization Authority, Enoch's governing body. The Enoch Colonization Authority was a governing body created by former heads of state and CEOs of multinational corporations working together to shepherd project expansion. The ECA was responsible for overseeing the construction of the Flores Ark ship, the Caravel scout ship, and the formation of the Outriders, charged with spearheading the colonization of Enoch. Once on Enoch, the ECA would undertake the role of central authority, overseeing logistics and establishing law and order for the human colony. Bruno Nyberg was the first elected president and traveled with the Flores to Enoch. After the destruction brought on by the anomaly storms, the colony was thrown into chaos. Unable to grow crops or produce medicine, and with most electronics destroyed by the anomaly, the ECA began to lose control of the first city. Riots and further storms forced the ECA to consolidate their assets and relocate to Rifttown. Those rioters and troublemakers that were left behind saw themselves as exiles, cast out from a world order that no longer valued their continued existence. It was not long before the exiles launched an insurgency against. It was not long before the exiles launched. Oh, I see. The exiles launched an insurgency against the authority. A 30-year war of attrition followed. Battle after battle was fought over the few dwelling resources left, over the same stretches of ground that had been dug up and formed into trenches, ground that had changed hands as often as the weather. The president and many other top officials of the ECA were killed, leading to structural changes in leadership and Sheriff Gutman becoming Grand Marshal. The colony's original population of 500,000 dwindled from tens of thousands. A generation was born into war and died in war, knowing nothing else. Anomalous storms continued ravaging the land. History gave way to propaganda. Propaganda gave way to a single axiom: the enemy must be eliminated. The Insurgents, a history of madness by R.T. Elliott, the official archive. Realizing the Enoch colonization authority had abandoned them, leaving them utterly disposed to Enoch's horrors, a revolutionary group formed, calling themselves Exiles. These insurgents, as the ECA calls them, launched an all-out assault against the authority. Despite their superior numbers, the insurgents' inferior weaponry, training, and discipline resulted in their attacks being easily rebuffed. The insurgents' cause seemed all but lost, but the ECA was in for an ugly surprise. Soon after the storm started coming, the first Altered began emerging among the insurgents. The power and fury of those first monstrosities was enough to turn the tide of war. The ECA's panicked failed attempts at first killing the insurgents and their leaders and then peace brokering were met with derision. The insurgents vowed for blood. Today the insurgents are ruled by merciless, altered warlords who believe themselves to be gods near immortals who bathe in the horror of war, feeding their flock with hatred towards the ECA and a nihilistic lust for death. The Altered, a history of madness by R.T. Elliott, the official archive. Humans have been transformed into godlike beings, capable of deciding the outcome of battles. Their powers seem inextricably linked to the anomaly, though it is unknown to what extent. While they are not immune to the anomaly's effects, they are far more resilient. Among other things, they possess supernatural strength, are capable of rapid healing, and even appear to able to survive lethal injuries. I'm actually starting to have some acid reflux coming up. As I was talking, I could just taste like bile forming in my mouth. This may be a little bit of TMI, but I just... had like a horrible taste in my mouth. These qualities have raised them to the saddest living gods in many people's eyes, worshipped by many, answerable to none. A great deal remains unknown about the Altered, particularly in regard to the effects the state has on the mind. While the extent of their powers vary, many have demonstrated extreme, erratic, and irrational behaviors, akin to the mentally deranged. Some believe that the mutations which make them altered also damage the brain. Others say it is the very power they possess that corrupts them. Some are concerned with that without the presence of more moderate altered who can maintain the balance, such as Seth, the more extreme of them may seek to tear down the very walls and institutions that keep us alive. The Hounds Crime Syndicate. A criminal syndicate based in Riptown, the Hounds partake in all kinds of petty and organized crime, from selling contraband to protection, racketeering, and murder. The Hounds have marked their turf in the lower levels of Riptown and conduct many of their illicit operations there where the ECA's reach is the weakest. Elements of the Hounds first appeared during Bruno Nyberg's ECA presidency. Nyberg responded to the rise in crime by condemning those who were involved in illegal acts and comparing them to a pack of rabid hounds and mongrels. Here another. Guess it was a game audio. I keep on hearing like what sounds like water running. Yeah, it's coming from the game. The Hounds have carried such titles probably ever since. The Hounds started as a small gang of youths who accomplished a little more than stealing some food or fuel, with the authorities paying them no mind. Over the years, as the ECA's power and authority waned, the Hounds have been taking advantage of the situation, recruiting the increasingly disenfranchised and bolstering their numbers. They are now considered a force to be reckoned with. Excuse me. Sorry. Keep on burping. The Cultists, the followers of Guru Salim Quresh, a ragtag group of misguided, desperate soldiers who have fallen for the zealous and charismatic rhetoric of a cult leader. They worship the anomaly, desperate for it to grant them salvation, and they believe their masked guru, Salim Quresh, is a god. They will kill for him and die for him and are considered armed and dangerous. I vaguely remember that. The Bandits, outlaws of Dead Rock Pass. A group of thugs and outlaws who abandoned whatever duty they had in the war and made their homes in the hills and crags around Dead Rock Pass. They terrorize and rob anyone who tries to make the journey through the narrow pass. Marshal Colin revealed the bandits were once insurgent defectors who tried to join the ECA, thinking they'd get an easier time of it. Corrigan ordered them to the front line immediately after, but they balked at the prospect and fled. When they found Dead Rock Pass, they realized they could turn the road into a lucrative criminal venture. The Smugglers, war zone traffickers, a group of conmen and petty thieves with suspect affiliations. They smuggle goods and contraband across the two opposing fronts. Their leader claimed to have found Greybeard's daughter, who was trapped in the insurgent side. For a fee, she would carry letters back and forth between Greybeard and his daughter, but the letters were fake, written by the leader herself, pretending to be the daughter. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. It's kind of fucked up. The Deserters, forced inhabitants, a group of people who found themselves sharing a common goal, fleeing the trench war at all costs. Sherlock and King's retinue were the first to arrive and build the Enclave. More came to join the deserters later, people who had no idea nor dared to hope that they would survive running from the trenches and into the forest. They had found themselves being rescued by King and saved by Sherlock's precious treatment. The few rumors heard in the war zone about smugglers that could be paid to lead people to a secret enclave in the forest seemed utterly far-fetched, but they turned out to be true. King's Fighters, Rogue Army. The group of deserters that remained loyal to King after he killed Sherlock. They despised him for meddling in their affairs, for disrespecting King's authority, for stealing the native captive from them, but most of all for killing Sherlock, the man they regarded as their savior. Some savior he was. The Pax, in his epoch. The native race of intelligent beings to which August belongs. The Pax once thrived on Enoch, but have mysteriously disappeared, leaving only traces of their existence behind. The Pax possess anthropomorphic features with tall, lean bodies, little musculature, large beady eyes, and a peculiar abrasion down the middle of their face, as though perhaps their brains have grown larger than their skull had evolved to accommodate. The Pax's powers seem to have been comparable to our Altered, but they utilize them for creative rather than for destructive means. If August's behavior is anything to go by, the Pax hold an authority, pacifist disposition, while being very friendly and inquisitive. It's possible their peaceful ways were ultimately the cause of their inability to prevent their mysterious apocalypse. The Pharaohs, hostile natives. A savage, animalistic species that nevertheless exhibits a measure of sentience and higher intelligence. They have anthropomorphic features, but are larger in stature and greater in strength. They seem capable of some rudimentary communications in the form of growls and barks. I think my chair just squeezed. This is what I was hearing. They display a certain mastery of the anomaly in the same way that human Altered do. He wondered whether these pharaohs have always existed as they presently do, or whether they too were changed by the anomaly like the other creatures on Enoch. These beasts are not only in possession of human-made weapons, they are also proficient in their use. It's unclear how they could have acquired such munitions. Is it possible they came into contact with humans in the valley? Well, yes, it is. The Caravel's colonists, Monroy's chosen. Led by Commander Monroy, the Caravel must have departed or sometime after the Flores yet was able to reach Enoch first. The colonists aboard were likely among the first cutthroats, brutal people from Earth, and necessarily so. Earning a place among Monroy's Caravel was a matter of might, not merit. A small number among the colonists that worked as engineers and scientists were brought on for their expertise rather than for their savagery. But their descent was evidently not enough to stop those more than happy to follow Monroy's orders as he subjugated the Pax, unable to foresee how this only ensured their doom. The surviving Caravel's colonists barricaded themselves inside their ship and have been broadcasting a call for aid for the last 31 years, hoping the SM Flores would eventually come to their rescue and save them from the Pharaohs. But help never arrived, and over time they realized their food would not last forever. They killed each other in what likely turned into a treacherous battle royale, all to minimize the number of mouths they needed to feed, and prolong their supplies. He found their very last survivor, and once their commander, Hernando Monroy, leader of none, now lost to the desert like the rest of his people. Had you or Jacob or any of their fellow mercenaries been left stranded on Earth after the Flores' departure, It's not unlikely that you may have joined Monroy's ranks instead of the Outriders to fight for a way off the planet. And refugees from Warzone, Hope Seekers. As word of your travels and adventures spread throughout the war zones and forests, many took heart, hearing stories of the Outrider pushing the frontier just as the Outriders were meant to all those years ago. As you open the way forward to the signal, unbeknownst to you, a growing group of pilgrims are following your trail, believing in the legend of the Outriders. Next to the wreck of the caravel, as the pods fell from the sky, the pilgrims finally caught up with you. For the first time in your memory, you looked upon people's faces and saw hope. The pilgrims now look to the future, ready and willing to lend their aid to their cause. They're probably all dead because this game has a horrible ending to the story. I couldn't tell already, I'm not a big fan of how the story was ended. Indian Creature, Prologue. One of the first sightings of mammalian life on Enoch, sometimes referred to as the Space Cow. These pachyderms seemed peaceful until one of them went rabid and attacked you in the forest, using its heavy build to stubbornly charge at you again and again. Maxwell's Guard. Sergeant Maxwell, Major Charles Maxwell's personal guard, assigned to escort him to the surface of Enoch on landing day and protect him at all costs. They are trained to establish a line of defense against any would-be aggressor who threatens Maxwell, favoring maneuverability and speed over armor. Malok, a menacing Altered. Seth first introduced you to Malok when he shared his vision of the powerful Altered fighting for the insurgents. He warned you against trying to face him, but after Malok destroyed Seth, it appears you may have no choice. Malok's power seemed to have twisted him into a wretched being, barely recognizable as a human. Judged by Seth's carbonization, Malok wields fire with frightening skill. No one else among the ECA seems to know about Malok or the threat he poses, likely because none of them have survived laying eyes on him. You encounter Malok during the assault across Frenchtown. He defeated you in battle and is now at large. It seems clear that Malok is insane. He shows little allegiance to the insurgents' cause and only fights for them to satisfy whatever cryptid, depraved cause he's pursuing. Malok appears to carry a shriveled man on his back, crucified to a cross-like harness, but is still somehow alive. Is he a prisoner, forced to suffer witness to all the death and destruction the Ultra leave behind? Or could it be that this prestigious person is somehow in control? The real Malok, using a mindless meat puppet as his best vehicle. You battled Malok one last time in the trenches near Trenchtown as you were recovering one of the draw pods. Insurgent Ultra had grown even more powerful since the day he killed Seth and nearly ended your own life. But he was no match for you this time. You defeated the maniacal Altered and can claim Seth's death's finally avenged. The story behind the person he carried crucified to his back remains a mystery. A mystery that probably will not be resolved because they're probably not going to make a sequel to this game. Gauss, Besieger of Rifttown. Do you control your powers or do they control you? It is not too late to pick the winning side. An insurgent Altered gifted with the power to manipulate electromagnetic energy. Gauss has taken residence in the solar tower near Rifttown, blocking a crucial supply line that supports Rifttown. Rumors about his upgrading talents he was born on Enoch in the early days of the colony. Orphaned at age 5, the boy barely survived childhood and non-stop chaos and violence. Like many among the insurgents, his grief turned into a festering anger for the ECA's actions that led to his parents' death. The day a storm hit his platoon, mutating him into a powerful Altered, was the day he could truly realize his fury. Gauss went on a rampage inside the ECA for days on end, leading to the loss of his much ground in Eagle Peaks. A transition from moving to Alter seems to take an immense toll on the psyche. While the negative expressions of the individual's personality are amplified, many of their positive traits are muted. Their personal relationships quickly deteriorate. They grow alienated from their communities and eventually become entirely detached from society. It's unknown whether this is a result of an innate condition of being altered or whether it is due to how the altered are perceived and feared by those they once called friends. You end Gauss's life beneath the shadow of the solar tower and reopen the supply line that delivers food and resources to Riptown's people. For the time being, their lives will be slightly easier. Salim Koresh, a cult leader. Go forth and embrace the anomaly. Leader of the cult of the anomaly, centered in the mountains of Eagle Peaks, Salim Koresh His twistedly charismatic and manipulative figure has been able to bring most soldiers into following his death cult. Salem used to be stationed in the Eagle Peaks during construction on the radio tower when he was partly altered by a violent anomaly storm which ripped his face apart. He disappeared into the mountains, but not for long. He fashioned a mask to cover his own hideous one, and began rebranding himself as guru of a cult of the anomaly. Rumors came to us as Salem fashioned his many-faced mask to fashion his many-faced mask to represent the anomaly's presence. I can't read. Omnipresence. His ability to permeate all living and inanimate matter. Like the anomaly, his many faces can see right through our souls. Salem Karash is a talented and treacherous orator, able to stir a crowd into violence with his rhetoric. He proclaims himself to be a half-god, and most of those who follow him believe it. He is considered unstable and dangerous, and if located, should be terminated with extreme prejudice. Apologies if you heard like a dog barking. That's my dog. She was kind of barking in the backyard. I think the painters are gone now. Yaga, Grand Warlord of the Pharaohs, a towering creature that appears to lead the Pharaohs. The Pharaohs do not seem to be entirely mindless beasts like the rest of the monsters encountered on Enoch, and their warlord stands most cunning among them, evident by the trap he laid for you and your crew. Yaga abducted your companions and killed Jakob. You were able to feed him, but he fled before you could finish him off. Encountering the warlord of these creatures in the desert for the second time suggests he is tracking you. Seeing him standing next to an anomaly, you were not sure if the warlord was praying to the storm or conjuring it. Yagak and his army attacked Carabao as the Hedi was trying to call down the forest pods. Went out to meet the Grand Warlord in combat. The sheer rage and anomaly energy coursing through Yaga reaches zenith when you battled him. You defeated the Grand Warlord and forced the remaining pharaohs to flee. Dr. Detonator, Pyrotechnics Maniac. The ringleader of the bandits that terrorized Deadrock Pass. Stories of machines brought to life, whether they were magical war golems or killer androids, have always captured his disturbed imagination. With the loot he accumulated, robbing travelers along the pass, he was finally able to try and recreate these inventions. Many a bystander lost their lives to his failed explosive experiments. Eventually, he was able to subtly manipulate anomaly energy to activate and control mechanical devices. He created a number of deadly weapon turrets, though they are nowhere as impressive as he believes them to be. Dr. Detonator's moniker is of his own invention, a result of his overactive imagination and collection of fanfiction. Dr. Detonator wears another obsession on the sleeve: explosives. Makes use of explosive traps, incendiary and shrapnel grenades, and high explosive shells for his shotgun. I do not remember this guy at all. Warlord Ahir, one of the pharaoh warlords protecting the sacred Pax temple in the desert. If Tron's vision was real, these warlords could well have been some of the first to transform into pharaohs all those years ago. And then proceeded to guide the rest of the Pax to their transformation. August once told Tiago of a Pax legend of 5 fearless guardians, protectors of the Pax, who changed into dark beings and drove many other Pax to that same darkness. Could August have been referring to these 5 pharaoh warlords? What's certain is that these warlords were unmatched by any other pharaoh in the ways of war, with the possible exception of their grand chieftain Yagak himself. The hero was an agile pharaoh that provided critical support for his fellow guardians with an assault rifle, capable of spotting even the most opaque openings and taking advantage of them with surgical precision. Warlords Taru and Grood. Just one person. 2 of the pharaoh warlords protecting a sacred Pax temple in the desert. If Sean's vision was real, these warlords could have been some of the first to transform into pharaohs all those years ago, and then proceeded to guide the rest of the Pax to their transformation. August once told Tiago of a Pax legend of 5 fearless guardians, protectors of the Pax, who changed into dark beings and drove many other Pax to that same darkness. Could August have been referring to these same 5 pharaoh warlords? What's certain is that these warlords were unmatched by any other pharaohs in the way of war, with the possible exception of their grand chieftain Yagak himself. Taru and Grid displayed deadly skill in their use of a shotgun, likely twin brothers judging by their similar appearance. Warlord Druska, one of the pharaoh warlords protecting a sacred Pax temple in the desert, and this is all repeat. Let's repeat as well, skipping down to the bottom. For years, Jessica was the first to spot trespassers. As soon as they spotted them, stepped onto their holy ground, and he would quickly eliminate them with his rifle before their second step. Warlord Raydra. I kind of remember this guy. So this is also repeat. What's certain is the prodigious Raydra was the last line of defense for these feral guardians, the terminal keeper of their holy site, and arguably the deadliest one. The first altar, the fabled altered. The first altered was what many call the insurgent that first exhibited that terrible godlike powers for which the altered came to be known and worshipped for. The first altered forever changed the course of the war between the ECA and the insurgents when he butchered most of the ECA's top officials, including President Nyberg. Although Seth is famous for putting down that attack, it wasn't until several years later that Seth defeated the first altered in a duel on No Man's Land. Although it is doubtful that the first altered could survive his fall into that deep rift, some say he is still alive and hidden deep inside insurgent territory, leading their forces as a supreme leader. That first altered is Moloch. Currently an hour and 40 minutes into this recording. As I said, it's going to be a long video. Captain Stinkeye. Captain Stinkeye was a sniper encountered in an insurgent-controlled facility during a high-risk eviction job for Corrigan. It's unlikely that he came up with his own name, given that toxic smoke within the facility was literally glowing, and that it did not seem to like true industrial runoff. There's a good chance that Stinkeye created himself using his powers. It's often been rumored that there are altered out there whose mutation allows them to urinate radiation. Turns out the rumors may have been true. Fisherman. Fear-mongering altered. The fisherman wasn't a ghost, but a powerful insurgent captain who had seemingly taken on the mantle of the dreaded figure from a local campfire tales. The real name of the fisherman remains unknown, but this altered watched over the river pass from Driftwater to Black Gulch, in command of a small force of insurgents. It seems he used the old tales to stoke fear in those who ventured into their territory. The original fisherman, according to legend, went mad after the insurgents butchered his family, only to rise from the dead and exact a brutal revenge on the killers. The harbor bell would toll for each raider he gutted. Between this dark history, the hostile weather, and the treacherous lake, Driftwater came to be seen as cursed and tainted, even haunted. Taking full advantage of the legends, this insurgent captain began encouraging the old stories, give them new life. Those unlucky patrols that did find their way into Driftwater were primed for trickery and terror. The fishermen soldiers would hide in huts and boats, allowing the enemy to become rattled by the eerie silence as they backed themselves up against the water. With a distracting ring of the harbor bell, the insurgents would launch a swift and seemingly supernatural assault. Any who survived would go on to spread the story anew. And Commander Ershkigal, insurgent leader. Though the sun shined unobstructed from above, the commander appeared wreathed in shadow as if no light could touch that imposing figure standing over me. An account of an ECA soldier who claims he survived a brief encounter with the commander. There's nothing that's known about the insurgents and the commander. None of the ECA's intelligence gathering missions have returned alive. According to fragments of chatter, battlefield rumors, and less savory sources of intel, this powerful altered is currently the highest ranking insurgent leader. Though individual insurgent warlords have often emerged, this commander has somehow rallied the entire front under a single banner, without ever having been seen on the battlefield. The insurgent's devotion appears to be inspired by a mixture of charisma, brutal control, and his sources are accurate, extremely dark altered abilities that raise the commander to godlike stature. It seems that even the infamous Moloch never chose to challenge the new leader's dominance. Captured insurgent speaks of the commander in reverent, almost religious tones. What am I hearing? I'm like hearing these strange sounds. I can't tell if it's coming from my headset or if it's coming from my room or outside my room. Captured insurgents speak of the commander in reverent, almost religious tones, repeating riddles about a new Enoch with fervent zeal. It is believed the insurgents practice of forcing their prisoners to march into an anomaly storm, as that mad Captain Raynor once said to you, began as a series of increasingly unhinged directives from this commander. A dark rumor stirs among the ECA ranks that this commander could actually be the first Ultra, the notorious insurgent who decimated the ECA's top brass, killing President Nyberg himself before finally being put down by Seth. There has long been the legend that the first Ultra somehow survived and re-emerged to lead the insurgents from shadows, but there's no evidence to support this. One thing is known since stories of Commander first arose, the insurgents movement had been more calculated and precise, forcing the ECA to rethink its strategies. Extreme caution is advised. What am I hearing now? I'm hearing something like going on. He met the insurgent's commander on a perch high above the Black Gulch. The commander is not what anyone imagined. For one, she's no man. She calls herself Ereshkigal. According to Zahidi, Ereshkigal was what the Mesopotamians called their queen of the dead, ruler of the underworld. It seems not all the myths of the old Earth are dead yet. Her style and manner of speaking is surprisingly regal and refined, as is her appearance, though somewhat corrupted by the changes brought on by the anomaly. Most mystifying of all are Ereshkigal's altered powers. Her body is shrouded in shadows and she seems able to command manifestations. It's kind of from my head, so that's what I'm hearing. Others darkness as though they were her limbs. No other Ultra has been observed to wield powers like hers, bringing into question whether a mutation is entirely unique or whether a new breed of Ultra has begun to emerge on Enoch. Though Grand Marshal Sarah Goodman peacefully surrendered to Commander Ereshkigal, the insurgent leader murdered her at the summit. Enraged by this betrayal, the Outrider pursued the commander into no man's land and finally confronted her, summoning the power needed to kill her and end the war. Ereshkigal's philosophy appeared to be brutally simple, that those changed by the anomaly had been deemed fit for survival in a new united Enoch, but those the anomaly destroyed were not worthy. Transformation through the anomaly would liberate humanity from all the flaws that led to our suffering in the first place. She seemed to consider herself a messiah, a shepherd who would create a better Enoch, at least better for her and those who could survive. In the end, the Outrider prevented her from furthering her plans, but she took to the grave all the secrets of who she was before the war and how she manifested her unique shadow powers. Insurgents, Raynor. Let's see how fast you can run. A sadistic crew officer leading insurgent forces opposite Riptown. He captured you and sentenced you to death by forcing you to walk across no man's land and found pleasure in doing so. Though Raynor's first name is unknown, it's believed his parents were Brazilian metal workers who were killed savagely in the early years of colonization. Reports say he grew up with a gang of homeless children. Hold on. Started talking in the hallway. Reports say he grew up in a gang of homeless children living in the gutters, probably stealing food and dodging bullets. I think many of those caught out in the open with only makeshift shacks that corrugated to steal for shelter. They were struck by a storm. Many of his friends died while Raynor alone survived the storm and was transformed, but he did not become a true altered. As the case with other so-called captains, his powers are limited. He is by no means less dangerous. Raynor's abilities saw him conscripted into the insurgent army soon after. His new mid-level powers elevated him and granting him command of a platoon of insurgents. Sources say Raynor carries a chip on a shoulder, forever feeling stunted, unfurnished, and not fully altered or human. I can't remember if we killed this guy or not. Captains. Those among the insurgents who display unique alter-like abilities are promoted to captain and given command of a platoon of soldiers. For most ordinary soldiers facing against them, the difference between a captain and an altered is usually lost on them. Despite what many captains like to claim, they don't quite match up to the power and ferocity of an altered. But there are many more of them, and their skills are a significant boon to any who fight alongside them. The captain is assigned to positions that the insurgent deem crucial to hold or attack, as their high resilience and ability to turn even the most spent, hopeless group the soldiers into a formidable force makes them a clear danger. No captain is identical to another, as each one brings a different combination of abilities, weapons, and armor to the battlefield. Riflemen. Forming the backbone in most of the cannon fodder of the insurgent army, the rifleman is the first line of defense and the first line of attack. They are responsible for fortifying defenses, replenishing ammunition, maintaining equipment, manning stationary guns, keeping watch, and the disgusting, undignified work of cleaning out the filth that accumulates in the trenches. In combat, the rifleman is an agile, fast-moving soldier that provides cover support for other units that prefer to close or keep their distance. The rifleman will attempt flanking maneuvers or use frag grenades to flush out targets that hunker down behind cover, and can deploy smoke canisters to conceal positions and confuse their opponents. It only takes a heartbeat to qualify for a rifleman. They are granted minimal armor. And given the room to maneuver and use their grenades, however, they can pose a deadly threat. Breacher. In the confines of the trenches, the firepower and spread of a shotgun known as a trench reaper can clear out most unarmored opposition in seconds. Soldiers fortunate enough to make it across no man's land and jump into an enemy trench are able to quickly clear both directions in seconds. While automatic shotguns are the most devastating, pump shotguns can be just as lethal when used by rapid fire when using the rapid slam fire mode. Requiring little skill, this weapon has a greater hit probability in tight spaces than most automatic weapons. The breacher will relentlessly close distance with their target in order to deliver lethal hits at close range. The weapon's small range requires heavy armor, especially frontal. The breacher carries a bundle of grenades on its back which he uses liberally, all but a single one that happens to be attached to a dead man switch. Cutthroat. Entirely familiar with the claustrophobic narrows of the trenches, soldiers are often forced to engage in hand-to-hand combat using their fists or the butts of their weapons, but facing against a charging, ululating cutthroat wielding a size, there's little the average soldier can do to fight back. A crazy suicidal zealot that has forsaken projectile weapons for the thrill getting up close and personal. The cutthroat will often tightly bind their arms, legs, or waist with cords to restrict blood flow. If they are wounded, this stops them from bleeding out before they've slaughtered their target. If they succeed in closing distance with their prey, the cutthroat unleashes a flurry of deadly strikes with the sharpened weapons. Their best defense is to relentlessly charge ahead, head on, and never turn their back to their enemy. Cutthroat is not only fearless in the face of death, but actively seeks martyrdom and is deadlier for it. Marksman. The stalemate of the trenches provides insurgents with plenty of opportunities to practice their marksmanship. The best crack shots are given scoped rifles and promoted to the position of marksman. Often operating from the distances of hundreds of meters away, the sniper has learned to identify high-value targets, blend with the environment, and negotiate the wind, humidity, and spin drift that will affect every shot. The sniper prefers to keep a healthy distance from any immediate danger and uses their rifles long range to harass and take down opponents from far. Together with the laser pointer to improve target acquisition, to increase speed for quick repositioning, the sniper sacrifices armor, and even when cornered, their sidearm can still pose a danger to weakened foes. Fodder. The base trenches at Scar's length of the valley calls for tacticians that will call down artillery barrages where they can cause the most damage. The fodder takes on the role as a long-distance support fighter, equipped with a marksman rifle and signal radio, trained to identify coordinates and order artillery strikes. When calling down a strike, the spotter prioritizes targets that are grouped up or hiding behind cover. Their ability to call artillery strikes makes them a high-priority target, which is why they prefer to maintain a good distance from opponents, and will attempt to fall back at the first sign of trouble. Ironclad. Lacking the resources to find reliable mechanized armor capable of navigating the terrain of the trenches, the insurgents are resorted to the next best thing. Soldiers demonstrating lesser powers, capable of carrying dense armor and heavy weaponry. The Ironclad uses inhuman strength to wield a powerful chain gun and is more than happy to hunker down and unload a stream of bullets in the general direction of any opponent. If an opponent is foolish enough to approach the Ironclad, they will use their strength to slam the ground and knock targets off their feet. The Ironclad wears multiple plates of ballistic armor that only concentrated fire can break apart. Cremator. The insurgents are well versed in psychological warfare and sometimes seem to regard it more highly than standard warfare itself. Two sounds of war strike the greatest. Two sounds of war strike the greatest fear in the rank and file of the ECA. The telltale whistle of mortar shells are hurled through the air, threatening to tear them into shreds at any moment, and the screams of their fellow soldiers as they are burned alive at the fire speed from a flamethrower. The insurgents are sadistic enough to combine these weapons into one unit, the cremator. The cremator employs powers and weaponry to rival the altered. When close range, they unleash hell with a flesh-melting flamethrower. From far, they fire incendiary shells with a mortar launcher carried on their back, which is about the only time they'll take a breather and reload the weapon. When surrounded, they can pound on the ground to shake targets off their feet, and despite their heavy armor, their supreme strength allows them to charge over a moderate distance with a short burst of effort. Steel Marcher. Taken from former slaves and convicts are bred into super soldiers, and Steel Marchers are the most effective insurgent shock troopers. Heavily armored with a massive hole of a breastplate, he wields a modified 6-barrel minigun with an attached grenade launcher. The Steel Marcher's weapon is capable of producing high-powered bursts that lay down a curtain of fire in a large arc, pinning down their target while the built-in grenade launchers can shoot a series of high-explosive grenades. I don't remember these enemies at all. I don't remember like Steel Marker or what the heck it was called. Executioner. Massive sadistic brutes that serve as the enforcers of the commander's judgment. The executioners are armed with hulking two-handed weapons and are extremely dangerous. They rarely appear on the battlefront, but when they do, their formidable frame and legendary cruelty keeps the insurgents in line and their weapons at bay. Their great size sometimes leaves them sluggish, and without a ranged weapon, they can be vulnerable in the open. It is why they carry long chains they use to restrain their targets, giving them the time to stride up to their prey and rescue them with a single blow. Once they condemn a foe, they will relentlessly pursue them with a singular fixation and will not stop until their twisted sense of judgment has surpassed. I think this guy and these two are from the DLC. Pyramid Guard. These gargantuan ironclad soldiers must have been warped by the anomaly, seemingly hyper-evolved by overexposure to the storms. Rumors persist that it was Erskogol's orders that sent these fighters into the storms again and again. No doubt many of their comrades did not survive Erskogol's brutal Darwinian selection process. Their enhanced physique allowed Pyramid Guards to wield firepower that would normally be reserved for an NPC or tank, along with intimidating melee weapons that could crush anything that gets too close. Knowing the damage these behemoths could have dealt with on the battlefield, it suggests Erskogol prioritized her own security over effective allocation of her resources to the war effort. In 1 second again. I think the painters are packing up to leave. They sound like they're collapsing a ladder. So if you hear like metal clashing, that's what that is. Warzone Beastry and Molten Akari. An enormous arachnid, the Molten Akari has made its home deep inside the volcano in Eagle Peaks, and has likely been the progenitor for most of the smaller arachnids found in the region. Not only is it oblivious to the extreme temperatures inside the volcano, it seems to relish bathing and drinking in the magma. It manipulates the magma to defend its den, all the while jumping around the walls, as well as using it as a catalyst to transform itself and better counter any would-be attackers. The chitinous shell that covers the Molten Akari forms a hardened exoskeleton, but even when the shell is cracked or broken off, the lava that flows over its body quickly hardens in volcanic rock, covering its exposed areas. Perfero. Like most of the monstrous creatures seen on Enoch, the Perfero was a pre-existing species that rapidly evolved by the corruption of the anomaly, yet the true evolutionary lineage of this creature is unknown. Some have speculated that a primate-like being may have once existed in the regions the Perfero can be found, though no such being was ever recorded. Others say there is a far simpler explanation for the Perfero's eerie resemblance to human anatomy. It was one of the first hostile creatures that attacked the colony in its early years. The Perfero is a lithe, bipedal creature with uneven extremities. It is characteristic for its single, large, sharp needle-like claw, where the creature's name likely originates from the Latin perfero, to pierce. Another theory posits the name comes from from the peripheral's ability to penetrate defenses by swarming a single entry point. I am having a hard time reading again. While estimates have been made to calculate the peripheral's population, they always seem to fall short of their true numbers. They count among the most numerous of all creatures, owing to a rapid gestation period and a very precocial birth, which makes them abnormally strong and even capable of hunting from the moment they are born. A common observation made by ECA soldiers is that for every peripheral they kill, three more will soon show up. Bigger and stronger than most humans, it will protect its hive until its dying breath. The peripheral serves as a foot soldier of the hive, hunting for food to bring back to the nest. As observed with other species affected by the anomaly, some anomaly energy seems to concentrate in the torso of the creature, possibly originating from the heart. Powers have not yet matured in the peripheral, however, despite the growth of its chest having effectively broken through its ribcage. Rarely observed alone, it prefers to roam in numbers and rapidly descend on its prey, dodging and weaving. Venomous peripheral. The venomous peripheral ambushes its prey. It's often disoriented and confused prey with a barrage of acidic spit. The spit comes from the creature's stomach, where an overproduction of this acid forces them to expectorate regularly. The venomous peripheral supports the rest of the peripheral in the hunting pack when roaming further out of their territory, closing off escape routes and denying. When called upon, they are ardent defenders of the hive. The thick skin they have developed to resist their own corrosive spit, translating to a highly natural resilience. Alpha peripheral. The alpha peripheral is the adult defender of its kind and the only peripheral capable of fertilizing the brood mother's eggs. The anomaly mutation has fully developed in the creature and manifests in a protective layer that absorbs most impacts. Much larger than other peripheral, the alpha peripheral's overgrown muscles allow it to make great leaps and swing with powerful force. The alpha peripheral will stray out of the hive when necessary, leading the hunting pack. Broodmother. The broodmother is a prime specimen among all peripheral, stronger than even the alpha. She is powerfully attuned to the anomaly's energy, owing to the mature gland found in her overgrown torso. She can store that energy in it and draw upon those reserves of power to unleash devastating attacks. A broodmother usually resides inside the hive, tending to her young, but the others go in search of food and fresh corpses. The latter serving as incubation chambers for the eggs the broodmother lays inside of them, awaiting fertilization by the alphas. Oh, it's not that the corpses being for incubation chambers. Only when absolutely necessary will this mother of peripherals go into battle, typically against trespassers that enter her lair. As a mind of the hive, she will raise the alert when she senses incoming threats, calling all her children to her defense. It seems that among broodmothers there is a kind of hierarchy, with the stronger ones able to govern even larger swarms of peripheral or even other broodmothers. This remains a highly contested theory, as a few scientists who continue their research on the matter end up closer to the subjects than they had wished for. Creature. This creature occupies Enoch skies, regularly dive bombing on its prey and catching them unaware. With a preference for carrion, this creature is content to let others do the heavy work, then sweep in to steal the prize. The creature's cunning is evident in the ways it uses its sharp beak and talons to strike at the eyes and face, disabling its prey's ability to fight back while depending on quick turns and rolls to avoid getting hit. Its large wingspan is made up of long horse feathers. When close to naturally falling out, this creature uses anomaly energy to turn these feathers necrotic, suddenly hardening them to take on the form of various projectiles which it can shoot out at will. Strix. An insectoid with an elongated, iridescent carapace covering its body and semi-transparent, uneven wings that allow it to fly and hover. The Strix uses its long tail both as a contrary to control its flight and for its barbed stinger that it swings with deadly precision. While it can spray toxins from its mouth over a distance, deadly in numbers, it flits. Oh, let me go and read that again. The Strix uses its long tail both as contrary to control its flight and for its barbed stinger that it swings with deadly precision. While it can spray toxins from its mouth over a distance. I misread that. Deadly in numbers, it flits and flickers back and forth, distracting its prey with the subtle buzzing of its wings. When it chooses its target, the Strix will debilitate the prey with rapid fire or explosive toxic projectiles. Anomalous spiders. Arthropods most closely related to arachnids. The anomalous spider is a social insect that thrives in large numbers and possesses a strong swarm instinct. Folio brave its fragility and the volatile substances that fill its abdomen. It offers to hide in rocky terrain and cracks and uses its multiple appendages to glide along the ground at great speed and surprise invaders that threaten its territory. Mauler. The colonists that arrived on Flores made efforts to domesticate the space cow, the Mauler's evolutionary predecessor, and turned it into a working animal. They were quickly disabused of the notion when the creature turned hostile. The Mauler's jaw now appears to be in a state of rapid expansion, growing to such an extent as to create a second set of enormous teeth that rip at the corners of its mouth and split its skull down the middle. The sighting of a Mauler is a reliable indicator that they were born nearby, including their parent, the far more dangerous behemoth. Despite their heavy-set appearance of their skin, the power in their legs afford them a good speed, which they use to keep their distance. They are nevertheless quick to enrage if they happen to lose their parent and will use their legs to leap and strike. Behemoth. The behemoth is the matured, larger, more powerful form of the Mauler. Distinguishable for having grown prominent horns that it uses to balance itself as though they were a tail. It believes these horns can sense a subtle vibration in the environment and thus potential threats to the pack. The skin develops several more layers as the creature matures, slowing the creature down. Although it's capable of short bursts of speed when it jumps and lunges, its jaw has continued to grow to unnatural proportions, granting it a number of more teeth. And no indication that this growth that ever stops is possible, it eventually leads to the behemoth's death. Brood matron. In the intricate social rules that govern peripheral hierarchy, this appears to be an elder broodmother known as a matron. The bee somehow found its way into the old chemical plant and have been trapped there ever since. It's likely that after people abandoned the area, the broodmother made its lair here. When the insurgent moved in to restart the facility, they sealed it off in an isolated section. It must have suffered terrible pain and disfigurement from the chemicals that lined this place. Raging Behemoth. A dangerous behemoth that prowled in and around the metal-rich cave complex found within the wreckage zone. This creature likely found easy prey, and the miners Corrigan would send here to extract the ores, and seems to have torn them to pieces in a rage. It has now decided to make the place a permanent hunting ground. Relentless Behemoth. Among the creatures that reign supreme over most of the Eagle Peaks, this behemoth managed to establish its own territory in the rocks and ice. Relentless even in the extreme cold, Relentless Behemoth learned how to navigate the difficult terrain of these mountains and how to hunt prey and protect the carcass from the vultures that would steal it. It was observed to take advantage of skirmishes between ECA and insurgent forces, quickly leaping in to catch them unawares, grabbing a couple soldiers and spawn at once, or escape back to its lair to feed its young. Fresh Molt Akari. A less mature example of the molten Akari encountered while aiding Corporal Dunham in securing the mountain regions of the valley. Both Akari lived within the vent of an active volcano, although the one in Eagle Peaks had caved in somewhat. Perhaps the Akari feed on the minerals within the walls that form their hatching grounds as they grow. Akari, like Strix, do not seem to mutate as severely due to the anomaly. It's possible that invertebrates tend to grow only larger after exposure. It seems that even the anomaly can make spiders more ugly. Forest Bestiary Chrysaloid. A giant of the forest that shakes the ground with his every movement. Among Enoch's largest witnessed creatures, the Chrysaloid reaches the height of a skyscraper, slamming its enormous arms like wrecking balls, tearing up and throwing mountains and trees. Several characteristics point to the Chrysaloid having insectoid ancestors. Mainly the overgrown mandibles around the mouth, the remains of what may have once been wings on its back, and the cocoon which it still has not grown out of. It is possible the creature was once a caterpillar-like insect that entered its cocoon It was interrupted by the anomaly's freak evolution that exploded in size. In fact, the crystalloid appears to be in the final stage of a long process of breaking out of its chrysalis. The crystalloid is capable of emitting extreme frequencies to defend itself. A deep reverberating low pitch will summon its offspring, which will swarm any threat to its mother. And its high frequency piercing shriek can crack a rock or burst the eardrums of its attacker. Tyrannus. A particularly deadly variant of the moss-cloaked behemoth, the Tyrannus terrorized the Enclave for some time, able to catch unawares many who ventured outside the Enclave. The creature exhibited superior intelligence to its counterparts, observed by how it would target isolated prey while carefully avoiding the many traps and snares laid by the camp's trappers. Trappers did all they could to conceal their scent and tracks, but nothing seemed to work. Some speculate the Tyrannus was highly sensitive to the anomaly and could identify subtle disturbances caused by the presence of humans. They made the creature with Juno's blessing has earned you some gratitude with the deserters. Crawler. The rapid evolution of Enoch's fauna is most apparent in the crawler. The creature's arms and spine have grown to grotesque proportions, while its legs have been rendered vestigial and capable of supporting its own body weight. It uses its forearms and claws to drag itself forward. It favors dark, moist habitats like caves, swamps, and marshes, where traversal is easiest, though it will venture anywhere if it gets hungry enough. The anomaly seems to have particularly affected the crawler. The energy pulsates through the creature and constantly threatens to bust out of its chest, an effect the crawler has learned to use to its advantage. The crawler appears to be a slothful creature, but is easily provoked and rarely jumps into action. An encounter with them forces most men to hide as quickly as we would from a storm. Blood Morpher. A menacing creature that makes deliberate use of its claws and strength to whittle down its prey, and is able to turn the very blood it spills into a deadly weapon. The Blood Morpher displays a cunning unseen in other fauna on Enoch, and could well be closer to a conscious, self-aware, native being than any monster you have encountered. In fact, the creature appears disturbingly human-like in its anatomy and blurs the line that separates mankind from monster kind. Perhaps it's better to avoid categorizing it in the rest of its kin altogether. Sylvan Mauler. A subspecies of the mauler that has adapted to the environmental conditions of the forest. The Sylvan Mauler has developed a resistance to the poisonous mushrooms it consumes. That very poison gets stuck in its fangs and paws, and it can often spread the poison with its attacks. The presence of the Sylvan Mauler betrays more are likely close behind, sometimes even accompanied by its progenitor, the moss-cloaked behemoth. Although their thick hide can slow them down, they still possess enough mobility to trample their prey. Short-tempered, they'll fly into a rage using strong limbs to pounce on their prey. Moss-cloaked behemoth. A subspecies of the behemoth has adapted to the environmental conditions of the forest. Moss-cloaked behemoth has developed a resistance to the poisonous mushrooms it consumes. That very poison gets stuck in its multiplying fangs and large paws and can likely spread the poison with its attacks. The moss-cloaked behemoth is a parent to the Sylvan Mauler, recognizable for its singular large horns. The bushes and other foliage caught in the creature's horns inadvertently helps it better conceal itself when on the hunt. Judging by the damage to the trunks of trees near the moss-cloaked behemoth's habitat, this variety appears to have incorporated the flora as part of either its territory marking or mating ritual. Rubbing against hard bark has hardened the creature's skin further, which has made this creature somewhat I always freaking hate that word. Sclerotic, I guess. That's what I meant. I've seen that word before. I've read that word before, but I never knew how to pronounce it. It's still able to muster the strength to charge and leap. Earthshaker Behemoth. Near as deadly as a storm, this behemoth must have been drawn to the area by the same humming noise that tormented Tiago, named Earthshaker after the quake that follows each step it takes with its prodigious feat. Considering many more deadly creatures were likely attracted here by the same hum, easy prey would have been hard to find. This left such apex predators having nothing to prey on but other predators, leaving only the strongest among them still standing. The Earthshaker Behemoth stood the tallest. Grove Warden Behemoth. A behemoth known as a Grove Warden due to the territory it seems to have marked out deep inside an unfamiliar region of the forest. You found the Grove Warden trying to claim a pod for itself, and that it was responsible for the deaths of many of Juno's people that went missing there, ignorant they were trespassing on its territory. The anomaly appears to have amplified the Grove Warden's behemoth parental instinct, judging by the strong bond between it and its young. The death of either could drive the other into a frenzy, into a manifest thirst for vengeance. Brood Guardian. This brood mother seems to differ from the rest of its kind, focused more on defending the hive's territory rather than its eggs. It's likely the scarcity of water in the region makes the water that sometimes It's likely the scarcity of water in the region makes the water that sometimes emerges near the hive all the more precious, and a vital resource for all other brood mothers. Other purpose seem less protective of this mother, perhaps a reflection of her lower status in the hierarchy. Nevertheless, a brood guardian is among the deadliest in battle, capable of surviving in the harshest of conditions. Fiercely territorial, it will fight to the death to shield its fellow peripheral from harm and secure the region on which the hives depend on. Brood Duchess. This creature may have stand near the sacred monument in the ancient ruins. It may have grown complacent and fat while gorging itself within the safe confines of the monument's walls. But it was no less deadly for it and no less enraged to find a drop pod and breach its domain. Living in such a remote region, practically locked in a tower, you found naming it very easily. Unfortunately for the Duchess, you were right before the knight in shining armor. King's Captains. Utterly loyal to their commander, King's Captain once enforced Gerlach's regime over the Enclave while holding off incursions by some of the largest creatures of the forest. With that regime in ruins, they now lead King's fighters into battle. Building altar-like abilities, they are the only ones among King's army who can hope to match up against the Outrider. Each King's Captain brings a different set of abilities, weapons, and armor into battle, suited to their unique fighting style. Trapper. Having grown up in the chaos of the trenches, many deserters carried with them a tactical and combat experience that was ill-suited for the forest and its creatures. Many were forced to adapt the hard way, to learn how to hunt and provide food for the camp. Other King's Captains had become formidable trappers, trained to better deal with the monsters that had become the greater threat, employing traps and setting up choke points, learning how to quickly navigate the forest terrain while making good use of camouflage. Most trappers are loyal to King, believing he has always been the true leader of the Enclave. They are equipped with a standard assault rifle and a poisonous gas grenades used to deny an area, funnel their target into a cozy little killing zone. Bone Wrecker. These trappers who prove themselves capable of hunting down the most dangerous of the forest fauna advance in range to become Bone Wreckers, one of the few fighters able to take a monster's head on and live. The Bone Wrecker's weapon of choice delivers a scatter shot that is effective at dispatching multiple smaller enemies at once, wounding larger creatures that are concealed behind the forest brush or thicket, or finishing off stragglers with a point-blank shot to the head. Since their unique armor can withstand most blows, the Bone Wrecker is uniquely equipped to take down packs of creatures with a powerful shotgun, and prefers to do it by steadily advancing into battle, tossing the grenades stored into the backpack, and relying on support fighters to cover their back. Amazon. When Skurlock and King first established a camp, their low numbers meant that many women had to join the men in their fight against the forest dangers. As the Enclave grew stronger and fortifications were erected, there was less of a need for women to fight, and many were relegated to maintaining the camp, getting and cooking prey, taking care of the wounded and sick. But there was one group of women who proved themselves to be particularly effective fighters, feared by even those in the Enclave, calling themselves Amazons. Their smaller size, quick feet, and silent bladed weapons meant they could be easily overlooked by monsters who focused on the bigger targets, allowing them to quickly close in and land precision strikes that would debilitate the monster and bleed it out, without so much as suffering a scratch. The Amazons pledged their allegiance to the King, who now dedicates them to scouting and discovering monster lairs and nests, and sometimes even acting as bait to draw out the most troublesome bees. When not doubling as a cook, the The Amazon enjoys slicing and dicing from up close with their blade weapons. The Amazon sacrifices armor in favor of high movement speed and maneuverability to match that of the creatures they often encounter. They can easily dodge, slip and slide to a close distance with their prey, and even can even force targets out of hiding with an aerial strike. Something else. Huntsman. Often facing creatures many times their size, King's fighters learned the value of camouflage combined with hit and run tactics. King's best marksmen were given scoped hunting rifles and donned with the ghillie suit that rendered them indistinguishable from their environment. Huntsmen can camp a location and hold still for days waiting for prey to cross their path, but the perfect opportunity is either laser point or decorate the space between their target's eyes. The huntsman uses expert camouflage and little armor to quickly move through the forest and eliminate monsters from afar. Operating in a dense forest with limited sightlines, the huntsman has learned to identify high-value targets, blend with the environment, and find the best positions from which to attack. Demolisher. While many predators on Earth seek out and isolate the weakest among a group of prey, the deserters observe that the monsters of Enoch have behaved differently. Whether alone or in packs, they focus on the toughest, most intimidating presence, as though taking them out would establish their dominance and allow them to feast on the weaker with ease. To compound this reality, some of the forest creatures are so enormous in size, standard weaponry or hunting methods cannot quite achieve the hundreds upon hundreds of bullets it takes to bring them down. When monsters of such size threaten the camp and need to be put down quickly, king spiders call in the Demolisher to their advantage. When facing against such hordes and monstrosity, the Demolisher treasures through thick brush like a human tank, layers upon layers of armor on their back, taking point with a chain gun, attracting the full attention of attacking monsters and giving the rest of the fighters time to finish them off. King's Huntmaster. A captain under King's command, this Huntmaster spearheaded the incursion that sought to recover the drop pod that fell near the ancient ruins. Unfortunately for him, the pod landed inside the sacred monument that blocked his access, despite his damaged attempt to blow the doors open. King's Enforcer. The Enforcer is a high-ranking captain among the privileged few who have been promoted to King's personal entourage, responsible for guarding their leader from all harm. King must be using enforcers to cover his retreats to avoid confronting you, or at the very least, he's sending them out to act on his behalf. Like other captains, they bring armor and a variety of weapons and anomaly-based abilities and count themselves among the deadliest of King's fighters. We're not almost done. We still have lots to do. Desert Bestiary Callous Mauler. Like the Sylvan Mauler, the Callous Mauler is another variant that has acclimated itself to the desert. One of the ways the creature's physiology has thrived in this environment is by fully embracing the scorching temperatures to the point where the Callous Mauler's attacks can set its prey on fire. The creature is typically accompanied by more of its kind and often led by a parent, the bigger wasteland behemoth. Their limbs have grown familiar to the unstable terrain, allowing them to hop and leap with ease despite their weight, even more so when they've flown into a rage. Currently 2 hours and 22 minutes into this recording, and I'm still not even about like halfway done with enemies, and I still have so much to do. I may end the recording for now after I complete this category, and I may record the rest tomorrow. Wasteland Behemoth. Like the monster behemoth, the Wasteland Behemoth is another variant that has acclimated itself to the desert. However, this mature behemoth has sometimes been spotted burrowing into the sand in order to escape the hottest days and cool down, leaving only its prominent horns exposed, which can detect any approaching dangers through its subtle vibrations in the air. The scorching sun, together with the frequent sandstorms that can otherwise strip skin from flesh, have hardened the hide of the creature. Due to its great size, it can deal terrible harm with its swipes and stomps. It may look like a slow creature, but beware of its sudden leaps and charges. Scythen. These large and vicious creatures are close in morphology to the Earth's prehistoric flying reptiles. Skeletal looking and nimble in the skies, and appears to have evolved a greater affinity to the anomaly, which has gifted the creature with the power to manipulate electrical currents. Having lost most of the flesh that had once stuck to its bones, some may say that Skeleton finds sustenance anomaly energy alone, and only because of a natural instinct does it continue to hunt and feast on prey. Brood Queen. The anomaly energy that permeates the desert has drawn in a number of deadly creatures, this imposing brood mother among them. No other creature dares venture near, likely because they realize they are dealing with a brood queen. Perhaps a mother of all Perfro, to whom all the brood mothers bow to. Fittingly, the queen appears to have taken over the region and established its queendom in an era resembling an old palace, at least as palatial as a Perfro hive can be. Boneplate Behemoth. Among the monsters the pharaohs captured for their Colosseum blood sports, this powerful mutation of the behemoth has grown dense bone tissue that protects the creature like plate-like armor. The bone plate appears to have proved itself particularly unruly, breaking its chains and escaping captivity on the regular. Blood Merchant. The creature resembled the Blood Morpher, yet was far more powerful and resilient, and haunted the abandoned farm in the desert. Tahiti mentioned he once observed his father studying the remains of a blood-sucking bat-like animal many years ago. He couldn't help but notice similarities between the two creatures' morphologies. Although the Blood Merchant has clearly developed far beyond a mere bat, has maintained some vampiric attributes. As Tahiti continued to theorize that the Blood Merchant was able to telepathically control the other creatures around the farm, created a kind of a pact with them, allowing it to consume some of their blood in exchange for protection. Hold on. It's like I have to end the recording here because I need to go do something. So I may or may not be back today. I have to continue the recording. I may just continue it tomorrow. And everyone, welcome to part 2 of this video. It's all going to be one episode when it's edited and uploaded onto YouTube. But this is the second day that I am recording this. Like literally, as soon as I ended the last recording, I wasn't able to sit down on my console to record again for longer than like 20 minutes because I had to leave in 30 minutes at the time when I ended the recording to take my dad down, to follow my dad down to mechanics while he dropped off his truck, and I had to drive him back, and my dad stressing me out so much on the road. And when I got back, I had to leave again to pick up dinner. So I didn't really have much time to record. So here I am on the second day recording again. We're gonna try get through the enemies category, see how much we can get done and everything else. So it's gonna get started. I think we left off with finishing the Blood Merchant categories. And if we have, I know for a fact we did Blood Merchant, but I don't know if we done Brood Empress. We're gonna read it just in case. Brood Empress. This brood mother carved out her own little kingdom in the middle of nowhere and became Empress. The creature built its den inside the crater formed by the meteorite that crashed in the desert. A strange location, yet all the brightly colored stones and precious gems seemed to lend an air of royalty to the Empress. Stranger still, the Empress was overly protective of the drop pod that crashed there, as though drawn to the gentle hum of its contents. Teratomus Behemoth, probably mispronouncing that. The anomaly does incredible, impossible, and unpredictable things. It can grant a man the ability to spew fire from his hands or cause him to explode into paste at the mere touch of an energy flare. It can tear the ground asunder, leaving it as little more than floating debris. It may, on rare occasion, bring life to those approaching death. And sometimes it causes a creature to grow tumors, then it causes those tumors to grow teeth, and then that creature goes on to become the most hideous thing on the face of Enoch. This will be the latter scenario. Scarlet Brood Queen. Brood Queen. The matriarch Perfil made the mistake of getting between you and the drop pod in the Uketu Atara after you had expunged the city of so-called looters at the request of the Wanderer. It had similar mutations to a rather ugly behemoth that also resided there. Perhaps prolonged exposure to the sun can influence how the anomaly contours the anatomy, but this would not explain why these two beasts mutated as they did. Crimson Skin Crawler. Encountered at the bottom of a well in Atuma Itaru, this crawler was not particularly pleased to have its den used as an impromptu shooting gallery. It's possible that the beast lived in the well prior to being mutated by the anomaly, and if it did, it could mean that whatever creatures or crawlers mutated from were far less territorial than what they became. It's unlikely that a hostile creature would have made its home so close to a populated area like the Paxian village. Since then, it seems like the pharaohs moved on from the old tradition of the village and begun throwing the dead down the well instead of treasures, feeding the creature. It's unlikely the crawler was granted them any wishes in return. Pharaohs, warlords. Tahiti has observed several tribes among the pharaohs with a distinct hierarchy. Each tribe is led by one or more warlords who in turn can be a subordinate to stronger warlords. Their door slam. These pharaohs have asserted dominance over their tribes with their superior skill manipulating anomaly energy, using it both offensively and defensively. The warlords lead their kind into battle, inspiring even more fury in their ranks. Their sheer rage and force of will make them powerhouses with few vulnerabilities. The warlords augment their ferocity by adapting to different threats, bringing varying sets of skills, weapons, and armor to battle. Warrior. The pharaohs have humanoid bodies, though they stand a good foot taller on average. Some hide their faces behind tribal-looking masks, others reveal a monstrous, gnarly visage. Their bodies are well built, lean but with prominent muscles, and when unencumbered by armor, they can move surprisingly fast. Most of the pharaohs appear to wield the powers of the anomaly to some extent, which they use to enhance their combat effectiveness. It appears that pharaohs who move themselves are rewarded with human weapons and elevated to warriors. Whenever given the opportunity, the warrior will saturate their rifle or grenades with anomaly energy that can pierce through the protection afforded by standard armor. Not only have these creatures been able to get their hands on human weapons, they appear to have learned most of the same tactics, using cover, providing support to their allies, and making flanking maneuvers. Bulwark. The more physically strong among the pharaohs excel as a bulwark. They bring a shotgun to battle and the ability to conjure a kinetic barrier, an anomaly-powered, front-facing shield that protects a bulwark's slow, relentless, demoralizing approach that culminates in an anomaly-infused shotgun blast. The tactics and maneuvers employed by the pharaohs are very similar to those of humans. But as humans took thousands of years to learn the best ways to kill each other, the pharaohs appear to have already mastered the craft. What would the world look like if Stone Age caveman suddenly discovered shotguns? You're living in a different world already, because think of how the shotgun technology would advance over thousands and thousands of years of development. They have laser rifles by now. 1 second. I'm actually in the process of communicating with an editor. He actually reached out to me today, giving me an update on his work on my story, on editing my story. They sent me a link to a publishing company. I need to send my dad to get a second look at this. Alright. Sorry about that. Like, I've been working with this guy for, like, trying to get in contact with this guy. Well, he's been, let me phrase that a different way. I sent in my work to him, almost a week ago. It'll be a week. Actually, I think it's actually been a week since I sent it to him. And he just sent me, like, a sample of some of the stuff he's done with editing, and, I just looked at what he did and just saw the changes he made, and I've been communicating with him since. I'm actually encountering some issues with my computer. I have a virus, or had a virus on my computer, and I had to uninstall a antivirus program because it was blocking the antivirus program that I wanted to install. And I actually created a new account with the new antivirus program. The antivirus program that I uninstalled, I already stopped renewing the subscription for it. And it's just like a program that was still installed on my computer that effectively wasn't doing anything except blocking the program that I'm trying to install, because it recognizes it as a threat when I use it on my desktop, and it's not a threat. It's actually a program run by Microsoft. It's a good antivirus program. And my computer's been giving me a lot of trouble. Right now I'm in the process of updating my drivers. It's currently done 6 of 11 updates, and it's taking forever. Okay, moving on. Berserker. For those pharaohs who belong to the lowest caste, who have not yet proved themselves or earned a human weapon, the Berserker satisfies the core brutality of his kind by using a crude, pharaoh-made weapons. Extremely agile, the Berserker can traverse the length of the battlefield with little effort. They slide across the sand to close in with their prey, and when they get the slightest impression that they've been locked on, they can blink jump to confuse their enemies and dodge attacks. Berserker doesn't always need to get up close to strike with their machetes. They are often content enough to empower their weapons with anomaly energy and throw them with deadly precision. Hunter. Although precise, calculated marksmanship seems to be rare among the pharaohs, a hunter proves otherwise. These pharaohs appear to be among the eldest and most respected in their tribe, just below the warlords in hierarchy. Even the desert's heat isn't enough to make this creature miss their anomaly powered shot. Aside from a sniper rifle and sidearm, the hunter can conjure throwing spears, which they like to propel quick succession at their target. The hunter can quickly dart between positions and depends on their fellow pharaohs to keep them covered. Destroyer. The largest, strongest, most elite soldiers of the tribes become shock troopers for the pharaoh horde. This hulking amalgamation of the natives' brute strength bears into battle a suit of armor made of individual ballistic plates, likely torn from numerous hunks of metal, then beaten and bent into shape. On top of that, they carry a chain gun enhanced with anomaly energy and are able to decimate their enemies with it. They march without care for self-preservation and enjoy smashing anything that comes near with their fists. Brute Warlord. The Brute Warlord is among the most senior of Pharaoh warriors. He wears an animal skull as a helmet, together with other carefully crafted pieces of bone armor. His heightened ability to manipulate anomaly energy affords him multiple offensive skills as he leads his fellow pharaohs into battle. Vanquisher Warlord. The Vanquisher is an elite warlord that wears thick bone armor extracted from the remains of the giant creatures he hunted down, then bent and reshaped around his head and most of his body. He actively supports other pharaohs in combat, healing their injuries and shielding them from harm. Champion Warlord. The Champion Warlord's helmet appears to have been molded directly on his head, perhaps even while the metal was still scalding. Most prodigious of the Pharaoh Warlords, he carries a massive chain gun, and his strength and constitution are such that he forgoes armor almost entirely, which in turn makes him deceptively fast. Shaman Warlord. While not the strongest of pharaohs, the Shaman Warlord is the most capable of manipulating the anomaly's power to deadly effect. In contrast to most other pharaohs, they wear little protective gear and depend more on their powers to prevent injury. They bear a striking resemblance to shamanic traditions, closer to mystics than fighters. course, these shamans could have a far more tangible effect on reality than the mere divination of the future by the reading of tea leaves and animal. A harbinger Hama, hander of heads, a somewhat unpleasant pharaoh discovered in Uketu Atara. Hama had no particular combat skills of note, but he did wield a rather enormous and arguably impractical weapon, which he used to unleash a barrage of hard-hitting, though not particularly skillful, attacks. He did possess an inextricable understanding of Earth's vocabulary, a rare skill among pharaohs, which Hama used not to communicate with humans, but instead to insult him as he attempted to send their heads upon an extended leave of absence from their shoulders. Whatever motivated Hama to dedicate his time to being so extraordinarily unhelpful towards others remains unclear. What is clear, however, is that even among pharaohs, his soul was most certainly dark. Beast Lord. Captain Pharaohs in Taria Grottor bear markings that seem to connect them to nomadic tribal packs that went by Garaktoru, or simply Beast Lord. The legends say these packs were known to forge a deep bond with Enoch's creatures back before the storms when the planet's monsters were still peaceful and not yet twisted by the anomaly. Perhaps these Garaktoru, I don't know how you pronounce that, chose to regress into pharaohs once their animals had, in order to protect them and perhaps to protect others from their twisted monsters. Beast Lord's command over the shadow beast is seemingly invisible and intuitive. Perhaps it is through scent or a psychic link, as they are able to bring the fierce creatures to heel with a whisper. Adherent. These maddened, wraith-like creatures appear hollowed and consumed by the anomaly. This could be all that remains of ancient pharaohs, referred to as adherents in the scattered text found in Taria Grottor. It seems their order was devoted to following the father's teachings, but they became consumed by the anomaly, perhaps at failure, or perhaps that was the design. In battle, an adherent conceals itself and sings a hellish dirge, invoking a powerful anomaly distortions that will rip apart everything caught in its grasp. When threatened, it will try to blind its attackers and escape to a safer location where it can resume its incantations. Corsair. A proud pharaoh warrior armed with a pair of cleavers and a throwing blade. The Corsair, or Kara, according to their Paxian markings, has learned how to sail crude boats along the rivers and channels that flow in and out of Taria Grottor. The Corsair prefers to engage in fights from range, decimating enemies with precision throws, but is no less dangerous in close range, landing fierce blows that would overpower any foe. Dockmaster Rizuri. Encounter on the aqueduct that leads to Taria Grottor, clad in all that remained of his victims and wielding a scavenged minigun. This warlord seems to be the leader of the pharaohs who gathered there. Among the bones that adorned his armor, some look to be human. It could have once encountered and slain humans at the Pack City or even the Carnival. It seems that he then began the long pilgrimage to the city, called by some ancient power or instincts like his fellow pharaohs. Bounties collected. Sani Bloodbaron Bane. Sadistic torturer. Records show that Bloody Baron was an alias passed down the Bane family, with the nickname first used by Bane's grandfather, a celebrity influencer, entertainer, and esports professional in the World War I competitive flight simulator Scarlet Skies. Some say he won his place on the floors via lottery, others that he was able to bribe his way aboard. His grandson, however, has earned the nickname for entirely more sinister reasons. Connie Bane became an effective interrogator for the insurgents, torturing his subjects by calculated exsanguination and worthless of vocabulary until they were too weak to resist giving information. But what first started as an enhanced interrogation technique later turned into an obsession. Owing to an anomaly storm that transformed him, the Bloody Baron is now an insurgent alter who has claimed territory in the ruins of the Record Zone, declared the place his barony. He is notorious for inflicting agony on his captives by painfully and slowly extracting the blood from their bodies until they are entirely drained and left with nothing but a bag of skin with some flesh and bone. The Bloody Baron is dead, this time lying in his own pool of blood. Dietrich the Perforator Hirsch. Genocidal Psycho. That kind of reminds me of an old heavy metal song. I can't remember who sings it. In the latter years of the Indus War, rumors surfaced that a disease had spread among the insurgents. While the mortality rate was low, it comprised their combat readiness and led to more defeats against the ECA. With many of the older generation having died in a non-existent education, people lost the knowledge of the germ theory of disease. As a result, many superstitions emerged on the cause of sickness. Chief among them the belief that the disease originated from an ethnic group of people who once lived in Eastern Asia. On Earth, Hirsch was among those who led the purges that cleansed these people, did nothing to mitigate the disease. One of the most fearsome insurgent captains and perforator is believed to have an estimated tally of close to 500 kills, most of them accomplished with his minigun. You killed the perforator and brought the kill streak to a decisive close. Kind of sad. There's actually kind of like almost like a race. It's definitely like a racist belief. Giovanni Hellstorm Russo, war criminal. Despite facing ridicule by his peers and threatened with exclusion from the force, Russo's father never disavowed his affiliation with the Flat Earth Union. His valued expertise in artificial intelligence and automation alone afforded him the trip to Enoch. After his death to a storm that struck the first city, his son continued his legacy by declaring Enoch was also flat. He believes that Enoch ends just beyond the mountains and forests, and that these act as natural barriers that warn humanity against venturing further. He believes the fungus in the forest and the monsters of the mountains are nothing compared to the dragons that lie at the edges of the world. Hellstorm led a successful covert operation that took control over Eagle Peak some few years ago. The insurgent captain is known for his brutal treatment of POWs, who he hangs over the edge of cliffs, baiting Skythans to feed on them while they're still alive. He killed Hellstorm and turned him into bird feed. Hannibal Zhao, traitor to the ECA. When news of Earth's coming devastation spread, the stock markets predictably went into freefall, leading to Earth's last recorded major financial depression. As the economies of the entire nations collapsed, many flocked to cryptocurrencies to protect their savings. ByteChange emerged as the most popular, skyrocketing in value in the space of weeks. Zhao's father, an influential economist, held on to his ByteChange stored in an external hard drive he brought to Enoch, hopeful that when civilization restarted, so would cryptocurrency. When the anomaly made its appearance, people had no choice but to barter the little they had. That day, Zhao's father hanged himself. Throughout his time on Earth, Zhao was spoiled with luxury, his wrongdoings covered up by his father's ByteChange bribes. And on Enoch, he was suddenly left to fend for himself, with nothing but a fried, useless hard drive that used to contain his father's ByteChange. He went crazy and threw his lot in with the insurgents, hoping they would restore his old life so he could once again be someone important and free of responsibility. He's considered a traitor to the ECA, suspected of opening the first city's gates during the riots, flooding the city with insurgents. He received a life sentence for treason, rape, and murder. It is believed he still carries a hard drive with him, telling crazy stories about the riches hidden inside. He killed Hannibal and brought justice to his victims. You wondered if he ever realized that the hard drive he held onto had died long ago, along with all other electronics. Sebastian Brickhead Trochenko, Roaming Bandit. Some say Brickhead's name is a result of liberal self-medication. While many insurgents use drugs to numb their pain, to increase their combat effectiveness, or keep fear at bay, Brickhead tends to take it a step further. Excuse me. Though the soldiers who serve under him have grown tired of hearing him ramble and slur his words, talking about connecting with the soul of Enoch and seeing with his third eye, they dare not speak out. They are contending to follow him into battle, where the adrenaline usually perks him up for a while. Brickhead is an insurgent deserter who joined the bandit band roaming in Dead Rock Pass. Charges include armed robbery, murder, and mutilation by shotgun. Brickhead is the brightest, and his choice to end him implies that he is even proud of the fact. You kill Brickhead and result in any drops about his intelligence. Dagomir Scalp King Popa, brutal slaver. After hundreds of thousands were awoken from crowd sleep, space in the first city hold on, let me reread that again. After hundreds of thousands were awoken from crowd sleep, space in the first city was severely limited. Most were forced to live outside of the walls in temporary housing that over time devolved into slums. Those privileged enough to live within the city walls became highly protective of their precious space and treated those outside with contempt. While learning that several slum dwellers climbed the walls under the cover of night, Popa and others came together to form a vigilant militia that patrolled the walls, watching for anyone smuggling their way over and then capturing or holding them in cages. Popa, however, went a step further in practicing with a silent sniper rifle. The militia group were eventually arrested by the ECA and imprisoned. When the ECA moved to Riptown, Popa was excluded. Popa felt betrayed by the ECA and started hunting down the judges who had sentenced him. After killing two of them, he was forced to flee. He defected to the insurgents soon after. Popa has been in charge of the quarry since the last insurgent took over. Some say that the Scalp King's name originated from his uncanny ability to land clean headshots. Others believe it is the slaves he keeps, whose scalps he brand with his own name, and forces them to obey his every whim. If you kill the Scalp King, leave him the king of nothing. Xavier the Hornet Dominguez, a con artist and murderer. When the colony fell into chaos after the first storm struck the first city, some looked to take advantage of the situation and hoarded essential supplies. Entire caches of medicine were stolen from the ECA, and Dominguez found himself in possession of a large supply of iodide pills meant to provide some limited protection against radiation sickness. Dominguez, however, sold them in the black market to less informed citizens, claiming the pills would protect them against the anomalous effects. When the floor's engine exploded and actual protection against radiation exposure became necessary, there were no more pills left. Dominguez was presumed dead after the riots that struck the first city. His name lost among the many other casualties at the times. That changed a few years later when it emerged he was using an alias. Acting as Sergeant for Corrigan, he murdered two senior officers in Trenchtown's bar over a bet. His face appeared on wanted posters, and old acquaintances recognized him. The Hornet disappeared into the forest on the run from Bailey, who was hunting him down. It appears he joined Skurlock's last expedition at the last moment, then became one of King's subordinates once they settled in the forest. You killed the Hornet and finally collected on the bet. John Hetmasher Zarzaki, ruthless mutineer. After the death of the last president of Russia and the collapse of the oligarchies that supported him, long-silenced political figures could finally put themselves forward. John Zarzaki Sr. was one among them, running on a populist reactionary ticket that promised to restore Russia to its former glories. Zarzaki Sr.'s absurd beliefs somehow found favor with a portion of the electorate. He claimed the theory of the dying Earth was a hoax created by China and that solar panels caused cancer. Although he was unsuccessful in his bids, Zarzaki Sr.'s legacy lived on in his grandson. John inherited the same lust for power, becoming a leader in opposition to ECA President Nyberg. He continued the streak of crazy claims and conspiracy theories, such as the belief that the anomaly storms were created as part of the ECA's globalist agenda to impose a permanent police state. Even after the first city collapsed, John's ambition persisted, and he sought to fulfill them in Riptown's criminal underground. He joined the House, but his association with the gang was short-lived. The headmaster left after a bloody dispute and failed power grab against Barker. Determined to gain real power, he became a marshal in Trenchtown. Watchful eye of Corrigan's and executioner of soldiers who deserted or retreated from the front line. He became so powerful and feared that Corrigan himself grew suspicious of him. The headmaster is now wanted for a failed mutiny against Corrigan, the murder of officers, soldiers, and numerous bystanders caught in the crossfire. He was last seen fleeing into the forest. He continues the pursuit for power in King's army. He killed headmaster and concluded his egomaniacal quest for power. Brago Maneater Grant, deranged cannibal. News of a dying Earth pushed religious tensions in many regions over the edge. Minority religious communities were imprisoned indefinitely or held inside internment camps. Grant's mother was a doctor employed in secret at a school that re-educated children in these camps. After witnessing the horrors carried out there, she escaped, taking a child with her that she later on adopted Brago. She joined the Doctors Beyond Borders, and her medical expertise earned her and Brago a place on the forest. She is thought to have forged Brago's medical report, hiding his troubled psyche, something that would have otherwise barred him from the forest. After Dr. Grant's death to the storms that hit the first city, Brago blamed the ECA and joined Corrigan's group Independence. He was feared by many of his fellow soldiers for his unsettling behavior. Brago escaped when Corrigan uncovered his hideout on the outskirts of Trenchtown when he became known as the Man-Eater. He had killed and hidden an estimated 20 people there, having cut them into parts and turned them into food. After he disappeared, he found his way into the forest and joined the King's fighters. Man-Eater's troubled psyche found a home, killing and chopping bodies to fuel Skurlock's treatment. He killed the Man-Eater and turned him into feed for monsters lesser than he. And last one, Abraham Blitzkrieg Creighton, serial murderer. Creighton comes from a family of gun manufacturers and lobbyists in the United States. Among their core tenets, there was a strong belief that gun ownership was the only means of defense against a tyrannical government. As news of the end of Earth spread like wildfire, the gun-related violence and fatalities reached their zenith. The government decided to legislate martial law and enforce a complete ban on civilian gun ownership that would enforce gun owners to give up their weapons. While some complied, the Creightons joined militia groups that gathered in protest outside government buildings, leading to a series of standoffs with law enforcement. After negotiations fell apart, the government ordered the army to move in, disperse the crowd, and secure their weapons. The militias opened fire on tanks with APCs with little effect, other than inflicting injuries on themselves due to bullets ricocheting off the vehicle's armor. Admitting the defeat, the Creightons focused on securing their spot on the floors. The ECA found itself in growing need for weapons to defend the spaceports around the world and equip the Outriders. The Creightons negotiated a contract that saw them produce weapons for the ECA in exchange for several seats on the floors. Soon after waking up on Enoch, however, the Creightons' push for gun ownership continued, despite weapons being banned for all except military personnel. One of the first riots outside of the first city walls started when the ECA issued warrants to enter the house of the Creightons, who were believed to have stolen weapons from the armory. Wanted by the ECA and supposedly even by the insurgents, the list of Blitzkrieg's wrongdoings is long enough to fill a book. He is said to be a compulsive killer who suffers psychosomatic withdrawal symptoms when he hasn't come to life at least daily, even if it happens to be his own man. He has long evaded justice, recently disappearing from the ECA's territory. He terrorized one of King's smugglers to get access into the Force Enclave, where he quickly became King's right hand. Rumor has it even King, of all people, was concerned with Blitzkrieg's bloodlust. He killed Blitzkrieg and ended his reign of terror. 100 trophies. Cold Claw. Cold Claw does not discriminate between ETA or insurgent soldiers, known to strike by quietly and stealthily gliding in from behind, catching people in his claw or beak and carrying them to his nest. The only trace left of the creature's victims are the screams that echo through the mountains of the Eagle Peaks. There's a reward for his head, or even part of it. Killed Cold Claw, regretful he could not convince it to restrict its diet to insurgents. 4-Yard Queen. Oregon scouts identified a safe route through the pockets of radiation inside the record zone that would allow him to retake the mines. But an alpha peripheral had been impeding his efforts, hurting anyone that strays near the mines. It is believed that I really do apologize for that. Someone was, the painters were in the hallway. They were painting on my doors, kind of talking, so I had to like mute my, mic and the recording here. Let's go ahead and reread this because I was kind of interrupted. Oryard Queen. Corrigan scouts identified a safe route through the pockets of radiation inside the record zone that would allow him to retake the mines, but an alpha peripheral has been impeding his efforts, hunting anyone that strays near the mines, where it's believed the creature has made its lair. Corrigan's paying handsomely for its eviction. You kill the Oryard Queen, and Corrigan's men are free to resume work in the mines. Big Jaw. Neither the insurgents nor the ECA have bothered to confront Big Jaw, as the creature has been smart to avoid attacking large groups and disrupting its supply lines. It preys on lone travelers that neither faction cares about, who stray near the last outpost in the quarry where the Alpha Lurker's lair can be found. Whoever put the bounty on Big Jaw is probably its own close to them. Kill Big Jaw and made the route a little safer to travel. Split Tooth. After a concerning number of people were found slaughtered outside the Enclave, hunters went on a search of Split Tooth, only one that returned forever scarred by the encounter with the Crawler. While helping out the Enclave may be its own reward, Nova's reward should be of a more substantial nature. He killed Split Tooth, brought some relief to the Enclave, and Nova's enjoys a new trophy on his wall. Moldfang. Some in the Enclave speak of a terrible monster of Moldfang that resides near the stronghold. One of the last defenders of the Enclave, a man who displayed Ultra-like abilities, lost his life trying to kill the Alpha Peripheral. You kill Moldfang and granted the Enclave defenders' souls in peace. Fine, Rush. We hear like anything like tapping like going on, like they're moving something downstairs. I don't know if it's coming through on my mic. Fine, Rich. Tiago spoke of a place he always avoided when he explored the ancient ruins of the forest, a cave where a powerful crawler named Spinerex resides. He kills Spinerex and Tiago is free to explore the cave to his heart's desire. Wendigo. Tiago recalls a trembling, terrified August whispering about a dangerous creature lurking near the gate. Tiago believes it to be an alpha peripheral, matching descriptions heard in an old wives' tale of a monster named Wendigo who was sighted long ago by a resident enclave. Wendigo, I believe, is a creature of Navajo origin. I could be wrong. He killed Wendigo and found some truth to the end of the old stories. Horace. Chana and others in the crew have caught an alpha lurker hungrily eyeing them from a distance but never committing to an attack. This Horace, as they named it, will likely fetch a good price to Nora. Kill Horace and look forward to bringing Noah an exotic catch. Sand Shifter. An unfinished report was found buried in the sand, likely put together by someone from the Desert Forge right before they were slaughtered by the same creature they wrote about. The reports speak of a crawler by the name of Sand Shifter, suspected to be responsible for the disappearance of many that strayed outside the fort. You kill Sand Shifter and brought the unfinished report to its conclusion. 1 second. Context. Just give me a minute because I'm still in the process of communicating with someone. Okay, sorry about that. This is related. I'm kind of working on something related to my novel project, something I'm very passionate about, and I'm communicating with my editor. So sorry about that. Moving on. Typhon. A report about one of Monroy's men speaks of a regular encounter with the Alpha Lurker and the Canyons, and heavy casualties sustained by the humans. We eventually Monroy's men decide to hide and keep their distance from the creature's territory. Noah will likely pay generously for a new trophy over his bar. He killed Typhon and imagined the ground rested a little lighter over the creature's victims. I just want to take a minute look at this. Yes, we saw that. Karya Grotter. Arbiter. Giant ages constructs forged from unknown material and somehow animated with the raw power of the anomaly. These impassive foes were once called Ugaruk by the ancients, which translates to Arbiter. It is impossible to tell whether these arbiters are organic beings clad in some kind of molten armor or as a kind of exoskeleton, or whether their strange carapace, animated by the anomaly, is the entirety of the enemy. The black tar-like substance seeping from the construct is perhaps what allows the arbiters to move with such incredible strength and ferocity. Though the black slime's source is unknown, it is disturbingly reminiscent of the shadowy matter the insurgent's commander learned to control. Could there be some impossible connection between Commander Ereshkigal's never-before-seen altered powers and these ancient alien beings? The father is believed to have created these sentinels to act as his warriors or guards, but it is unclear what unfathomable mysteries they were guarding, or who was to be the target of their undying wrath. Tribe Elder Vorka. The crew markings on the most savage of the beast lords translated to Tribe Elder Vorka, making him seem seemingly the leader of these nomads. Unlike other beast lords encountered in Tario Grotter, he led his pack deep into the city depths, where his beast grew more powerful and his status in the tribe group became greater. It is unclear whether Vorka did this simply to lay an ambush with the other pharaohs heading below, or whether he sought Tario Grotter's power for himself, or both. Weave Cleaver Urka. This ancient warlord resided in a water garden that seems, according to the symbols found marking it, to have once been called the Daughter Sanctuary. The warlord's style of dress, along with the markings that matched the pharaoh corsairs who sailed the Essays canals, suggested he may have once led a clan of seafaring marauders. The shattered tablets here tell a deeper history, in which he was known as Urka the Wave Cleaver. He seems to have been a great pirate prince, and the tablet suggests that the father promised Urka the hand of the daughter in marriage. Never once the father had control of Urka's fleets and had brought the corsairs under his sway, he left Urka bound in the sanctuary, enthralled and insane. If true, it seems he has been here ever since, but still waiting his bride across the ages. However, he came to be in this place he defended with tempestuous anger, throwing his brutal harpoon and summoning storms through the anomaly. Okriel the Traitor. Throughout Tario Grotter are scraps of writing that refer to an ancient being called Okriel, branded the righteous traitor for his crimes during the father's reign. These scattered accounts suggest that Okriel led the anomaly scholars known as adherents who once served and adored the father. The born creature found here appears to have been the same Okriel. The text suggests that Okriel was a sage like the father himself, but his interpretations differ to the point of heresy, not supporting the father's grand schemes or ideologies. Finding this poor, tortured seer blinded and encaged within his own sanctum suggests that the father did not take kindly to this treason. Okriel took the mystery of his fate to his grave, though it seemed that the great crystal in his sanctum was somehow binding him to this place, forcing his unending service to the father. He defended it with deadly anomaly incantations, but whether he had any choice is unclear. Bone Drummer Yanmara. One of the pharaohs encountered in Tario Grotter bore markings that translated to Bone Drummer Yanmara. May be a ritualistic role in this tribe. A list of creatures and charms found on his body might support that idea, each drum skin creating a different effect, perhaps. Yanmara's appearance did echo that of other pharaoh shamans encountered, with the addition of an impressive bone mask and a set of antlers. The latter were from the elk-like fauna seen when the Flores first landed, and more recently within the Atuma Sanctuary. What significance or usage they had for him remains a mystery. Snowland's Bestiary. Snow Behemoth. The Snow Behemoth is a ferocious creature. Its solid musculature is swathed in thick layers of fur, except for where it's exposed. Skeletal protuberances and raw lesions suggest dramatic mutations by the anomaly. Many of this kind have been tamed by the pharaohs and exploited for hard labor. These captured beasts are bound by crude harnesses, their head enshrouded by a cumbersome cage held together by primitive ropes and chains. Whether this massive muzzle is used to protect the creature or to protect the creature's keepers from its frenzied attacks is unknown. The anomaly seems to have altered the snow behemoth's physiology, granting them a kind of fleshy lobe that contains a strangely powerful gland. When engorged, it produces a potent energy pulse that disorients and disrupts any anomaly energy coursing through either prey or predator around them. Skinwalker. These eerie bipedal creatures are pack hunters led by a dominant alpha. They are known to inhabit dark caves with many witnesses, drawing a comparison to Earth's bats due to a patagium-like embryo stretching from the creature's elbows to knees. Infestations are so numerous and deadly that even pharaohs avoid lingering near their dwellings. With long, curved claws, these creatures are adept at leaping and gliding to deliver a ferocious slash. The profuse bleeding that drives a pack into a frenzied bloodlust. Deep-raining bites are very common, especially once blood has been scented. They will hound their prey until it is overcome by either their great numbers or exsanguination. Ravenous Skinwalker. This beast is covered in fur, a thick mane running down its back, ferocious, unstoppable, and perpetually hungry. It leads a pack of smaller brethren, roaming the snowy hills of Enoch in search of prey to maul and mangle. Beware its roar, loud enough to bring down an avalanche. Though they typically lose their wing membranes at this stage of maturity, these alpha creatures develop an incredible, bulky musculature allowing them to leap great distances. Pack leaders also prepare to form a bond with the anomaly, somehow able to call upon a freezing tempest that conceals movements and causes machines and weapons to freeze and function. Shadow Beast. Overwhelmingly effective predators or creatures called shadow beasts have a sensitivity to the anomaly that enables them to turn almost invisible, even while in motion, and track the faintest trace left behind by their prey. Shadow beasts usually appear in small packs of up to four, and use stealth to hunt and pounce on unsuspecting foes. Some of these creatures appear to have been tamed by the experienced feral hunters known as beast lords, who use them as trackers. Four Feather Scythian. Discovering the ageless arboretum of Tardigrade, at a glance, this particular Scythian looks itself as though it adorns its wings with the eviscerated organs of its prey. But upon closer examination, it appears that the anomaly twisted its anatomy to the point that part of its circulatory system has become engorged and exposed. It's like that the creature is in constant pain while flying. If creatures mutated by the anomaly even feel pain, hopefully they do. Frostborn Strix. Strix likely wouldn't survive in the current climate if it were not for the anomaly. In response to the declining temperature, they have begun mutating once more. The adaptation they have developed to the sub-zero conditions have proven so effective that these Strix survive despite the ice forming over their carapaces. Would-be predators, if Strix have any to speak of, are likely to be deterred now by both by the danger of being sliced open by the Strix blade tail and by a likely case of frostbite. Finally, with enemies, onto Enoch. So many stuff to read. Warzone Valley. 1 second. Just checking to see if I have a reply. Establishment of colony candidate locations, Easy Airport. Persistent interference in the upper atmosphere continues to impede our efforts to identify a viable location for landing. The Outrider contingency will be vital in determining our best option for the establishment of the colony. Orbital imagery has revealed a wide, likely fertile valley. The mountains and the dense forest that surround this valley will well serve as both suppliers of the natural resources we need, and as natural barriers against any potential hostile incursions by native fauna. No Man's Land. No Man's Land occupies the uninhabitable zone between the opposing trenches, a result of the stalemate that has come to epitomize this endless war. It is a stretch of ground carved up by the treads of armored vehicles, decimated by bombings, plowed daily by the boots of 1,000 soldiers, riddled with barbed wire, rough-check hedgehogs, unexploded ordnance, and the bodies of the slain. During the day, if you dare to brave the scopes of snipers and miscalculated artillery fire, even more so if they do not want to get caught in the middle of an assault. At night, large spotlights scan the ground, searching to intercept infiltrators and surprise raids. Warzone Valley. A History of Madness by RTLE at the official archive. 31 years ago, the one-screen valley that stretched between the forests of the mountains formed the uninhabitable zone. The small expanse is where the colonists first established their presence on Enoch. Now the valley is a war zone made up of trenches and squalid settlements. Dugout saps in a meandering maze of trench formations guard the valley. A smattering of fortifications and bunkers interrupt the monotony. The northern region is occupied by the insurgents, the southern by the ECA. The front line of war moves constantly and is rarely ever a straight line. Conflict is sadly stagnant, to both sides achieving as many victories as they suffer defeats. On the front lines can be found the most unfortunate living and rudimentary shelters built to offer a little cover from rain and anomaly storms, even less cover from artillery fire. Their living quarters are practically outposts, and to jump too high out of bed is to invite a sniper's bullet. Landmark Solar Tower, Lookout Point. Once built as a hub for the production of solar energy, the solar tower ceased serving its original purpose when the anomaly fried the solar panels. The tower has since served as a lookout point for the supply route that Town has come to depend on, and control of the tower effectively grants control of the route. Department for Energy and Industry status report. There's no response from the solar panels. All the cells appear to be burnt out. We have tried to analyze the wear level of the batteries, but even our testing equipment is now malfunctioning. Our workers sustained multiple electrical injuries during the examination of power systems. I believe whatever caused the system-wide malfunction I believe whatever caused the system-wide malfunction overloaded the system beyond capacity. Solar power will remain out of commission for the foreseeable future until the cause for this breakdown can be determined. For public safety reasons, the area will be locked down. The first city. First human colony on Enoch, established by the ECA shortly after their arrival. After the storm's riots and decades of war, both the inner city and the slums surrounding it have long been abandoned by the authority and most of its inhabitants. It is insurgent territory now, and many of them roam around trying to scavenge for scraps while navigating through the pockets of radiation and Department for City Planning Colony Establishment. After careful consideration for the satellite imagery, along with the ground observations provided by the Outriders, despite the unfortunate demise of Captain Jack Tanner and Sergeant Major Charles Maxwell, the ECA Council for City Planning has come to a unanimous conclusion. The first human colony of Enoch will be constructed in the western area of the valley selected for the Outriders landing. The location is ideal for the quick and efficient extraction of primary resources and for the two lakes on either side that will serve as an ample source of water and energy. As it was for many great cities on Earth, the first city will be located among 7 hills with a river flowing through that will become the heart of the colony. With the colony located inside Enoch's temperate climate zone, many will find relief in the cool summers and cold winters, as opposed to the sweltering last decade we endured on Earth. We might even be graced with snowfall for the winter holidays. Landmark Flores region. Flores engine. Destroyed reactor. One of the SM Flores' engines brought down to the surface of Earth to serve as a temporary power source for the colony. When the first big anomaly stormed at the first city, the engine was damaged and at risk of a meltdown. A few months after the initial panic and chaos that erupted, and the ECA made the decision to build Ripton, the engine's nuclear reactor exploded, blanketing many areas with heavy radiation, particularly the industrial zone now known as the Wreckage Zone. With the city having lost its main source of energy and most water and food becoming unsafe to consume, many perished in the aftermath. Department for Energy and Industry, nuclear reactor damage survey classified. We believe a power surge knocked out the power grid and the entire grid, though we have no way of knowing for sure since we cannot access diagnostic logs without power. On detection of the electricity supply failure, the nuclear reactor was automatically shut down. However, the emergency diesel generators failed to start. Critically, they were to power the pumps that circulated coolant through the core to remove decay heat. We have recorded extreme high temperatures inside the core. The entire reactor is at risk of an imminent meltdown. But in a best case scenario, it leaves the eastern half of the city entirely uninhabitable. Radiation will only spread further by rain and wind. If power cannot be restored, you have no recourse but to recommend immediate entombment of the engine's interior, the nuclear core, preferably by concrete. Landmark solar panels. Support progress on renewables. Department for Energy and Industry. Installation of auxiliary solar panels in the first city is now complete. Together with the solar tower outside the city, the wind turbines being erected near the mountains, and the water turbines along the rivers coursing through this valley, we expect to meet 50 to 60% of the energy demands for the second year. We plan to expand renewable energy production significantly prior to the waking of the majority of the population from cryostasis. Although the reactor in the Flores engine can provide twice the energy that will be required, we hope that we have learned our lessons from the many disasters that befell the reactors we were forced to abandon on Earth in the final years. If we can finally build a society powered by renewable energy, perhaps there is hope for our species yet. Landmark power plant. The first city's central power grid. The main hub that connected to the power grid and stored the energies generated by solar, wind, tidal, and nuclear power plants and distributed throughout the colony. Any excess energy was placed in reserve by a combination of large-scale battery storage and pumped hydroelectric storage for periods of time when energy demand peaked. The planet's purpose of storing power was to reduce dependency on the engine's nuclear core, which would be powered down within a year, while accounting for situations where unvariable weather affected renewable energy production. After consecutive anomaly storms hit the city, however, the ECA ceased making repairs with their moved Riptown, Most of the power plant was rendered inoperable. A History of Madness RTLE at the Official Archive, year 2160. Whatever semblance of civilization we manufactured disappeared as soon as all the electrons went out. People had no idea how much they depended on their music and their photos on their devices from home to keep playing. When the power went out and didn't come back, everyone was slowly insane. Without electronic banking procedures, writing began at ration centers. It spread to the power plants when rumors rose that they could recharge their devices if they went to the stores. They realized that didn't work either. They trashed it. Without the distractions or reminders of where they had all come from, some just couldn't stop raging. The loss of those last shreds of home were all it took to make them lose track of who they were. Wow, that's kind of sad. Landmark Radio Tower. Radio station broadcast transcript. Hold on, folks. The ECA spokesperson is preparing to make a statement. As of 1200 this afternoon, an emergency curfew will come into effect. Effective across the first city, all first citizens are ordered to stay indoors for their own safety. Violations will be met with heavy penalties. Outside curfew, all first citizens are required to carry ID at all times. Regular inspections will be carried out, and checkpoints will be set up between districts. Violations will carry a heavy penalty. It appears that is the extent of the ECA statement. So there you have it, folks. These dreadful riots are starting to get out of hand as though things weren't bad enough. It was only a matter of time before the ECA responded. I don't know about you, but I intend to abide by the law. I suggest you do the same and stay tuned to the broadcast for further updates. Another reminder that if you have friends or family that want to listen in, they're no longer able to broadcast a digital signal. They will need analog radio devices to pick up our station. Wonder how long the radio station lasted after that catastrophe. Eagle Peaks, the History of Madness by RTLE at the Official Archive. The Eagle Peaks earned their names when the expedition spotted what appeared to be an eagle nest propped up precariously along the face of the highest mountains. They soon found out the creature did not in fact resemble anything close to an eagle, but more the monstrous manticores of ancient Urtam legend. ECA established an outpost at the furthest point in the mountains that expeditionists could reach, where monstrous storms and impassable terrain turned them back. It was in these crags that the tower was built in hopes of finally tracking down the source of that mysterious signal from across the planet, but it proved to be another disappointment. Now the bunkers built into the mountain are split between the two sides, locked into yet another stalemate, but perhaps the greatest enemy of both factions is the frost, which does not discriminate when it claims it. Landmark cable cars. They say we gotta we gotta get back in the boxes hanging from them strings. The only way to get across these darn mountains, they say. But all I see them little boxes do is get knocked around by whatever's down below in that mist. I see them packed full of holes by gunfire. I see them blown to smithereens by artillery. I see them freeze in place like popsicle. I seen them light up by the storm like holiday decorations. I've seen people jump out of them thinking they escaped the worst fate by staying inside them. And now it's my turn to ride the box. Fuck me. Oh, that's an ECA soldier salary. I didn't catch that. I actually thought it was something else. Landmark volcano. ECA Southern Expedition report. Exploration of the southernmost mountains bordering the valley was brought to a standstill. Our attempts to scale the precipitous cliff sides were foiled by a flock, or more aptly, a murder of flying creatures that sabotaged our climbing gear and attacked us as we climbed. We tried to recover our fallen comrades and give them proper burials, but the late hour led to significant temperature drops to the point of flash freezing. We could not extract the frozen bodies from the rock, and after some of our expeditionists started exhibiting early signs of frostbite, we fell back to a safer altitude. While trying to seek shelter for the night, we followed warm and welcoming air currents. For our dismay, we discovered a volcano embedded among the snowy peaks, sputtering fireballs high enough to require we be kept a safe distance. Although our geologist could not get close enough to carry out a survey of the volcano's status, he fears a high activity we witnessed as a sign of an imminent eruption, but there is no way to know when that might happen. If it were to erupt, the smog alone could cloud over the first city for weeks, and there's no predicting how much magma it might spew or which direction it would flow in. Landmark Alchemist Lab. Dr. Alexander Rostroprovich, a personal log. When I was first sequestered from the tedious and tiresome affairs the ECA's politicians were embroiled in, I was more than happy to stay away. I knew this bunker would make an excellent laboratory and provide ample room for the research I needed to conduct. The lab's altitude and low temperatures provided somewhat of an inconvenience, but I'd worked in worse environments. The mission had changed. President Nyberg had been briefed in secret of a select few humans who survived being struck by the anomaly storm and displayed strange reactions soon after. One subject was able to cause water to boil by touch without scalding her hand. Another had lethal measurements of electrical charge coursing through his body. 6 subjects in total. I designated them with a codename Altered. Nyberg and the ECA wanted me to study them in this lab and find out how these reactions occurred in the first place. They believed they could weaponize the subjects and subdue the insurgents with their power. Now I can only describe it as irony that the first real Altered was an insurgent, the one displaying Nyberg's insides across Whiptown. But back then I was furious to learn that the incumbent Grand Marshal ordered I put a stop to my work. I refused. I believed in the research, not because I wanted to harness the power of the Altered, but because I wanted to destroy them. At the time there seemed to be only one way to resist the ECA. Now I know I was a damn fool and lucky to even. It was a mistake. The experiments I performed on myself, how I exposed myself to the anomalous energy. I too have now been altered in ways I don't understand and can't control. I can already feel it teasing the limits of my sanity. It doesn't help that this laboratory has entirely excised me from society, though society is probably grateful for it. But at least the ECA is too scared to confront me now, and they leave me to my devices. I still have not found their damn bioweapon. I won't until I can learn how to replicate the results. But now more important than that is learning how to remove this infection from my own body. To fix what's wrong with me before I lose all sense of who I was. The anomaly is key. I've seen it now and heard it and felt it and smelt it and tasted in my mouth the way it fried the air. There can be no denying its potential. More experimentation must begin immediately if I am to truly understand these deviations. For now, this lab shall suffice. Pretty sure he died. Dead Rock Pass. ECA declaration concerning Dead Rock Pass. The narrow pass that connects Riptown and Trenchtown has become a vital supply line for both our communities. It's time to end our differences and focus on our mutual fight against the insurgents. The mountains around the pass are an essential resource for the extraction of lumber used to build and fortify the trenches that are critical to the war effort in both communities. To ensure the safety of lumberjacks and continued operation at the lumber mill, an outpost will be built to secure Dead Rock Pass. It will be a joint venture between our communities and mark the end of our antagonism to date. Grand Marshals of Rinstown and Trenchtown are pledged to dedicate an equal share of personnel and resources for the building and manning of the outpost. Jointly appoint Alistair Colin, an independent marshal with the sole jurisdiction of Dead Rock Pass. Extract an equal share of lumber for their respective territories. Co-sign Grand Marshal Stuart Goodman, Grand Marshal Victor Corrigan. Trenchtown. A History of Madness led by R.T. Elliott, the official archive. Led by Grand Marshal Corrigan, the town lives up to its name. Built after the war began as an outpost inside a network of trenches, Trenchtown secures the ECA's northeastern territory. Trenchtown itself is so close to the front line it is practically a part of it, and for the soldiers and their families that were sent here, it exists because they had no choice but to turn the battlefield into home. Over the years, little of the original outpost remains but the network of trenches and bunkers. Conditions are harsh on the surface and with constant bombardment affecting its residents' little space to breathe. Predicament drove many people to seek shelter by digging deeper, extending the floor of the trenches underground. Flooding is common and trench foot has become a rite of passage. I don't know what trench foot is. Record Zone. A History of Madness by R.T. Elliott, the official archive. A remote area on the other side of the lake, the record zone is comprised of roughly the eastern half of the first city and was once the industrial zone. The entire area was irradiated when the forest engine melted down. The giant wreck of the deadly engine still occupies the horizon. Braved only by the suicidal and desperate, the record zone hospitable buildings are populated by numerous monsters. Scavengers can be seen trying to haphazardly navigate the pockets of radiation in a miserable search for valuables left behind by the city's former citizens. If caught inside the deadliest of these radioactive zones, the human body will swiftly succumb to radiation poisoning and expire before the days. Those who are careful can avoid these zones, but prolonged exposure will still lead to a painful. Insurgents have been known to attempt crossing the zone, seeking to launch surprise attacks on Trenchtown. Although these amount to nothing but suicide attacks, It can deal great injury to the town's morale. Grand Marshal Corrigan has been known to sentence traitors and there are other worse offenders to exile inside the record zone, but less so on his more charitable days. Landmark Minefield. The sign reads, the road to the quarry is mined as in a minefield. I don't know why there is a minefield and I don't give a fuck. Ask Corrigan. Want to keep your legs and stop asking me. Marshall Colin. Great spelling. The Quarry. History of Mass by T. Elliott, the official archive. In the early period of the colony's existence, before the anomaly reader's head, the quarry existed as a main source of many raw materials that were funneled towards the building of the first city's housing and infrastructure. Massive excavators were put together by 3D printers and extracted tons upon tons of rock, metals, and minerals from the ground. After the anomaly rendered the excavators inoperable, they were abandoned, left to rot like carcasses of a giant prehistoric dinosaur, fit only to be used as nesting grounds for Enoch's bomb. Of course, exploitation of the quarry continued, albeit at a far slower pace. Pickaxes, shovels, and a few modified bulldozers were all the ECA had at their disposal to feed the war machine to fight back against the insurgents. Many of the materials from that formed the bunker, fortifications, artillery guns, and munitions found across the ECA territories can be traced back to this hole in the ground. Until recently, Grand Marshal Corrigan held jurisdiction over the sector as a road ran through his domain, but he has chosen to abandon what we regarded as a waste of manpower and resources. Now the area has fallen to monsters and a few foolhardy insurgents willing to risk teeth and claws to try extracting what remains of the quarry's resources. Landmark the Hatch, the Outriders' secret. A hatch hidden in the quarry, the insignia of the Outriders painted on the ground. Records inside the hatch indicate that people have been living inside it for a long time, some of them Outriders, filling a secret mission, though it's unclear what that mission is. Completely isolated from the rest of the world, at least one of them lost his mind and left. You found him hanged, unsure if it was self-inflicted or mob justice. Several locked doors lead to different sections of the bunker. You found writings by Sergio Acosta, security chief of the ECA. Acosta raised his son in the confines of this bunker, but his son escaped sometime later. Acosta went off and searched for him in the forest, likely holding the key that opens the next door to the bunker. In the next door, you discover writings by Sarah Tanner that showed that she tried to take on the mantle from her father after his death and the injustices dealt to the Outriders. She saved the lives of the surviving Outriders and led them to his bunker, but she placed a mission to protect the underground bunker above the well-being of her husband and son. Regretful, she went off to search for them, holding the master key, confident that at the very least, no one will be able to uncover the secret of this place without the key. Behind the last door of the underground bunker, you found the secrets Sarah Tanner and the people had kept hidden for so long, a nuclear bomb brought to Enoch from Earth 31 years ago. When the conflict between the insurgents and the ECA escalated, top official among the ECA determined that the only way to quickly end the war was to detonate the nuclear bomb in the heart of the first city, wiping out most of the insurgents and restarting the colony in Rifttown. When Sergio Acosta learned of this plan, he stole the bomb with the help of Sarah Tanner and sealed it inside the Outriders' hatch within the quarry. The ECA's plan was spoiled. When you unsealed the room and found the bomb, you exposed the machines to the anomaly, causing them to short circuit and crash. The bomb's tamper protection was triggered and this timer was activated. At the same time, you were attacked by insurgents who had been likely taking out the area, waiting for someone to open the hatch's doors for them. Thankfully, you defeated the insurgents in time to use the master key and disable the bomb's timer. Glacier's Edge. The mostly unexplored Glacier's Edge region is found in the southwestern reaches of Enoch. The central Grand Lake, framed by ancient mountains covered in snow and ice, the area provides a sweeping tranquility untouched by war, but neither ECA nor insurgent forces have settled due to the inhospitable climate. The extreme cold of the region seems to have grown only worse in recent months. According to reports, the weather patterns have become dramatically chaotic, with precipitous drops in temperature and sudden flash freezes, transforming local flora into icicles. The intricate caverns that ring the lake have become a refuge for local fauna, which, despite being mutated monstrously by the anomaly, appear more beleaguered and desperate for food than ever. All in all, this region is as unwelcoming to humankind as every other part of the planet we've seen. Nevertheless, a glacier forming high walls that watch over this still lake provide perhaps among the most peaceful vistas Enoch Storm Rapids terrain has to offer. Rifttown, ECA Fortress. Built inside the deep ravines, Rifttown was constructed as a response to the storms that ravaged the first city, a safe haven that will provide natural protection from the anomaly's destruction. ECA moved here after evacuating from a ruined first city, and Riptown has served as a crucial location ever since. Walking through the streets of this place, however, reveals the wretched conditions people live in. The eroded slums, the threat of death in every corner, all greeted by the tired, hollow eyes of Riptown's starving residents. Operation Shelter Scout Report. We have discovered a prime location we wish to submit for consideration to satisfy the objectives of this operation. There's a complex of rifts and ravines nestled beneath the mountains in the southwest of this valley. Walking through these ravines, there's not even a gust of wind able to pierce through them. They would serve as an ideal natural barrier against any storm that passed in narrow passes, would greatly simplify the challenges and protect any settlement erected here. However, we would recommend the reinforcement of cliff sides, but the cliff sides prevent any imminent disaster by sudden rockfall or avalanche. We are confident the ravines are wide enough to accommodate all essential ECA personnel and infrastructure. The rifts are also a natural barrier in the event we need to close the gates to keep out non-essential personnel. 30 years after Rifttown was constructed, inside deep ravines meant to serve as a buffer against the anomaly. Natural defense of the great ECA fortress cannot shield it from the blizzards that swept across the landscape. The rift has been torn apart by physics-defying storm that crushed concrete and mangled metal, twisting it into unimaginable shapes. The surviving inhabitants have been driven underground into the slums and bunkers in the old hideaways of the towns deep beneath the surface of Rifttown. Driftwater. During the early days of the colony, before the first city's unrest escalated in armed conflict, the ECA sent out expeditions across the valley with the goal of building settlements dedicated to the extraction of precious natural resources. After the war broke out, some settlements abandoned any hope of a future with the ECA and tried to maintain a neutral stance with the insurgents. Between the storms that ravaged the valley and the monsters that stalked them at night, some of those settlements were heard of again. But there was one settlement that hung on, forgotten for years, located in the north of the first city on the banks of a lake, with rows of raised wood and homes standing beside a water source teeming with wildlife. The fishing village was known as Driftwater. Over time, the species living in the lake mutated, their bodies carrying such high amounts of toxins it became highly lethal when ingested, and yet the villagers of Driftwater appear to have invented a way to feed their catch, especially enough for the fish to become their main food source. Eventually, as the insurgents began to organize and consolidate their territories, they sent raiding parties beyond the city. The Driftwaters looked to either side. All the insurgents saw were people who had abandoned the fight against the ECA and were thus traitors to the cause. They slaughtered the villagers, each and every one, and Driftwater has been left abandoned ever since. I was kind of confused with the previous sentence. Insurgent Fortress. North of the valley across the toxic lake lies an impermeable insurgent fortress of concrete and steel, rumored to surround the black abyss known as Black Gulch. Inside the fortress lies the realm of the executioners. The only known ECA prisoner to escape reported being held captive in a hellish prison complex awaiting justice. She spoke of endless rows of hanging cages, prisoners stripped naked and lashed supposed to be disemboweled, and the bloody executioners who call themselves judges. While ECA captives are executed as enemies of the state, insurgents are treated no better. Confessions spill regularly from the lips of the poor souls strung up like animals. Day and night the slaughter continues until the walls of the fortress drip with the blood of the slain and echo with the screams of those who will be slain. Most worrying, the report states that the insurgents fanatically support this barbaric justice, believing their commander's word is utterly beyond question. Surely these brutal ceremonies ensure that only the most fervent believers in the cause remain. Warning: these executioners and their rabid defenders are among the most dangerous combatants we have yet faced. Black Gulch. Beyond the cages and concrete walls of the insurgent fortress, past a maze of cages and torture chambers, lies the dark and mysterious chasm from where we believe the commander rules. Stems to match old survey reports to the rough location appear to have been almost correct. Towering cliff-sized bottoms, ravines, and a barren, dark gorge mark this place as unfit for habitation by the first colonists. Only grave desperation could have justified the insurgents' attempting to settle this place. A considerable force is now amassed here, enthralled to the insurgents' commander. From the vast decrepit infrastructure, it seems they tried to bend it and shape this chasm to purpose, but it clearly still defies them. Tremors and landscapes stripping their crumbling construction to their foundations. Beyond this base, it rips, twist, and wind treacherously. Further than the eye can see, while shrieks of unspeakable horrors echo from its depths and mutated predators roam the peaks. It is unlikely the insurgents have been able to map out the whole of Black Gulch, let alone uncover its darkest secrets. Every unsettling legend of this place no longer appears so far-fetched. Compared to this hellhole, even the chaos of the frontline trenches must be serene. Mother of Exiles, Statue of Liberty Reborn. During the first few weeks of colonization, the citizens of Enoch's first city erected the Mother of Exiles. This towering sculpture represented the New World, not just symbolically but technologically as well. It was 3D printed in record time for the highly advanced fabricators used to build the rest of this colony. In the short window before Enoch turned on its new inhabitants and all their tech was rendered useless, the statue was placed atop a structure used for giving speeches in the middle of a parade ground that would have been the civic heart of the first city. The statue was designed as an homage to the liberty and enlightening the world, known on Earth as the Statue of Liberty, a colossal monument gifted to France by France to America in the late 19th century. Just as that statue looked out to the old world, so too would the Mother of Exiles look back at Earth from humanity's new home. Just as liberty was a stirring sight to behold for immigrants arriving on American shores, so too would colonists awoken from their cryopods be greeted by the welcoming arms of this inspirational matriarch. In recent years, this statue has been co-opted by exiles to represent their ultra commander and her godlike powers. The statue, which now stands at the heart of insurgent territory, has been crudely defaced with graffiti, riddled with bullet holes, and adorned with hanging bodies. The Forest. The Fungal Border, History and Madness by R.T. Elliott, the official archive. If the mountains that surround this valley are the walls of our prison, the trees make up the forest to the east, former bars. The forbidding density of its trunks and foliage obscures any vision beyond a few dozen feet through. Shadows have been seen to move within its depths, and strange hair-raising shrieks sound out from within. In the Outriders first entered the forest, the fungus was deadly, yet hadn't quite reached its full potential. Now entering the forest amounts to a death sentence. Fungus permeates the very air and ensures that no one is able to go in and live to tell their story. Forest Enclave, Common Decoration. We have built this place as a safe haven for anyone fortunate to survive the horror of the trenches. In this sanctuary deep in the forest, people will finally be able to live their lives away from the hopelessness and bloodshed that seeps through the valley. We all vow to lay down our lives and protect the common good by whatever means necessary against threats present and impending. Under Skurlock's leadership and King's protection, we shall welcome many more among us who wish to escape the endless war and ease our collective burden. Landmark Old Outrider Truck. Somewhere north of the desert's enclave, you hope to find the truck you remember seeing get blasted into the air by the anomaly as it tried to escape the forest with Jakob, Shira, and Tanner. On the day you landed here 31 years ago, if that truck's still there, perhaps it will have the parts Jakob needs to get your rig running again. You found the truck exactly where you left it, still floating up in the air, just spinning weightlessly in an anomaly distortion field that never went away. Unlike so many of the rusting, dented vehicles remaining on Enoch now, this one is shockingly pristine, untouched since the day it arrived. The stronghold for Skurlock eyes only. We have to move the production of this treatment away from the Enclave. It is far too great a risk for the location of your laboratory to be public knowledge. And fires cannot protect you or its production in case of unrest or an attempt to usurp power. And the growing threat of creatures from the forest requires a more defensible position. When the scouting parties have spotted a location several clicks southeast of the Enclave, the proximity to sources of water and good natural camouflage all around. Underground, we found out were caves that could make an ideal place for you to hide should the need arise, a place to stockpile supplies and even space for a laboratory so you can continue to work in peace. You can build a fortified outpost removed from the Enclave, manned by those who trust alone and a bastion against the greatest threat we face, towards the creatures that attack us. You know it has to be done, Nathan. Kang Jung Su. Landmark Skurlock's Laboratory Treatment Factory. The laboratory where Skurlock produced the treatment that was distributed to the deserters by means of the lottery. Those who were unfortunate to pick the Black Stone would be brought to this lab. Among other ingredients, the treatment requires a cerebrospinal fluid found inside the brain and spinal cord. By depriving the subjects of the treatment, the fungus would eventually attack their bodies at this precise moment. Skurlock would anesthetize the subject, allow them to die peacefully. Following the patient's death, Skurlock placed long, thick needles along the spine to extract a maximum amount of fluid. At the same time, the controlled conditions under which the patient was killed by the fungus allows Skurlock to further study the hostile organism. As contingency, Skurlock kept a sizable surplus of the treatment that could last many weeks. But while he was cautious of the unrest the lottery might cause, its effectiveness far surpassed what even he thought possible. The lottery held the consent of the youngest people, with the added benefit of keeping people's heads down. This lab didn't merely exist for the sake of producing the treatment, it cemented Skurlock and Kane's idea of order and stability. It is this same lab that permitted Skurlock to maintain complete secrecy of August, the native being that Kane captured deeper in the forest. We believe August's immunity to the fungus itself could lead to the discovery of a vaccine, a way to inoculate the human body against the fungus. August was kept in a near comatose state, constantly exsanguinated of enough blood to fuel Skurlock's studies and experiments, but not too much as to kill the native. Tuca Tree. Before it was imprisoned, Tiago aided the Enclave by collecting the sap of a species of tree that can only be found in the jungle called a tuca tree. The sap is a crucial ingredient for the treatment that insulates people from the deadly fungus. Juno has asked you to collect more of the tuca sap, a characteristic for its vivid blue hue. In tandem with the deal Juno intends to make with the ECA for the bodies of their followers, she needs the sap to continue the treatment's production. The ancient ruins, Dr. Abraham's key research notes. Deeper in the forest, he came upon ruins of a civilization that must have once thrived on Enoch. There seems to be no trace of them now, though it is possible the native we found, Tiago's friend, is a descendant of this civilization. The ruins themselves are reminiscent of the ancient civilizations on Earth, at least from the little memory I have of seeing pictures of them as a child. These natives possess the intelligence and technology to shape giant blocks of stone, assemble imposing structures, and likely formed communities around them. What could have caused their disappearance? Landmark Ancient Obelisk, Dr. Abraham's Haiti research note. After the storm had passed, or rather had been interrupted by August, I inspected the obelisk. I avoided touching it myself, unwilling to risk what might happen, but the stone was still clearly glowing and vibrating with the energy that coursed through it. There is no doubt it is of an artificial construction, with straight edges, groups along flat surfaces, and clear patterns carved into a durable, granite-like material. There are 4 recesses, one on each side of the obelisk. It's finally updating. There are 4 resources, one on each side of the obelisk, so I cannot tell what their purpose is. Parts of the obelisk are worn or cracked, but for this particular obelisk, at least it does not seem to have compromised its function. Directly beneath the obelisk, there is a deep hole in the ground that I can only describe as a well. I threw a flare down to try and measure its depth, and I lost sight of the light before it reached the bottom, if it ever did. The Outrider found another functioning obelisk among the ancient ruins. Upon touching it, a stream of anomaly energy shot out into the sky. The Outrider quickly let go, and the effect was over. I can only hypothesize based on observations, but it is possible that anomaly energy originates and is stored deep within Enoch. As well as could be some kind of vent out of which anomaly energy pours from. But the way August manipulated the obelisk indicates the energy can be conducted back in. The gate. Dr. Abraham's Zahidi research note. Having reached further inside the forest than I believe anyone has, we came upon a gigantic gate that occupies the length of the horizon, blocks the only way forward. Everything seems to point to August's ancestors having built the gate. The same lost civilization that built the ancient ruins we came from. Why would they build this gate? As the classic question goes, were they trying to keep something out or something in? All we know from that is that a signal is being broadcast from beyond this point, but what lies behind it? What new horrors await us? Desert. The sands beyond Dr. Abraham Zahidi expedition of. Stretching as far as the eye can see, this scorching desert was the last thing we could have expected to find at the end of the forest beyond the giant gate. The storms we have endured in this valley and forest now seem to but a chilliest nights like drizzle compared to the anomalous sandstorm that can seem ripping through these arid plains. I cannot say if there's anything else beyond this place. For all we know, this desert goes on forever, and somewhere inside this infinite hell, the signal awaits. Dunes, Dr. Abraham Zahidi expedition note. The vastness of the desert is interrupted by dunes and complex rock formations. Sources of water and food are near non-existent. I'm reminded of my childhood of traveling during the scorching heat waves that swept through Earth's northern hemisphere and killed off most life, leaving only mountains and skeletons. Against the storms that ravage this barren wasteland, it is all we can do to find shelter. Against the endless horizon that stares us down, it is all we can do to chase the heat haze. Utargak. August led you to a village nestled deep in the desert, but on the slopes of a hill. I keep on not noticing the period and thinking the sentence continues. The structures don't look far off from the ruins discovered in the forest, except this place hasn't been abandoned. August believes this is where those beasts brought Jakob and the rest. August implies this village was the native's home, but it seems the beasts have occupied the huts and houses now. They don't seem to give a shit about anyone who might have lived there before. Landmark ancient carvings, Dr. Abraham Zahidi expedition note. The advancement of the native civilization and culture seems to have progressed to at least some form of writing and record keeping. The Outriders discovered carvings in this village, flattened stone surfaces into which the natives chiseled shapes and figures, and used dyes to make them vivid. The content of the carvings better resembles drawings that the repeating signs and symbols we know as writing. They depict events of an unknown time that are likely historical, although it is possible that these stories were passed on in the oral tradition before they were carved into stone, and may feature exaggerations or mythological aspects. The more we can find, the better we'll be able to piece together the history of this world. Landmark village catacombs, native death ritual site. It may be a universal sign of intelligence how living things treat their dead. It would seem humans and August people have similar customs to cope with the grief and the loss of a loved one. The catacombs we found indicate the natives prefer to encase their deceased in a type of coffin, possibly made of clay or some other kind of moldable material. The coffin is then placed in these catacombs to allow for the desiccation of the body without the interference of unwanted foreign organisms. Landmark massacre convoy, highway of death. Further into the desert, you discover a column of destroyed human vehicles lying in the sand, half buried amid signs of a deadly battle. And eventually you saw the beast massacre the humans who were caught in the ambush. With nowhere to escape, this highway of death was left later with the charred and mangled bodies of humans. A convoy of humans drive vehicles equipped with advanced tech. How is that possible? They look nothing like the vehicles in the war zone, nor like anything else the ECA or insurgents could have built. Where did they come from, and what were they doing here? So my driver is actually driver's updating is actually almost done. It's working on the last two now. It's been updating for the past 3 hours, maybe more. Desolate Fort, deserted compound. A complex of prefabricated buildings surrounding a towering antenna. This fort must have been built to secure the region and facilitate long-distance communications. It was likely built by the same humans we encountered earlier, those we found massacred inside the vehicle. It's also our best bet to get a retrace on the signal. Canyon of the Grand Obelisk, Dr. Abraham Zahidi expedition notes. Breaking up the monotony of endless sand, these labyrinthine canyons hide a network of ancient structures built into the rock face. Sitting here, I can almost feel a cool draft sifting through these rifts. Despite the height of these cliffs, I see the top of an enormous obelisk standing taller, far larger than any other obelisk we've seen before, levitating above another bottom as well, casting a long shadow across some canyons. Much more the logical explanation points to August's ancestors having built all of this. And once more, the native traveling with us refuses confirmation of any of this, though August's face seems to be drawn with fear. I wish I could prod August further, but I fear inside Thiago's anger. Landmark, Grand Shrine of the Pax. Dr. Abrams Zahidi Expedition Note. The Grand Obelisk inside the canyon is our largest we have come across yet. If this obelisk is anything like the one August manipulated in the forest, I can only imagine how much anomaly power could course through it, and how it might affect any who get too close to it. Closer to the obelisk base, we found dozens of skeletons arrayed in a circular fashion. The packs are likely conducting a ritual, as I found shards of the obelisk next to them, or clasped in many of their hands, and many of their rib cages show signs of fracturing. Judging by how August transformed into a pharaoh, I can only surmise these packs try to do the same. Near to the Grand Obelisk, we found a field lab that must have been set up by this Monroy and his people. Cabling, lighting, and plastic welding indicates they were studying the obelisk, trying to ascertain the connection to the anomaly, perhaps, or trying to understand how the packs made use of it. Landmark, Hovering Lake. Dr. Abrams Zahidi Expedition Note. While there was once a giant lake, perhaps even an ocean, there is now nothing but desert. 1 second, I just got a message. Where was I? Dry docks and beach boats lie buried in the sand, betraying evidence of a time before the anomaly affected this place. Water that once floated here now floats in the sky in the shapes of spheres, giant and small, hovering above the city. It's hard to believe that what I would once consider insane words even passed my lips, I now bear your mark on. Well, nothing on this planet shocked me ever again. Pack City. Dr. Abrams Zahidi Expedition Notes. The city of the past may have once resembled or even surpassed the most majestic and opulent cities of ancient human civilizations. Little evidence of this remains. Dilapidated houses, desecrated temples, abandoned markets, and filth-ridden streets run by monsters and pharaohs stand under a menacing cloud of the large spherical bodies of water that float in the sky. Sun rays are refracted through these giant spheres, casting a swirling, rippling, eerie light into the city's ruins. I have seen cities like this before back on Earth. The memories are still etched into my mind. Towns and cities turn to ruins. The same thought went through my head as it did before. I wish I could have seen them before, when they were filled with life and commerce and possibility. Landmark Coliseum. Blood-soaked arena. The Coliseum resembles some of the arenas of Earth's ancient times. Accurately made use of it for theater, ceremony, perhaps even sports and circus. Monroy's people use it for recreation too, although judging by the stocks, shackles, and bodies scattered around the arena, their brand of entertainment was decidedly bloodier. Landmark Monroy's Palace, Dr. Abrams Zahidi Expedition Note. Whatever purpose the Pax held for this impressive building, it was usurped by Monroy's regime and converted into his palace. Even after all these years, his face adorns the tattered flags that hang down the palace walls, a vestige of his brutal reign over them. The rebuilt Caravel. Dr. Abrams Zahidi Expedition Note. The ship that everyone on the SM floors believed had never left Earth after the catastrophic failure of his engine at launch now stands out like a sore thumb on the dunes of its desert, its hull glinting in the sun, surrounded by silence and death. I do not know how it's possible how a ship I thought destroyed could be sitting in front of me as I speak. All I know is that the signal I've been chasing for so long is coming from inside the ship, and I intend to find a way to reach the source. Landmark Internment Camp, Sergeant Abrams Zahidi Expedition Note. Under the shadow of the Caravel lies a network of internment camps built for the housing and imprisonment of the past and engaged in slave labor to support Monroy's army. But it's clear much worse than imprisonment happened here. Once Monroy had made the connection between the Pax and the Pharaohs, after his army was close to defeat, he ordered the extermination of all Pax remaining inside the camps, trying to prevent them from transforming into Pharaohs. But none of it was enough to stop what had already been set in motion. Uncharted North. No point. In the far north, a gorge carves its way through an icy landscape. The snow is stacked high, but it's difficult to determine whether this canyon was always so icy naturally, or if it's a result of the increasingly frequent ice storm. However, the number of creatures we now find flash frozen in place that once grazed on local plant life Poison anomalies blizzards having swept through this plain with sudden, unpredictable fury. This is where the coordinates for Salvador's null point leads to. Aqueducts. A route to Tarja Grotto. Long arcades extend from the surrounding mountains all the way to Tarja Grotto. Atop them are grand canals filled with water, seemingly diverted from mountain springs, which flows along these canals into the city. Judging by the ships that lie along the banks, the aqueducts are large enough and deep enough to sail through. One more driver, and then looks like I have to restart my computer. Judging by the ships that lie along the banks, the aqueducts are large and deep enough to sail through. It must have been used for travel and the ferrying of goods. The points of what must have once been a thriving population that extended far beyond these mountains. Several settlements could have once been connected to Tarja Grotto by these arteries. The aqueducts are now partially frozen over, with ice floes crowding the water. Hopefully they remain clear enough for the passage, as they appear to be the only way to reach Tarja Grotto. Father's Tomb. The father, the most exalted of the ancient Pack's ancestors, will laid to rest in a grand tomb befitting his eminent stature. Akin to the pharaohs of ancient Egypt, the father was considered to be a walking deity, a god king whose death on the mortal plane was seen as a momentous and world-shattering event. The tomb created a house of father's body as an imposing structure, seemingly forged from ancient rock by the best phenomenally gifted artisans the city had produced. For long after he lived, the father's final resting place surely projected awe and fear over the populace below. The father was entombed along with the root shard he had gifted to the daughter. Perhaps she wanted no more of his tainted gift. Perhaps it was her way of punishing him for taking the world down with him. Or perhaps it was the father's own followers who bear the shard with him out of fear of his wrath if he were to ever return from the dead after what they saw as the daughter's great betrayal. Tarja Grotto. The pack shaman called Otara Tuma directed the Outrider toward the hidden civilization in the mountains that she referred to at first as the Lost City and later named Tarja Grotto. The monumental metropolis that appears on the horizon appears to have been the seat of power for an ancient civilization carved into the mountainside and reached via vaulted aqueducts. Past Father's Tomb, overlooking the harbor, markets the residents of the city. The upper level of Tarja Grotto houses what were most likely the cultural and temple districts, as well as likely to be the father's palace and perhaps his legendary hidden passage beyond it. Like the districts below, there are no signs of the beings that once inhabited. Yes, restart now. That once inhabited the city. Despite the ravages of the city was somehow mostly intact for 1,000 years. Finally, it took 4 hours. I swear to God, like it took 4 hours for all the drivers to update. Finally, moving on to history and lore. We've been recording for 1 hour and 5 minutes. We're almost done here. We just have 2 more categories. Ours mission Earth, home planet. In 2032, the Earth began experiencing aggressive seismic activity. Some laying off secret weapons experiments carried out by the world's superpowers. A tectonic weapon that could target any location in the world and cause an earthquake. Another theory posits that experiments with tech that could manipulate gravitational forces was responsible, causing some kind of imbalance in Earth's own gravitational pull. Others believed it to be an unexpected effect of the global warming already destabilizing the planet. Among other series of natural disasters that awakened long-dormant volcanoes and kicked up skyscraping tsunamis. Whatever the real reason, and perhaps they were all contributing to factors, the truth was lost to history as the situation snowballed into catastrophe. Studies reveal that these earthquakes would only grow stronger and more frequent, disrupting weather patterns, toxifying the world's water supply, destroying cities until the Earth's surface became uninhabitable, and all life on the planet would be annihilated within a century. The world's leaders were able to keep the coming extinction levels the event secret until 2048, when the first worldwide seismic cataclysm killed hundreds of thousands. Over the coming decades, as global disasters became routine, cities swallowed by the earth, submerged by the ocean, or buried by mountains, the world descended into chaos. Global instability, anarchy, and riots engulfed the planet. Throughout this period, many nations tried to find ways to save humanity. Trillions were spent building floating cities, space arcs, vast underground bunkers, but in the end, humanity's inability to work together and the sheer immensity of the task led to failure for all but our project, the SM Flores and Caravel. The two ships that would embark on this interstellar voyage to the planet Enoch to find a new home for the last of humanity. In 2091, the last message from home was received by the Flores computers. As far as anyone knows, there is no longer any life on planet Earth. Contact with planet Earth lost. Initiate diagnostic checks. Processing attempt at number 001 to reconnect to Earth. SM Flores automated mission log 32663. Processing attempt to number 28473 to reconnect to Earth. SM Flores comm officer in mid-flight report. It finally happened. I accessed communications today and found the automated message log. You reporting thousands of failed reconnection attempts with Earth. Diagnostic checks ruled out false on our end and backup country system reported 0 messages. It doesn't feel weird to write this. Earth is no more. Did that say? No, I don't want to enable cloud storage decline. I don't want to have this. No, I don't want cloud storage. Stop. I don't know why you're popping up. Give me a minute. I need to do something. Stop popping up! I closed you. Oh my god, it's so frustrating. I need to do something with this computer. Uninstall. A minute. Something I was working on before I stop. I said no. Stop. Stop connecting to cloud. I don't want cloud. So many files on here that I don't want to back up. There's so many stuff on the desktop. Computer is freaking annoying. Yes, uninstall. Get it off my computer. I said uninstall, not uninstall. Skip and uninstall. Uninstall. Oh my god, how many times are you gonna ask me to uninstall? Okay. Trying to uninstall an antivirus program that I canceled my account for, and it's just such a pain in the ass. Okay, the signal, Dr. Abraham Zahidi, personal notes. The first documented interaction with the signal occurred on landing day, the day the Outriders first descended on Enoch to lay the groundwork for the colony to come. Recorded testimony by any Outriders themselves is scarce. The unknown Outrider personally discovered the exploratory probe that relayed the signal and did not survive that day, although Grand Marshal Goodman herself claims to have heard firsthand by the radio the moment of discovery. All we are left with is a knowledge that a digital signal is broadcasting from somewhere beyond this valley, and that somehow and possibly the signal predates the arrival of the ESM Flores itself. The implications of the technology that was broadcasting on Enoch before we set foot on the planet are tremendous, and many have speculated on the origin of the signal, but that is all it is, speculation. A much greater effect to our survival than hypotheses of ancient advanced alien races. Time travel is the science of the signal's very nature. The fact that it's a digital signal necessitates that it is being broadcast by an electronic apparatus, a computer. My computer is really starting to annoy me. Stop. An integrated circuit microprocessor. Every known device like this has been turned to use to scrap by the anomaly, which begs the question. With the anomaly having destroyed all electronics, how is it possible that this signal is being broadcast at all? Could there exist a place outside the reach of the anomaly? It appears I was wrong about all the Outriders having died. There is one who still survives, who took record of the signal's frequency. Whose discovery and awakening from cryo came entirely by chance, and yet the number written on the Outrider's hand holds a promise that we may finally track the signal down to its source. The Outrider helped me recover the last uplink node known to existence. With this device, we can travel to the place beyond the anomaly, where we can finally connect to the forest and bring down all the pods still attached to the ship. As my father hoped to do for so long, all the resources and hardware inside may yet see this war brought to its end. Triangulation of the signal source will narrow down where the journey takes me next. Satellite uplink node, Dr. Ezra Zahidi personal notes. To restrict access to the Flores advanced computer systems from the surface of Enoch, the ECA designed the ARC ships. Stop popping up! Designed the ARC ships communicate. That computer is being annoying. Oh my god, stop popping up! I don't care about you! It just keeps on popping up on programs I don't even use. The ECA designed the ARC ship's communications require highly encrypted signals that could only be decrypted and re-encrypted by satellite uplink nodes. Around the time of the first big anomaly storm, however, connections to the Flores became very unstable due to the signal interference caused by the anomaly. Well, there were no more than a few satellite uplink nodes built, given to the president and other high-ranking officials in the ECA. Those were destroyed during the massacre of the ECA leadership by the altered insurgents. Others were lost during the riots in the first city. The only way to contact the Flores is to recover these lost nodes. In case of mega mu metal cases, there remains a possibility that one or more of the nodes could still be intact from any damage that the anomaly could cause to it, as long as they have remained sealed and unopened. It is crucial that after obtaining the satellite uplink node, I find a place beyond the anomaly's influence where I can safely open the case and activate it. Originally, the nodes would have allowed the user to upload and download data from the Flores computers. This would include satellite imagery taken from the ship's planet-facing cameras, stellar observations from its telescopes, interplanetary communication, if such an opportunity became possible ever again. And finally, most importantly, remote access to the supply pods still attached to the ship. There is every reason to believe that any of these mission-critical elements will fail. The Flores systems, the pods launch, the node itself, even a hairline fracture in the moon metal case, make the entire operation pointless, but still I must try. Supply pods are to Ezra Zahidi personal notes. While the landing pods containing the crowd pods and passengers were all accounted for, a number of supply pods that were scheduled to attack from the SM Flores and land on Enoch failed to do so. In the early days, their contents were not necessary since they contained data backups and surplus resources reserved for worst-case scenarios. Yet, when that worst-case scenario arrived, we were no longer able to call the pods down. An old, partially burnt manifest are recovered from the First City list of but a few of the contents of the supply pods. Components for construction and industrial 3D printers, used for various harvest crops, storage devices, drives with the backups for all our lost data, central processing. Report on the fungus medical report. Patient Scarset Magnus, occupation Outrider, condition unknown, exposure day +3. Following exposure to the black fungus-like substance, patient 0 is now stable in a suspended animation. Tomorrow, Dr. Akinboy will begin running a series of lab tests to determine the properties of the organism that affected the patient. Signed Nurse Anna Kulikowski. Exposure date +12. Nurse Kulikowski wore a hazmat suit and packed gloves before removing a sample of the dark, viscous substance draining from the patient's ears, nose, and throat. Despite taking extended protective measures, Nurse Kulikowski quickly exhibited serious, profound symptoms and began vomiting black sludge. She did not risk attempting to resuscitate Nurse Kulikowski. Body was incinerated to prevent further contamination. Signed, Dr. Deanna Akinboy. Exposure day +20. The medical council has reached a consensus to place the discovery of a vaccine for this disease as top priority. Significant further research will need to be conducted. The council has approved my proposed methodology of research, modifying hazmat suit with lead lining to protect from any exposure, although it will impede the speed of my research. Hopefully, even with our newly limited resources, we can find a cure, especially since it is becoming quickly and abundantly clear that our future on this planet will depend on the ability to leave the valley. Signed, Dr. Deanna Akinboy. Exposure day +29. After exhibiting black sludge symptoms, Dr. Deanna Akinboy was pronounced deceased and her remains have been incinerated. Few remain who wish to continue the work, but I will stay. I know with enough time this nut can be cracked. More will die in an attempt. Perhaps I will be next, but I cannot just walk away. I will stay. Signed, Dr. Nathan. Fungus, Dr. Abraham, CED research note. After all these expeditions, I stayed into the forest. After none of them returned, perhaps it only just as now my turn to do the same. We call it the fungus, but actually it's something else. We know it does not obey the laws of physics, that it laughs at gravity, that it somehow feeds off Enoch's energy of the anomaly. We know that it has evolved and mutated since the Outriders first encountered it on land today. We know that its spores are microscopic, and we know that what it does to the human body. It only takes minutes for it to start spreading through the lungs, causing them to fill with blood as it liquefies tissue. Then it spreads to the kidneys and liver, and then the heart, slowly reducing our insides to lifeless pulp and black bile. Unless it's beneath your skin, there is no way to survive. I've searched every possible avenue to isolate the human body against a fungus, Though I have no way of knowing for certain, the safe assumption is that none of them worked, but I must find a way. It's not just my own life that's on the line this time, it's the future of our entire species. If we cannot pass through the forest to the source of the signal, we will not survive. Sherlock's Cure, personal notes, Dr. Nathan Sherlock. Years ago, where scientists believed the study of fungi to be a branch of botany. Eventually, it became understood that fungi are more closely related to animals than plants. The key distinction lies in plants being autotrophs, as in they produce their own nutrition. Animals are heterotrophs, meaning that they can only find nutrition by consuming other organisms. Of course, it is Enoch's deadly force of fungus that is on every scientist's mind. First observed by the Outriders who entered the forest on rain day, they recorded a gooey black tar-like substance that seemed to move and sway. Direct physical contact with the substance caused immediate infection and manifesting and immediate symptoms such as vomiting blood followed by catastrophic organ failure and liquid. Since then, however, the fungus appears to have evolved rapidly to the extent that direct contact is necessary for infection, as merely inhaling the spores that permeate the forest air achieves the same effect. Like an animal, a predator, the fungus seems to hunt any human that enters its domain in an almost territorial fashion, and stays well away from the regions outside the forest, but appears to not regard the fungus as well. Most are still saturated with the outdated science that were indoctrinated with. If there is a cure to be found, they will certainly not be the ones to pioneer it. I already have working theory to achieve that. But the fungus has likely wiped out many creatures that have strayed into the forest. There's no doubt it has developed a symbiotic relationship with many organisms in the forest. If I could trick the fungus into believing the human body is just another of its symbiotic partners, it would have no reason to attack. The question remains, how do I trick it? I've always been torn on whether to share the formula for the treatment of my methods. Sometimes I fear my exclusive knowledge is all that stops King from feeding me to the forest beasts. But then, how is my legacy to survive without an experiment to study beneath me? To learn of all I have accomplished and continue to distribute my treatment among the people. I've decided to take on a student. Her name is Juno. Many in the Enclave trust her for her dedication in managing the camp's affairs. I trust her because of her clear contempt for King. Her medical expertise has made her a quick learner, though I am disappointed by her discomfort when extracting the spinal fluid from the subjects. I was explaining to her time and again the only way of stopping the fungus from attacking the body is by convincing it we are just an organism native to the forest. Like the many other symbiotic organisms that coexist with it, the only way to achieve this is by combining spinal fluid with the resin found in the tuca tree, enriched in the DNA of multiple organisms that are caught in the sap. The injection of the mixture in our bloodstream is all that keeps us alive here. Those few days that these mixture remains active in our circulatory system, I do admire her noble attempts to push me toward finding a different source for the spinal fluid, but she does not understand this is how things have to be. Channel's Garden, Channel's record of visions. This one's very different. I'm not sure what to make of it or whether I can trust it. There's a lot of green, the kind of green that's seen near the forest, but brighter, warmer, inviting. But it's not just green. There's every color I've seen of it in a storm. Except these colors aren't trying to kill me. I walk up to these colors and around them. I feel them brush against my fingers. I hear birds singing. Since when do birds sing? For once I cannot smell death, and the ground beneath my feet is firm and steady. I hear a voice in my name. It calls my name, Shauna, but I cannot see a face and I do not recognize a voice. Could any of it be real? A vision of the future that doesn't predict more death and suffering? Or is it just a dream? Whatever that voice is, I need to find them. It's the only way I will ever know the truth of what I saw. I saw it as I walked through the caravel. I caught a glimpse of it. There finally was, after all this time, a sea of green. I got it underneath the clear blue sky. But it was all a trick, a mirage made up of ones and zeros. Was everything I had seen, but it wasn't real. It was all behind a giant screen that stared down at me, laughing at me for the fool I was. Or even believing these visions of mine had anything good to show me. No, but it was real, just a long time ago. Maybe that's all my visions are good for. Reminders of what has died. Prophecies of what will die. What's the point? Last drop pod tracking is a Heidi drop pod inventory update 25B. Tracking data. Tracking data I've gathered shows 3 pods total landed within the unexplored region of Glacier's Edge. Pods Omega 6 and Omega 7 were robust. One must have struck the mountainside below the glacial lake in its area and triggered an avalanche. Judging by the evidence, it now lies buried under a few hundred feet of snow and ice. I have little doubt most of its contents are destroyed. The other pod hit the lake itself, broke the ice, and now likely lies at the bottom of the lake bed. We simply do not have the tools to dive down and search for it. That leaves just one to find. Pod Omega B is still pinging, and we've narrowed down the search area. This may be the last pod out there. The Omega series were outfitted with systems akin to black boxes, constantly backing up data from the floor's computers. I've conferred with FS, and we both believe whatever data has retained could include the last atmospheric and weather scans from me. Considering the recently observed increase in the anomaly's behavior, that data is now more vital than ever. The Outriders leading the way to retrieve it now. I don't believe it'll lock. My fingers are very crossed right now. Channel's dark vision. I've known my share of horrible visions, but this last one, there's sure no garden in it, no hope, just cold and shadows. I saw a field covered in bodies, rotting in black. Some burst open, the blood frozen in their veins. I recognized Grifftown from above, a tangled mess of black war and pale lint. I looked over the piled corpse and I realized there was no ground beneath them. They just went down and down, the whole gorge filled with bodies just like a trash pit. There's a woman there, pale but wrapped in dark, rising out of the gorge. The blackness and shadows seemed to flow into her, feeding her hunger. And the Outrider was there, charging to meet her, to protect us, but sinking into the corpses with each step, pulled on her by those pale limbs reaching out, consuming our last hope. The images in my head are fading already. I wish this dread would fade with it. The anomaly. The anomaly phases Dr. Abraham's ED personal notes. Observations of the anomaly's 3 distinct phases. Currently an hour and 24 minutes into this recording. In the anarch phase, the anomaly seems to have only subtle, harmless effects on the environment. Interactions with the atmosphere could create auroras, and sensitive electronics start to malfunction. This is the phase in which we found the anomaly when we first arrived in the valley. Little did we know was during this phase, in our phase, the anomaly builds pressure toward an inevitable explosive release. In the awakening phase, the anomaly begins causing its long-term negative effects. Genetic alteration to flora and fauna result in rapid mass mutations. Once green valleys wither and die. Lakes become toxic and frequent electromagnetic pulses render all electronics useless. In the final active phase, the anomaly's accumulated charge reaches a zenith. It explodes into storm-like phenomena. At first, it appears as a flickering in the atmosphere, but moments later manifests as blended beams of ionized gas, similar to a solar prominence. These violent conflagrations light up the skies with colors that are beautiful in their own way, while obliterating almost any living thing they touch, and upending the very nature of reality. A storm that can last for hours or even days before it finally calms down returns to its inner phase, leaving behind surreal distortions as it begins building pressure again. Anomaly storm, Dr. Abraham's Heidi personal notes. They come the storms when least suspected, moving like weather systems across the surface of the planet. It seems that every year they grow stronger, and at this rate, I wonder if there is even a top end to their destructiveness. They have killed so many and left the rest of us living like troglodytes in caves. Without electronics, without satellites or radars, we have no way to predict the storm's appearances. We've come to relying on an old backyard remedy. Forks hanging in the wind, they clatter when disturbed by surging electromagnetic waves, but is almost always a warning that comes to. Where do they come from? What caused them? It's possible that, like the Higgs field, the anomaly permeates all matter, but instead of granting objects mass, it operates at a more destructive level. It's pure hypothesis, of course, no possibility of verification. How can I study a phenomena that has neutralized the very tools that allow me to study it? Anomaly distortions are taken by the personal note. After an anomaly soaring past through an area, it will sometimes leave behind a trail of effects or distortions that appear to bend and sometimes even violate the laws of physics. Within these distortions, up might become down, water might boil at 0 degrees Celsius, and perpetual motion may no longer be possible. These distortions are baffling and sometimes dangerous when coming into direct contact with them and often remain as a persistent stain on the land for months or even years after the storm has passed. The anomaly in electronics, excerpts of a report to the ECA console. Excerpts of a report to the ECA console, planetary effects on electrical and electronic devices. Careful study and analysis have prompted the following conclusions. First, we must establish that electrical devices are mechanical objects that take electric energy and roughly convert it into heat, motion, or light. They are fairly resilient to power fluctuations. Electronics, computers, hard drives, networks, and everything else using transistors and circuit boards operate at low voltages to manipulate electrical energy into more complex forms such as audio, video, and data, and are far more susceptible to power fluctuations. There is much speculation about unknown force present in Enoch's atmosphere, but what many have come to call the anomaly. This anomaly emits random intermittent electromagnetic pulses. This EMP introduces high voltage to electronics, causing them to overload heat, effectively melting their internal components. EMPs can still affect electrical devices, such as making a light bulb glow brighter, but do not outright destroy them. This is how hard drives, computers, and 3D printers stop working. While it's still possible for there to be functional vehicle engines, heaters, lights, and batteries. The anomaly, Enoch's mysterious energy. The apparent energy accident on planet Enoch has been dubbed the anomaly because it follows a few laws of known physics. Its remorselessness, violent storms create pockets of distortion where rules like gravity, time, and even the physical manifestation of atoms become unpredictable. The first recorded manifestation was on landing day when the Outriders, tasked with securing the landing area, landed right into one of the anomaly-like storm-like manifestations. Very few walked out. In the years since, the colony has learned to shelter in rifts, caves, and other structures when the storms arrive. But the anomaly's electromagnetic field has had even more devastating effects than the storms. First was the erasing of the colony's digital drives filled with all knowledge from Earth. Then came the slow decimating of any complex electronics, which led to the massive awakening, the whole tragic debacle that set the colony on the course of war. Many have raised the question, why was the anomaly detected by Earth's instruments during the exhaustive study of its habitability? Had they known, certainly Enoch would never have been selected for colonization. The anomaly's behavior seems to have changed over recent months, gradually leading to an increase in storm frequency and ferocity. Local wildlife is struggling to adapt to these storms quickly enough to survive, while human settlements report that the most violent storms now permeate the once reliable concrete shelters. Though readings are difficult to obtain without orbital data, the changes seem to coincide with plummeting temperatures. Violent anomaly-drawn blizzards have swept across several regions, leaving landscapes devastated in their wake, flash freezing or burying them. The barrier. Otara Akuma, the last living shaman of the pack, used a root shard attained by the Outrider to create a new obelisk, one large enough to generate a protective barrier across the entire valley region. Maintaining the inscrutable technology generating the barrier is no small task. Dr. Abrams Zahidi does his best to commune with Otara Akuma to learn the complex rituals that keep the monumental obelisk harmoniously aligned and functioning. From Redtown in the east to the Force Enclave in the west, the Shimmering Ward promises to keep the anomaly and tumultuous blizzards at bay for time to come. For how long it will keep us safe, we do not know, but the short time since the great battle that allowed the barrier to rise, much has already begun to flourish that had previously been crushed. More than anything else, hope. Humanity is not all dead. Humanity, bloody but not broken, has a place to rebuild now that the war has been ended and the anomaly driven back. Even some insurgents are coming out of the hills, throwing down their weapons and looking for reconciliation. This is a valley vanguards of a new Enochian society. Of little experience with peacetime and will have to learn fast. But here in this precious, protected valley, new generations can be born better prepared than the first colonists. The orphan peoples of Earth ever were ready to survive them. Holy shit. I thought this story had like a hopeless ending with all of humanity dead, as the only survivors being like the Outriders. I did not know that. What the fuck? Was that obvious? Was that explaining the story and I missed it in my first playthrough this DLC? I thought the barrier just protected the community that of the Outriders' friends in the Tuma. I didn't know it covered the whole valley. That's actually pretty good. That just means that Corgan and the other remaining residents of the area that we met are still alive. Okay. History of Earth Apocalypse Doorsteps. G9 Close Meeting Transcripts. G9 Close Meeting Year 2032. Scientists, I'll take your question now. Voice of the country delegates yelling. Chinese delegate, are these earthquakes natural? Indian delegate, was last year's underground nuke responsible? Scientists, we don't know. It is unclear whether this is caused by natural or man-made forces. German delegate, can the destruction be contained? Scientists, we don't know, but our models suggest the next tectonic wave, a 9.7, will strike South America in 3 months. There will be more tectonic movements after that, and they will grow stronger and more frequent until the continents start repositioning. Canadian delegate, but sea levels are already rising. We can't take American delegate. How long until Earth no longer supports life? Scientists, our best estimate, Earth will be incapable of sustaining life beyond the end of the century. Angry shouting interrupts meeting. G9 closed meeting reconvened. UN Secretary General Joint Mission Statement. The group of 9 have agreed to the following. The findings of the Research Commission shared among the G9 are to remain classified to the highest order. None of the matters discussed are to be made public. Any breach of this directive, leaks to the press, social media, and any other outlet, regardless of intention, will lead to exclusion from further programs and may be considered as casus belli act of war. G9 closed meeting year 2034. Yes, a bill in May Flores. We cannot stay. There will be nothing left in order to accommodate us. Indian delegate, what is your suggestion we do instead? Yes, to Bill and May Flores. An arc ship built in orbit capable of transporting us to the nearest habitable planet. The arc ship will be powered by nuclear energy with capacity for 500,000 passengers. 1 second. I'm getting a couple messages. Okay. An arc ship built in orbit capable of transporting us to the nearest habitable planet. The arc ship will be powered by nuclear energy with capacity for 500,000 passengers. An auxiliary scout ship, the Caravel, will also be built to reach the destination planning for the arc ship, to establish a safe zone and prepare the ground for the first human settlement outside Earth. Sounds of disapproval, contempt. French delegate, I believe you are in the wrong meeting, Miss Flores. The Star Trek convention is down the road. EU delegate, you're wrong. A floating city built on the surface of an ocean. That is the only realistic option we have. My people have already begun drafting the plans. Yes, to build and make forests. For once in your lives, take the science seriously. You cannot have a city in the middle of the ocean. There will be no ocean left. Formation of the Outriders. Alright, just thought I saw something on my phone. Speech to the Transgovernmental Board to build in May Flores, year 2040. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Progress on the construction of the arc ship continues apace. Procedures for transportation of resources to orbit have been streamlined, and the ship's skeleton is well underway to completion. Our latest series of tests for the G-Drive have passed with flying colors, and we are close to developing ship-scale engines featuring this tech. Considering the delays we have endured to get this project off the ground, we are safely within schedule. However, this is where I have to caution this board that the progress made should not be expected to be maintained. I need not tell you the dangers that lurk in your own countries and the threat that civil unrest could pose to the Ark ship. Even if we work to safely and effortlessly leave Earth behind us, there's no telling what might await us on Enoch. We must do everything we can to guarantee this experiment of ours succeeds, because it cannot be repeated. We will require highly trained individuals to extract VIPs from hostile zones, whether by diplomatic means or otherwise, secure crucial strategic plans to ensure the security and continued production of the Ark ship. We will require a diverse group of interdisciplinary individuals with both the combat and scientific expertise to steer a scout ship that departs from the planet ahead of our Ark and prepare the ground for the colony we will establish. This can only be achieved with the formation of a specialized unit. They will be handpicked from the most distinguished members of the military, government agencies, and corporate entities across the world, provided further fit-for-purpose training. Thus, I submit to the board my recommendation for our next generation of pioneers, the vanguard of Enoch, the Outrider. And coming in, the point of no return, Article year 2048. The latest earthquake's epicenter was recorded in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, down the fault line that courses between Africa and South America. Although the Richter scale does not technically have an upper limit, seismometers have failed to provide consistent readings on just how intense the quake was. As residents of neighboring coastal areas will attest, however, their houses and workplaces crumbled first, before their ruins were swept away by the following tsunami. For those cities that still stood, no effort at evacuation could have prevented the ensuing catastrophe. Rio de Janeiro was struck approximately 2 hours and 17 minutes after the earthquake occurred. Many flocked to the city's hills, seeking the highest altitudes they could reach, but the ocean water reached even the feet of Cristo Redentor, atop Corcovado Mountain. Sure, that's a freaking any of those foreign names is so hard for me to pronounce, but stands more than 2,000 feet above ground. Most of the city's population, which numbered at 12 million, is missing, together with tens of thousands of travelers. Fortaleza, Cape Town, St. Lucia, Lagos, Puerto Rico, the same story repeats for many serious islands caught in the path of this mega tsunami. This disaster followed several others that have occurred in the last decade. Their increasing intensity, combined with an overwhelming number of scientific studies urging for action, forced world leaders to confirm that more disasters like this will follow, ultimately rendering the planet uninhabitable by the middle of the 21st century. Perhaps the world's leaders believed 200 years would be so far removed in time to allay people's worries. Perhaps they thought that promising to save billions of our great-grandchildren would satisfy us, but for half the world's people, as things currently stand, their cups aren't exactly overflowing, and in a dying world, they all know which lives hold priority. The Great Extinction. Fragments from a junior high science book published in Chicago, Illinois, year 2065. In most of the Arctic permafrost melted, about 200 billion tons of CO2 and methane, stored in frozen organic matter, were released into the atmosphere. This accelerated the rate of climate change, with the average temperature of the Earth's oceans rising by 1 degree. This rise was enough to destabilize most methane's clathrates, releasing even more methane stored in such deposits and sealing the climate's fate. The oceans were deprived of great volumes of oxygen, which resulted in the extinction of many species of marine life. This led to the overpopulation of anaerobic bacteria in oceans, turning them into stinking mush. As average temperatures on Earth climbed up to a further 5 degrees, many rainforests turned arid, glaciers melted, and ocean's level rose by 12 meters. Food prices skyrocketed globally, and poor populations faced starvation. Crime and internal tensions increased. Many countries transformed into police states. By the middle of the century, a limited supply of food and greater number of wars reduced our human population down to 5.3 billion. World in Anarchy. Fragments of an old newspaper article, year 2065. As life on Earth became even more perilous and the governments could no longer conceal the knowledge of the coming end, order around the world began to rapidly deteriorate. Over the course of the last 20 years, countries that already existed in precarious positions fell to military coups, I think is how it's pronounced, civilian insurrections, or collapse entirely. Some ended up being governed by nothing but a dozen criminal gangs fighting over turf that looked less like street corners and dark alleys and more like counties and municipalities. Others were invaded by neighboring countries, taken advantage of by enemies that had coveted their lands for decades, and even by long-standing allies who could no longer afford the chaos bleeding into their own borders. The world powers that contributed to the SM floors weren't particularly concerned with the welfare of those nations that suffered the most. Whatever happened on Earth would soon be in the past. Their priority was the acquisition of resources that will be funneled towards the construction of their ship. They did not care whether they had to deal with despots or mass murdering regimes. In fact, it was often easier to extract resources from regions governed by a dictator than from a democratically ruled one. All they had to do was bribe the dictator by promising him a seat on the force. That's horrible. I wonder if they follow through with that. A State of Emergency article by Jury Galyatkin, year 2070. The world is nothing like the one my parents brought me into almost 5 decades ago. I recall the anxieties my parents felt over the late 20s, a recession that ate into their savings, that reduced the government subsidies on which my father's farming business depended on. It all seemed trivial now, in the face of the world falling apart at the seams. Everyone is expected to somehow continue living as though it were business as usual. As we head to our workplaces, we're expected to step around the massive sinkholes that keep appearing in the middle of our streets. We're expected to keep our heads down and keep walking as military police execute looters in broad daylight. We're expected not to inquire too much about the giant spaceship being built in the sky, because its SM floors is ultimately what it all comes down to. It is a refusal to face reality, to take responsibility for what we did to Earth, to try and make things right. It is a belief that we can just fly away to another planet and pick up where we left off. That is, if the ship ever does get finished, which doesn't seem likely considering how little progress has been made in its construction. Those big brains failed to foresee that their dream project might not be everyone's dream, that not everyone is willing to sacrifice all they have just so a few can survive on some vague planet called Enoch. That after all the uncertainty of what Enoch might hold, the decades it would take to reach the planet, if they ever reach it, the project will never amount to anything more than a fool's hope. There is but one way to survive. We make amends with Earth. The floating city will see us through this cataclysm, and when the worst is over, we can start to rebuild and repair a relationship with the only home we will ever know. I don't think that really worked out too well. Go back to this. Yes. Yeah, I read that. I want to make sure. The Floating City article, A New Atlantis, year 2071. The conglomerate of countries that came together to build the floating city announced today that despite multiple setbacks, their Herculean effort to build a city in the middle of the ocean is finally complete. Tens of thousands of citizens of the floating city have already been transported to their buoyant accommodations, with promise for many more millions to come as the city continues to grow. Priority for citizenship has been granted to all individuals with sufficient qualifications, and those who are natural-born citizens of the ruling countries who reside near the coast. While concerns such as rising sea levels and earthquakes should not directly affect the floating city, making it an ideal solution, the city still requires raw resources, and supplies for now can only be found on dry land. Conditions continue to deteriorate on the floating city, while unrest escalating across the continent dries up that supply chain. A company of brave mercenaries led by Jack Tanner, beloved to some and notorious to others, has effectively maintained the security of both the city and its stream production. While many question how long the floating city can last when it's fully separated from the rest of the population. In the meantime, about 20,000 miles above the floating city, the Enoch Colonization Authority reports the ARC ship is near completion despite the heavy hit dealt to the project after the death of Sibylla May Flores. Yesterday, the ETA announced to name the ship in its creator's memory, the SM Flores. Carvel disaster in our skies, article year 2075. Around the world, millions saw the explosion of light up in the sky earlier this week. On the day of its maiden flight, the Caravel suffered catastrophic engine failure as a result of an unexplainable chain reaction that nearly destroyed the entire ship. Speculation on the cause of this disaster has been further fueled by the ACA's refusal to comment on any of the rumors. The authorities' official story claims it was down to human error, a series of poor judgments made by the crew that introduced a spark in the fuel line that led to the premature ignition of the Caravel's entire fuel supply. Certain independent experts, however, including a former engineer who contributed to the building of the Caravel, suggest that the ship was equipped with multiple contingency measures to safeguard against such disasters. This big conspiracy to sabotage the Caravel and delay its launch, perhaps as a warning to the ECA that though their plan may save humankind, it condemns billions to their deaths. What is certain is that many leaders and factions around the world have already judged the ECA incompetent and are fully embroiled in power plays over control over the floating city and the SM Flores in the last place of refuge on our dying home. The Outriders revamped. ECA closed at meeting Gruen and Iberg near year 2075. Our losses are immeasurable. The majority of the Outriders have been declared missing or dead due to the explosion of the Caravel. First of all, we are now left without a scout ship and without a force to secure our future colony on Enoch. Nothing can replace what we have lost, but we are now left with no alternative than to accept the hand we have been dealt. I have already overseen immediate action in repopulating the ranks of the Outriders, drawn by the top mercenary groups that have been long been buying for affection in place aboard the SM Flores. They will have all of 2 months to train and prepare for their mission. Join me in wishing them Godspeed. Takeoff SM Flores launch refugees account year 2076. When I first saw the vehicles approaching the gates, I thought there were passengers racing to claim their seats for departure. I realized something was wrong and they didn't slow down on their approach. There must have been dozens of those transports crashing through the gates filled with raiders. I cannot thank the Outriders enough for coming to our aid like they did, for holding enough of them back for me and Emily and the others in our group to reach the elevator. Melina G. Anthropologist. I had just entered the space elevator when I saw them breach the base, a massive armed mob that went on as far as I could see, climbing over each other, trying to scale the elevator with their bare hands. Did they think they could climb it all the way to orbit? My transport was last to reach the floor as we barely made it on board when we saw the flash of the explosions below, and saw the elevator collapse beneath us. Following hundreds of miles toward the surface, surely crushing any poor souls unlucky enough to be anywhere within a 100-mile radius. Taylor P. Soldier, former athlete. I helped the last group of passengers into the cryopods today. Anyone who's ever going to board the floors have already done so. The elevator connecting us like an umbilical cord to Earth is severed. And yet, as I was doing the rounds, I found several cryopods still empty, places that had been promised. Those damn raiders, did they ever even believe one of them could ever make it on board? Or was it just nihilism? Conviction that if they couldn't survive, why should anyone? S1B cryo engineer. That does it for the history of Earth on Flight to Enoch. Expansion Project Archship. 1 second. Responding to some messages. A brilliant scientist born in 1991, Professor Sibylla May Flores invented the eponymous gravity manipulation device, which led to the construction of the drive engine capable of achieving 15% light speed. Her discovery led to the expansion project. Many countries around the world put aside their differences and came together to contribute personnel and resources toward the building of the interstellar Ark ship. In its creator's honor, the ship was dubbed the SM Flores. The Flores is powered by nuclear reactors and able to carry 500,000 people. It is equipped with 3D printer factory modules that will use the raw materials of Enoch to build this infrastructure of massive colony cities. Edwards Air Base, located in the Mojave Desert, was used as a base for a massive space elevator. More spaceports around the world, including Baikonur in southern Kazakhstan, Jiquan in northern China, Guyana in South America, Uchi Nora, Japan, were all used as launch pads for the rockets that would transport personnel and resources to Earth's orbit, where the Flores was constructed. Plan also involved creating a scout ship, the Caravel, that would reach Enoch before the Flores. Carrying a much smaller population, its mission was to find a suitable location for the colony, scout the planet, and gather basic information, but instead, due to a catastrophic engine malfunction on launch, the Caravel never left Earth's orbit. The SM Flores arrived at planet Enoch after decades of voyage, carrying only a fraction of human. Ticket to the Flores, a loose page from Sherlock's journal. In the early days of the Flores construction, many found themselves working on the ship for long, hard hours. Some were content to know that the world would end long after they died, and some were satisfied enough to just have a job. But there were those who began to question why there was no promise or even a prospect of gaining a seat on the ship they were building. In fact, much of the ECA plans regarding the ship were shrouded in secrecy. How many could afford the ship? Who had boarding priority? How were these decisions made? As these questions started to gain traction, the ECA feared an outright mutiny from their workforce. In response, they created the 3-ticket system to inspire their workers, but most importantly, to incentivize them to keep their heads down. Golden tickets were a guaranteed spot on the floors given to the most essential personnel, such as engineers and scientists. Silver tickets were the backup list. Those who would inherit golden tickets in the event their original owners were to die or resign. Finally, bronze tickets were given to the workers of the lower class to be entered into the lottery at the end of the ship's construction, with thousands of seats up for grabs. Of course, their tickets were useless. Most of them had no idea the ECA had already decided who would board the floors beforehand. Mostly crucial personnel, scientists in the upper class, comprised of politicians, corporate owners, and their families. Those who had been granted their place were handed a simple, unmarked, digitally encrypted black token to signify their right to a seat. If they were to ever attempt to reveal the truth about the 3 tickets, their seat will be forfeit. Every single token holder took their secret to Enoch. The ECA knew exactly what they had to do, not only to ensure their own survival, but the survival of the species. If you are to do the same in the forest, I must take a page from their playbook. The Caravel mission update. The for reconnaissance and migration ship, the Caravel was meant to reach Enoch after an interstellar voyage of 3 years prior to the arrival of the SM Flores. Along with other essential crew aboard the Caravel, the Outriders' objective was to scout the landing area and establish a safe zone for colony establishment, designate resource locations, and gather relevant data and prepare the ground for the arrival of the Flores. The future safety and prosperity of all colonists on the New World were in the hands of the Outriders. Fortunately, due to catastrophic engine failure at time of launch, the Caravel was rendered inoperable. In the chain reaction caused by the explosion, over 8,000 souls were lost, along with nearly the entirety of the Outriders. While the Caravel would never be able to accomplish its goal, the need for the Outriders remained. New recruits had to be found to fulfill the mission of securing the surface of Enoch for the future colony. I'm actually starting to get my lip here. Having issues like reading the lines. Alright. Sorry, this is kind of multitasking, and like I'm kind of dealing with communicating with different people right now, both relating to my book and now relation to my channel, my YouTube and Twitch channel. SM4's technical specification. Technical reports: Professor J.J. Karpinski, year 2076, ship length 2950 meters, ship width including radiators 900 meters, ship mass, inert mass without fuel 849,355. I don't know what T is. Is that feet? Payload mass including the drop pod. Oh, that's tons. 200,000 tons. Nuclear fuel mass 3,100,000 tons, I think. Hydrazine fuel mass 40,000 tons. Total mass 4,689,355 tons. Really kind of hate when these people text me. I told her that I'm recording a video right now. Okay, continuing on. Ship's enormous mass necessitated the assembly of the floor's inner orbit, transportation of materials to orbit, together with the manpower required to construct the ship, was a result of the combined efforts of multiple Earth governments cooperating. Among the most crucial core components of the floors that housed and shielded the passengers' crew supplies and equipment brought to Enoch were the drop pods. Capable of short distance travel, atmospheric entry, and autonomous piloting, the drop pods were small scale ships that could transport everything from the floors to the surface of Enoch. After landing, they could be retrofitted as living spaces, warehouses, or production facilities. While the floors were fueled by nuclear power, the drop pod engines were powered by hydrazine, a durable fuel that was easy to store and resilient to long distance space travel. The plan was for 3 Artemis S-class rockets to launch daily over a total of 35 years. My phone is going off like crazy. Carrying workers, specialist personnel, and materials. In reality, it took 43 years until the floor's construction was. Stop fucking texting me! Jesus! I told you that I'm recording a video. Stop fucking texting me! Jesus fucking Christ! ECA Officer S.B. Archin, year 2021-17. A major incident occurred during shift number 473. A shift engineer suffered a mental breakdown after stealing a pistol from a weapons locker. He barricaded himself in the bridge. He screamed through the intercom that the mission was a death sentence. The security team was able to cut through the bridge's doors with blowtorches. One guard was said to be mortally wounded before the engineer was shot down. Keeps on texting me. Year 2149, year 73, 10 more years till we're reaching out. This is my last working rotation with the maintenance crew. Next time I unfreeze from cryo and go through my usual day of puking, at least I'll be seeing green valleys, frost-tipped mountains, and my own cozy little abode within the first colony, or so the ECA has promised. This morning, after downing enough coffee to unthaw my eyelids, I found myself going through the communication modules as usual to check the messages. It's a little insane how I keep checking for that green light, as though there was anyone still out there to send a message. If things had gone right, the Outriders would have already arrived years ago aboard the Caravel. They would have been the one sending messages, letting us know that all we've heard about Enoch is true. Instead, they went and got all blown up, and now we had to find out for ourselves. At least everything checks out with the ship, and the only thing that's gone right back to crowd is after just one more cup of coffee. Year 2159, without the protective measures installed on the ship, we likely would have never reached Enoch. The flora sensors recorded millions of foreign particles in the ship's immediate perimeter during flight. Those on the collision course of the forest were destroyed by the particle beam's laser. While the ship traveling at 15% the speed of light, the kinetic energy of an impact with even the smallest of objects not visible to the naked eye would have been equivalent to being struck by several military-grade missiles. Our greatest fear didn't come true after all. We made it. During flight, the vast majority of passengers and crew were in hibernation. A team of 50 crew members remained awake to oversee the ship's systems to ensure we remained on course and to perform any required maintenance on subsystems. The active crew spent most of their time in the crew centrifuge, which created an artificial gravity of 0.72 grams. The active crew rotated every 30 days for a total of more than 1,000 ships over the course of the journey. Forest engine report arriving on This is new. Arriving on Enoch, Professor J.J. Karpinski, year 2159. Where we managed to repair the engine, more precisely one of the engines. The SM4 of the engine is in fact made up of a cluster of 9 individual engines. Multiple engines worked as a precaution, a redundancy measure in case of an engine malfunction. If the ship had launched with a single engine, the malfunction would have left it dead in the water. With 2 or 3 engines, the malfunction would have left the ship stuck in a loop, unable to course correct. 9 engines were believed to be the most efficient, easily scalable to compensate for the failure of 1 or even 2 engines. During the first 58 years of its journey, the ship accelerated until it reached its maximum speed of 15% of light speed, or around 44,968 kilometers per second. And using auxiliary thrusters, it performed an 11-hour-long 180-degree rotation and began a 25-year-long decelerating maneuver. The deceleration maneuver took less time because while the ship maintained its maximum possible thrust, 58 years of acceleration burned most of the fuel supply, making the ship lighter. During the total flight duration of 83 years, the supply of 3,600,000 metric tons of nuclear fuel was nearly exhausted by the time the ship arrived at Enoch. A backup reserve of hydrogen fuel was available for extenuating circumstances, though it wasn't needed. The enormous amount of heat generated by the engines was transferred into a new generation of radiators, built with highly thermal conductive nanomaterials spread across the ship. The radiators channeled most of the heat to maintain the drop pods in internal temperatures while the rest was diffused into space. Flight to Enoch Government's ECA's and Outriders combined arsenal. Due to the uncertainty of what dangers humanity might face in a new world, the ECA and the Outriders can be prepared for all eventualities, including hostile fauna and internal unrest. Approximately 50 megatons, assuming that's megatons, of armaments were brought aboard the floors, including infantry weapons, but also body armor and 10 megatons of riot gear. Most infantry weapons were modular carbines that could be modified to adapt to a variety of engagements, but from short, long range, from lethal to non-lethal. The Outriders were designated the Universal Modular Colony Truck, a highly agile and adaptable vehicle that served multiple purposes, whether it was as a forward scouting vehicle, an armored personnel carrier, or a mobile research laboratory. The UMCT's body was made of thick metal plates reinforced with metal beams, making them very durable. ECA decided to use this multi-purpose vehicle as it could be quickly retrofitted to serve different needs, with a variety of sockets and outriders. The UMCT was later essential in the construction of the colony, serving as a reliable workhorse. The truck's modularity allowed it to work as cranes, bulldozers, excavators, tree cutters, or simply as transport and cargo trucks. Mega Moo Metal, Dr. Ezra's the heating personal note. The super alloy manufactured to protect sensitive electronics from external electromagnetic interference and damage, Mega Moon Metal was used to shield the SM-4S on its interstellar journey from Earth to Enoch. Without it, the threats of deep space, hazards like cosmic radiation and solar flares would have destroyed the ship's systems. Many of the components were deemed critical to be shielded for the mission's success. The supply pods that contain resources and sensitive hardware and the satellite uplink nodes that permit remote connection to the SM-4 from Enoch's surface. Had we known about the anomaly earlier, had we known that the supply pods could have even partially sheltered us from its effects, we would not have scrapped them for their parts and materials. Perhaps if we had the manufacturing capability, we might build a dome out of the super alloy large enough to shield an entire city from the destructive effects of the anomaly. Instead, we find ourselves in the impossible situation of being unable to build the shielding without the moon metal, and unable to manufacture the moon metal without shielding. Cryopods, cryostasis aboard the SM-4 is fact. What is cryostasis? Cryostasis is a process by which the human body is placed into a state of inactivity. Through a careful combination of medicine and controlled hypothermia, the body's metabolism and heart rate are decreased, thereby preserving it. The body falls into a sleep-like state and remains so until revived. Our cryopods, special capsules with the capacity to fit one person, have been engineered to automatically and safely induce cryostasis. Has cryostasis has been tested? We have tested the process extensively on both animals and terminally ill volunteer human patients. Found success in every case. We have estimated that a year spent in cryostasis ages the body to the equivalent of a day spent outside cryostasis. What are the side effects? After awakening from cryostasis, you can expect to suffer from temporary fatigue orientation. These symptoms will subside after a few days. You will also experience muscle atrophy and a reduction in bone density due to the conditions of hibernation and gravity. This is why balanced nutrition and exercise is essential to return to your optimal health. Can you guarantee I will wake up on the new planet? The journey to Enoch will be long and many challenges present themselves. Awakening from cryostasis is a difficult, complicated, and time-consuming task. When returning to normal gravity condition, prior to awakening, your cryopod will be filled with low-density fluid, which will reduce body weight, while your muscles will be electrically stimulated. This process usually takes 4 to 5 days, after which you will experience some nausea and difficulty standing. But worry not, your symptoms can be treated with anti-nausea and anabolic medication, a high-protein and calcium diet, all while under careful monitoring by your medical personnel. Before you know it, you'll be ready to embark on the next chapter of your life. We have the best minds on Earth at our disposal. The ECA guarantees every passenger that their sleep will be peaceful and painless. Will I be dreaming while in cryostation? Observation of people in cryostasis have not indicated that kind of brain activity that would suggest dreams. This is congruent with our findings that although a body in cryostasis appears to be sleeping, it is not technically asleep. All you will remember from your experience is feeling slightly cold going into the cryopod. When you wake up in the new world decades later, it will barely feel like a day went by. Isn't all this just crazy science fiction? We intend to migrate the human race through the stars to a new world. It may be crazy, but it's not science fiction. Construction 3D printers. 3D printers brought to Enoch aboard the Flores were integral to the construction of all manner of large-scale infrastructure, housing, and machinery, small-scale components and electronics, sound and advanced technologies. The solar panels, radio towers, bunkers, housing, and every other older construction found in the valley was created by these 3D printers at a far shorter time scale than would have been possible by conventional manual construction methods. The loss of electronics and data put the 3D printers permanently out of order was a major blow. Article: New Life in a New World. ECA has announced brand new state-of-the-art construction 3D printers will be integrated into Enoch's infrastructure as part of the establishment of our first colony on the new planet. These 3D printers will be capable of erecting entire neighborhoods by building houses from scratch, up to 120 meters squared in size, with a maximum building time of 24 hours per house. For a nominal fee, the ECA is now accepting custom house plans from selected future homeowners. Do you like an island in your kitchen to make cooking a family occasion, or a skylight in your bedroom? for those romantic stargazing nights. All you have to do is draw them into a house plan. Once their design has been approved, you can relax and the 3D printers will take care of the rest. When you wake up on Enoch, you'll find your new home printed and ready for you and your family to move in and begin your new life. Subscribe to our channel and show us what your new home is. Much stuff to read. Year 1 in Enoch, The Landing. History of Manus by R.T. Elliott, the official archive, January 2159. After an 83-year-long journey, the Forest finally reached Enoch's orbit. The trip wasn't without its trials, as cosmic radiation, solar flares, and other deep space hazards caused many system failures. The ECA feared these cracks could go worse the longer they delayed, waiting for the optimal window to proceed with the landing. Adding to the uncertainty, the probes that were sent to the planet's surface failed to return the necessary data to greenlight the landing. The majority of probes encountered high ionization of the atmosphere and persistent static, which led to the loss of the signal, something that worried many. If the first colony on Enoch was to succeed, the time was of the essence. The ACA made the decision to send the Outriders. On January 2159 Earth time, the Outriders first touched ground on Enoch. This didn't mean winter on this particular part of Enoch, as the weather was spring-like. While Enoch's days and seasons are very similar to Earth's, a new calendar will likely be required. Until then, I'm sticking with the calendar. The Outriders were constructed to recover the missing probes and verify the data collected. Following this, it would oversee the first modules and possibly be brought down to the surface. While details remain hazy on what exactly happened to the Outriders that day, the ECA successfully completed these first stages of colonization. One of the first modules to be brought down was a nuclear-powered engine that propelled the Forest. One of the engines was designated for landing on the surface of Enoch, served as a temporary power supplier for the colony. Due to the engine's prodigious size, the task of bringing it down caused anxiety to many. The consequences of any accident that might occur during its ascent would mean not only a likely supply of energy, but also a potential meltdown of the core. For this reason, the engine was the first module to be brought down before all the drop pods. The SM Force was beyond doubt a miracle in modern, especially considering the chaotic end days it arose out of. So many details have been considered, knowing that there would be no resupply drops. Everything that would be needed from launch, from landing to colonization, would have to be built into the ship's structure. The core design principle was modularity. Each component could be individually attached or detached from the main ship without compromising integrity as a whole. Any malfunction or damage could be easily isolated, and upgrades could be made without disruption. The Flores was host to dozens of drop pods, autonomous vessels that carried crowd pods containing the colonists, as well as essential resources and equipment. These drop pods could automatically navigate to the coordinates they were assigned while coordinating with each other to powering the crowd pods. Professor J.J. Karpinski, January 2159. To power the colony for the first few months, the engineers ran to monitor the Forest engine's nuclear reactor. In addition to the reactor fuel processing units and reserve of nearly 100 megatons of nuclear fuel were brought down with the engine. Engineers retrofitted the engine to work as a nuclear power plant. The engine's reactor was sealed and operated at less than 0.01% of its nominal power, generating about 30 megawatts of electrical power. The power was necessary to keep the crowd pods operational and provide power to the colony. Fuel reserves are only expected to last between 1 to 2 years, at which point infrastructure to harvest renewable sources of energy. Established a colony for 500,000 people where during sleep deep space double every gram of mass colony and could potentially lower the possibility of success, to at the very least be considered a Herculean task. It was not possible to simply bring all the food, housing, and other equipment needed to sustain the colony all at once. Instead, equipment permitting on the site production was taken and food supplies were limited to last for up to 1 year, designed to sustain a population of 50,000. During that time, the colony was to become self-sufficient and grow to the point of being able to support not only 500,000 but a growing population. For this to be possible, several industrial chains that would normally require years to develop, such as steel or cement production, had to be recreated in a matter of months. Dynamic growth started from the very days after the landing to prepare the housing materials needed for a growing colony. As a temporary housing brought on the Flores could accommodate a little more than 5,000. The agricultural sector needed to start producing food as soon as possible to feed 500,000 souls and create a stockpile in case of unforeseen circumstances. Those in cryostasis couldn't remain in hibernation forever, as cryopods consumed high amounts of energy and had a lifespan. The extraction of colonists from the cryopods also necessitated facilities, which would soon expand into a hospital. Outriders expanded. History of Madness by RTL at the official archive, February 2159. When the smoke settled, the infected Outriders were quickly placed into cryostasis, both to preserve their lives and isolate any possibility of contagion. Those that survived were arrested and kept confined in cells awaiting trial. To many Outriders, the greatest punishment was not the disbanding of the unit, but the blame assigned to them for every ill that struck the colony. From the storms to the monsters. Sarah Tanner, Jack Tanner's daughter, made many attempts to clear the Outriders' name, but she failed to see how effective a scapegoat they had become. Owing to interventions by Sergio Acosta, the UCA chief of security, who was on plan during the incident, any Outriders willing to write statements claiming responsibility for the land day of fiasco were able to merge into UCA's own forces, though many refused such an oath and suffered for it. One of the participants in the instance, Shira Goodman, at the time the senior engineer, was treated rather more generously due to her rank and essential knowledge. She was acquitted of all charges brought against her and praised by the UCA for her handling of the Building the New World, Professor J. Karpinski, February 2159. Further infrastructure growth required for the production of steel and concrete, which in turn required heavy machinery and huge industrial plants. Equipment of that scale couldn't be brought from Earth. Only 2 hours 19 minutes of this recording. Only essential parts, complicated and hard to manufacture on site, were brought. The plan assumed the use of compact, advanced manufacturing machines, 3 induction smelters, CNC machines, laser metal entering 3D printers, an advanced computer control press, and an automatic assembler. The construction of cement and steel plants required a massive amount of high durability and high temperature resistant alloys. One such alloy was moon metal, which was salvaged both from the Flores engine and the drop pod's hull. Ultimately, 90% of all drop pods were planned for disassembly during the first year. They served not only as a source of high fuel, high quality moon metal, but also as a source of pipes, electronics, furniture, and wiring, with a total of 30,000 kilometers of wires installed in the pods. Moon metal was primarily used alongside industrial 3D printing to quickly build complex machines you can excavate and mine. Over time, as the availability of ores led to a surge in steel production, the only supply of moon metal led to it being combined with other alloys to improve availability. The moon metal's purity, however, was compromised and there was no compatibility. The cement production has started and is planned to quickly expand in the upcoming months. Massive amounts of concrete were needed to build housing for 500,000 people, requiring a cement plant cable supplying no less than 500 tons of cement per day. Fortunately, all the ingredients that make up cement, like lime rock, silica, sand, clay, gypsum, and coal, were all readily available. It's funny to me how apparently Enoch has the same resources as Earth. You would think that the resources on America would be kind of more resources on Earth would be kind of more unique to Earth. It's not the case. Setting up the colony, a history of madness by R.T. Elliott, the official archive, March 2150. The UCA had an exhaustive plan to quickly set up a self-sustaining colony in a matter of weeks. Records and testimonies I've gathered indicate that in the space of 12 weeks, most infrastructure was already in place. The rollout occurred as follows. Week 1, the awakening of the first batch of colonists, all essential personnel that could contribute to the building of the first city. They began by laying down the power grid and connecting it to the loop. The plan was for those at the cryopods to be pulled out of cryostasis in stages, allowing for the city to grow organically and for housing, energy, and agriculture developing up to sustain the eventual population of 500,000. Week 2, the majority of the construction was automated using intelligent 3D printers that required little human supervision. Before they could be activated, they first needed raw materials that could be harvested from the mountain and woodland areas found in the valley. Steel, which was important for heavy machinery assembly, was required from disassembly as drop pods. B3. After the first city's hub was erected, the architectural plan was put into motion. 3D plans were reactivated and put into work, beginning with the outer walls that kept overly curious possible fauna outside. B4 and 5. Food production solutions were put in place. Standard irrigation and greenhouse farming to advanced hydroponics and vertical farming. The variety of solutions were implemented to identify what works best within the area's climate, soil, and water quality in general ecosystem. Week 6 and 7, the expansion of the industrial zone resource extraction saw the building of a quarry in the eastern side of the valley and the building of refineries that process extraction materials. Week 8 and 9, to reduce dependency on the nuclear reactor and provide alternative methods for power generation, solar panel fields were built together with wind and water turbines set up along hilly areas and water bodies respectively. Week 10 and 11, the central power plant was built in the first city to store all the power generated with inside giant batteries and intelligently distributed to where it was needed. Week 12, a radio tower would facilitate communication across the valley and provide a much needed morale boost for workers and supply entertainment. Over throughout this period, there were multiple reports of machines and devices malfunctioning, combined with high interference in communications that likely to delay progress. Feeding the colony, Professor J.J. Karpinski, April 21, 59. Most water was sourced from the river that coursed through the colony using water purifiers deployed on the riverbank that channeled into reservoirs and provided fresh water. A chemical plant produced synthetic fertilizer in great quantities was used to supply the crop soil with the necessary nutrients to grow crops. The same fertilizer was employed in the quarry to produce explosives for drilling and blasting, a method used for rock breaking and excavation. Most of us will likely have to stick to the rations we brought aboard the ship before crops gave their first yield. An important source of nutrition for the colonists is insects, mostly grasshoppers and termites. Several kilograms of eggs for each species were brought aboard the forest. The rapid life cycle of those insects allowed the production of large volumes of food in a matter of weeks. The insect conservation rate was among the highest among animal proteins, more efficient than beef, pork, or poultry. The breeding of insects is easy. It requires little space and they can be fed with farming byproducts unsuitable for human consumption. Grasshoppers and termites were cooked and milled in order to produce insect flour, which could be used as an addition to provide rations. When I look at the termite stew, this is the first time I benefited from being born without a sense of taste. As agricultural infrastructure construction continues, we're looking forward to seeing the result of our first crops. Additional square kilometers of fields that were planted with a variety of seeds and farms that have become fully automated, and botanical, zoological, and microbiological research is still underway. A central focus of research has been the suitability of local flora and fauna for human consumption. In addition to that, local pathogens were analyzed in order to determine possible hazards. Foreign agent, Dr. Professor Ezra Heedy, May 2159. Microbiology teams discovered worrying news after closer examination of environmental samples. Although bacteria and other microbiological life appear similar to those found on Earth, smaller agents like microbes and viruses were more prevalent in soil, water, and air. Even more concerning was their resemblance to prions, which are known to be linked to neurodegenerative diseases. A series of tests conducted to determine their influence on human health was inconclusive. But what was certain was the discovery of that 7.38% of colonists have been found with traces of prion-like agents in blood. Though no definitive symptoms could be observed, some patients appear to develop neurological conditions that cause suffering. No deaths were also recorded among patients who suffered from underlying health problems where the study was called for. The concentration of the agents in the colonist's blood was found to have slowly increased over time. A high enough concentration suggested that neural damage was possible. Scientists advised the population against drinking of unfiltered water, consumption of unwashed enough food. Advice on the use of anti-dust masks that could filter the air was withheld by the ECA, as they believed it would lead to widespread panic. Low supply of masks meant that only a fraction could wear them. ECA hadn't considered mass would be required on such a large scale, seeing as initial air quality surveys hadn't raised any flags. Thousands of additional masks were scheduled to be manufactured, but they had been squeezed into an already tight production schedule and were relegated to medium. They had diseases, like neurological diseases. For citizens, Colonist Handbook, June 2159. Retrieve your credit units from the ECA vault. You will need credit units to purchase food, access to amenities, your activities, and much more. The amount of credit units in your account will depend on the investment you have contributed to the ECA prior to departure. On credits, don't worry, all your working hours are logged and credits will be automatically added to your account. Visit the Labor Center for assignments. We value your expertise and proficiency, whatever your skills may be. The Labor Center will identify your pre-designated work assignment and direct you to where you are most needed. Please note, while we have endeavored to provide work assignments that most closely match your skill set, establishing a colony on a new planet is an unpredictable undertaking. As a result, you may be assigned to work outside your comfort zone, but rest assured that you will be contributing towards the colony the best way you can. Visit the reception center for living arrangements. Reception will guide you towards your new living quarters on planet Enoch. Your quarters will come equipped to running fresh water, access to the electric grid, and to bed. You are free to purchase further furniture and utilities such as a temperature conditioning unit or storage units. Now it's time to enjoy your new home. Take time to rest and recover from cryostasis. Contrary to popular belief, cryostasis does not equal sleep. Your living quarters come equipped with a sleep monitor to ensure you have enjoyed a full cycle of sleep. Get your rest before you get back to work. Locked in a History of Madness by RTLE at the official archive, June 2159. Expeditions commissioned by the ECA to find a safe passage out of the valley discover no such way exists. The forest fungus killed anyone who stepped foot inside within hours. The mountains that surround the valley were impassable, but for the terrain and the creatures that reside. Despite the ECA's ban on citizens trying to leave the valley, many attempted the journey. They quickly learned that, at least on this matter, the ECA was up. But things in the valley only grew more ominous as the week went on. Stranger wars that appeared on the horizon crept closer and closer. Electronics suffered damage frequently, identified as a result of electromagnetic pulses in the atmosphere. Suddenly, all digital communications were down, including contact with the SM. Dozens of drop pods containing equipment and resources that were still attached to the forest and that we were depending on could not be called down. At that moment, we became locked in the valley, oblivious to the horror that was. The first anomaly storm, A History of Madness by RTLE at the official archive, July 2159. It is difficult to paint a precise picture of the aftermath of the first anomaly storm that hit the colony. The chaos that ensued made record keeping a non-priority, and of course, many that were responsible for keeping the records had perished. Much of the knowledge of the days that followed is passed along by word of mouth. Some of the stories are exaggerated, some understated, all of them harrowing. What is known is that food production was brought to a near halt, as a sudden increase in toxicity of the soil and the reduction in water availability led to plant life withering in a matter of days. Many machines and devices that use electronic components were fried. Medical and research equipment was rendered useless. All the data stored on the networks of servers were lost. Industry was brought to its knees as energy production ceased. The solar panels and turbines left were not responsive. Damage to the land and engines, nuclear reactor risked a meltdown that loomed like a ticking time bomb over the colony. While the ECA did all they could to pay respect to the families of the bereaved and bury the dead in separate graves, many corpses started to rot, luring scavenging creatures that feasted on the dead or stole food from the warehouses hit by the storm. An order was issued to bury the remaining dead in mass graves, but the creatures had already smelled and tasted blood. At first, the colonists were able to scare some of them away, but as time went by, the creatures became bigger and horrible. The storm's aftermath, Professor J.J. Karpinski, August 2159. Science and engineering teams concentrated on finding methods of forecasting future anomaly storms was hypothesized that the unpredictability of the anomaly was such that storms could not be beyond merely a few minutes in advance. A few minutes was scarcely enough time to evacuate. Realized that more deaths and damage due to the storms was inevitable. All we could hope for was to create the infrastructure that might increase our chance of survival. The plan was set in motion that called for the building of multiple shelters and bunkers, both in residential and working areas. The crude technology used in cement production allowed the cement plant to continue operating despite the anomaly's effects. Speed and efficiency were still severely impacted, and other links in the production line suffered drawbacks, particularly the excavators and quarry lines. With our electronics rendered useless, many have explored alternative methods into achieving functionality more advanced than a light bulb. An audio hobbyist proposed using vacuum tubes instead of transistors. Digital prototypes were showing promise. A simple radio device appeared to have greater resilience to the anomaly with little damage noted. Although this technology wouldn't allow the building of complex computers, it could at least serve as a base for control systems or radio communication equipment, both of which are currently non-operational at the last storm that struck. The relocation. ECA committee reports September 2159. As the ECA searches for a more secure location to migrate the colony, current analyses suggested the only way to secure food production is via the construction of underground aeroponics. Aeroponic farming is the only way to grow enough food to sustain the population, as its technology needs the least space and the lowest volume of water, as low as 2% of water used in conventional farming. In an aeroponic farm, nutrient-rich water is vaporized to form a mist that is then sprayed onto the roots of crops. With the correct nutrient solutions, it will be possible to provide a continuous yield of sweet potatoes and the most calorie-dense food available. Production projects indicate this can provide our current numbers a total of 2,000 kilocalories a day. Is that what kcal means? I think that's kilocalories a day. I never heard of that measurement. Moving the farms underground will require grow lights, which in turn increase the necessity for more fuel. One scout team has reported their discovery of the formation of deep rifts that could provide natural shelter for the anomaly storms. In more fortuitous, these rifts are host to bitumen sands, which could provide us with more than enough fuel. You can recover oil by mining the sands in their solid form, then washing them to extract crude oil. The oil will provide a vital resource not only as fuel, but also as a precursor to polymers and resins required in other branches of it. Although this method of petroleum extraction can produce great amounts of waste, it can be disposed of inside the numerous rifts around the region, so likely lead to a significant decline in air quality for the colony, and likely increase the number of deaths attributed to lung disease. But the ECA fully intends for these rifts to be a temporary home, with plans already in motion to relocate the colony when circumstances become favorable. Yeah, because as if you didn't learn enough about what polluting the earth and the disasters that Earth followed in this story's world, if they didn't learn anything from that, then surely they're just repeating history by dumping crude oil in freaking ravines. Definitely a smart idea. The relocation. ECA committee reports September 2159. We already read that. Yes. Force expeditions. Personal log, Dr. Jacqueline Fresco. September 2159. We made camping in the quarry for the night, the last piece of friendly territory we'll see for a long time. Perhaps, God forbid, for the last time. We enter the forest tomorrow at dawn with Dr. Zaid's help. We have taken as many precautions as we can to face whatever is thrown at us. Personal oxygen chains combined with an airtight seal applied to our helmets and pressure suits. It will give us an estimated 36 hours to search for the source of the signal, or better yet, find what lies on the other side of the forest. But of course, with no maps, no one knows how far this forest stretches. You follow in the footprints of 3 other expeditions, missions that failed to return. I fear we may find a similar fate. But I sometimes dare to find foolish hope that we may find them still alive out there, having found safety on the other side, living. doing all they can to have hope, even if it's unfounded. Tracing the signal, ECA classified Memo Bruno Nyberg as September 2159. They classify with communication suffering due to the anomaly's interference. It is more important than ever that we redouble our efforts to trace the signal that has eluded us for so long. With the quarries, camp, and excavators now ready for action, we will use the materials we extract to build a base in the peaks and a radio tower within it. It's our best chance of finding the signal again and finally tracing its source. As an aside, the spot will be an ideal location to continue our research into the strange phenomena we have observed on Enoch. The ability to conduct experiments away from prying eyes should yield for far better results, but far quicker. Engine explosion: A History of Madness by R.T. Elliott, the official archive, October 2159. The ECA moved to find a location in the valley that could provide natural shelter from the storms. To the southwest of the valley, they discovered a region filled with crags and canyons. Owing to the 3D printers that hadn't yet fried, the ECA began building a new habitat in these canyons rift town. Bunkers with thick walls that would reinforce protection afforded storms. Back in the first city, however, the storm damage to the engine would finally lead to a complete failure of its systems. Something in the home. The engine's nuclear core suffered a meltdown, with the intense heat generated causing a series of steam and hydrogen explosions that spread radioactive particles that already irradiated the industrial zone, becoming what should be welcome to know as a record zone. Those in the zone died of radiation sickness within weeks. Many more deaths were reported due to water. With the nuclear core no longer providing power and the collapse of the energy production the cryopods that still contained around 400,000 souls could no longer be sustained. The batteries were running out, and without power, they could not provide life support to their occupants. A decision had to be made: pull everyone out of cryostasis at once, despite the ECA's inability to feed, house, and clothe a fraction of the number, or let them die a peaceful death in a frozen coffin. In a matter of days that were filled with argument with max speeches and exhortations, a fateful decision was reached. 400,000 souls were awoken and thrown into a nightmare. The first city was overwhelmed. Food shacks emerged around the city's outskirts in great numbers, quickly forming into slums. Starvation was rife. Disease spread like wildfire. All those that hoped to find a new world, a chance for a fresh start, they were instead greeted with destitution and death. Mass Awakening: History of Madness by R.T. Elliott, the official archive, October 2159. Did I just read this? No. Following the anomaly storm that struck the first city, the engine's nuclear reactor was heavily damaged. Multiple attempts at repairing it only managed to restore it to a partial operation. While the reactor showed signs of increasing instability, a few months went by until the reactor finally gave up. The reactor's meltdown meant that energy production was almost entirely knocked out. The lack of power meant that hundreds of thousands of cryopods relied on their backup batteries to keep their occupants alive. Batteries that would not last forever. With the only alternative being unconscionable, the ECA decided to quickly awaken those cryostations. Without the necessary number of personnel, hunters were given crash courses to aid in the awakening process and give those who were unhibernated medical attention. Many suffered exhaustion after days of outbreak. The ECA still lacked the resources to feed, clothe, and give shelter to, or even a bed. Everyone wanted the hundreds of thousands who were awakened. It was all they could do. Hastily. That's a weird sentence. All they could do was hastily erect temporary shelter outside the walls of the city, and try to distract them from the reality that the ECA was completely unprepared for them. As reported post-mass awakening, the inspection of cryopods recorded as active at the time prior to the storm was recorded as 312 cryopods. 312 cryopods were destroyed by the storm when it passed through a cryopod storage warehouse. An attempt was made to identify their occupants based on their remains, although many were refused to the machinery and mutilated beyond recognition. 189 had their emergency ejections triggered. The sudden awakening procedure and lack of immediate medical care caused 23 casualties. The rest are recovering in the 1,043 suffered system failure due to the electromagnetic pulse. The cryopods failed to eject their occupants, trapping them inside without life support. Manual overrides were performed, only two occupants survived, currently in critical condition. 398,192 cryopods remain active at that time, but this number decreased by the hour as the supply of power faltered. Less than 24 hours later, the decision was made to initiate emergency awakening procedures to open the cryopods and evacuate their occupants. 392,512 cryopods remain active at this time and were open. Over that 24-hour period, the rest had suffered battery power failure, and the occupants were recorded as deceased. An extreme shortage in medical personnel forced us to quickly bring in staff from other departments to provide crash course training on cryopod revival procedures, supervised by Dr. Alexander Tropovich. Those revived from hibernation needed emergent medical attention, rest, and a high caloric intake in order to regain their strength and prevent any permanent damage to cryostasis. Many patients and personnel suffer psychological damage, reminded of the warlike conditions of current supplies were never meant to sustain such a large number, and stocks were running low. More sources of food will have to be found urgently. Due to the procedure requiring constant work over a period of 4 days, with little time for rest or breaks, many personnel collapsed from exhaustion, while incidents of human error were recorded that led to the deaths of an estimated 600 patients, and injury to several thousand more. While the majority of cryopod occupants have survived the revival, the question remains how the city can provide sufficient housing, clothing, and food to a population of nearly 500,000. Temporary shelter has been erected outside the walls of the city. Fabrics have been repurposed to provide more clothing, but the city was unprepared for this. The sustainability of this situation is pretty reparative measures are not taken. The second anomaly storm, History of Madness by R.T. Elliott, the official archive, December 21, 15. You're currently approaching the 3-hour mark of this recording. A second storm descended on the overcrowded first city soon after. 1,000 died overnight. For most in the slums they initially built shantytowns outside the walls. This was their first encounter with the storm. As population recovered from the initial shock, fear gave way to anger. People fought over food. Looting became standard practice, while gangs ruled the outer district. Riots rocked the city, starting in the slums and inching their way into the main. As riots expanded throughout the colony, certain underground groups looked to take advantage. With most of the UCA's forces occupied trying to quell the riots, organized crime seized its chance to raid the warehouses for food, medicine, materials, and armaments. It's estimated that around 20% of the UCA's total supply was stolen, together with other valuables and non-replicable artifacts. Most of the stolen goods later found their way into the black market, sold at exorbitant prices. With the UCA shifting all resources to erecting emergency shelters and building a Riptown, concerns were raised about the knock-on effect that would have on the construction of housing for the tens of thousands outside the city that are still without a roof over their heads. UCA has reassured relevant parties that they are doing everything in their power to. The compound the chaos. Once timid creatures that lived in the valley now seemed to be transformed by the storms as well and started attacking human sides, growing bolder and drawing closer to the city every day. The UCA had neither the numbers nor the supplies to deal with the constant attacks or the swelling uprising of discontent among the colonists. The UCA's council voted to close the first city gates, exiling those in the slums to their fates. Few UCA patrols tried to keep the peace outside the walls to provide rations they could spare the so-called exiles. But the uprising against them were so brutal and violent that soon the UCA stopped sending any troops or rations out at all. That was the beginning of the end. Textile manufacturing, Professor J.J. Karpinski, December 21, 1959. Textile production was a crucial step to achieve self-sustainability. Initial plans assumed the production of both synthetic and natural textiles, but after the anomalous appearance and the difficulties economy faced with the growing crops on the surface, natural textiles became unfeasible. During the early days, most textiles were made from polymers available as a byproduct of oil refinement. First step in creating textiles is the spinning the polymer into fiber form, which makes it even more durable than the polymer itself, and is accomplished through the melting of the polymer and extraction through extruder jets. Owing to the oil extracted from the bitumen sands, we have a steady supply of polymers as a byproduct of oil refinement. The machines involved in creating fibers are mostly mechanical, although they will have to be modified for manual operation since any prospect of automation has been without robots that can operate 24/7. We will have to take into account that manual labor will require careful allocation of human resources, potential for injury, and the reduction in quality and efficiency for all fiber products. It has become clear that fabric production is an immediate need for thousands of our citizens who were brought out of cryostasis during the mass awakening. These citizens have little in way of clothing except for their closets, which are entirely unfit for labor and most other environmental conditions they have to. The Endless War. Conflict the ECA has abandoned as brothers and sisters. All we wanted was their help, an equal share of food and water, and a right to protection from the storms. We appealed to them and begged them for what? Why did we expect anything different? Wasn't the ECA that abandoned our loved ones to perish on Earth? Wasn't it the ECA that brought us to this hellhole? Wasn't it the ECA that failed to warn us of the storms that tear through the walls of our feeble homes? Why should we be surprised now that the ECA barred the doors of their safe haven? They say there's not enough space within the walls, no room in the city across the river that we helped them build. Just as they told our loved ones about the Ark ship that brought us to Enoch, but somehow Nyberg and the rest of his corrupt circle were all able to bring their wives and children. How many of us had to kiss our beloved for the last time? How many of us had to make the choice for a favorite child? Brothers and sisters, we stand here together, kicked to the curb, exiled to the slums. We will suffer, we will lose many more, but we all know this world belongs to us. Not the privileged few, but us. Enoch belongs to the exiles. The Crisis, A History of Madness by R.T. Elliott, The Official Archive, April 2160. Realizing that the ECA had effectively abandoned them, a revolutionary group formed among those left to survive in the slums outside the protected a revolutionary group formed among those left to survive in the slums, outside the protected walls of the first city. They call themselves exiles. These insurgents, as the ECA preferred to call them, were disorganized and fought among themselves more than the ECA. As time went by, however, they grew from angry protests and ran bombings to a serious threat. As more anomaly storms struck the city, the exiles demanded more food and shelter within the city walls led to constant riots. Skirmishes broke out between the uprising insurgency and the ECA army. Despite the exiles having superior numbers, their inferior weapons, training, and discipline resulted in their attacks being easily repulsed for a while. The ECA realized all too late that the first city's collapse was inevitable. They decided to steadily move their headquarters to a more secure location, a place that could at the same time offer shelter from the storms. Though its construction was still incomplete at the time, that place became refuge. Formation of the Insurgents, A History of Madness by R.T. Elliott, The Official Archive, May 2160. As the insurgents' cause seemed all but lost, the ECA was about to be greeted by a surprise. For the first time, a leader appeared among the insurgents who was able to unite the disparate groups into one. This new warlord was rumored to control strange and unnatural powers. He was the first to be called Altered. He launched an all-out assault against an establishment he perceived had betrayed him, marching with the insurgent mob as it flooded the city, leading to a bloodbath. Those among the ECA that hadn't yet escaped to Rifttown were slaughtered. The insurgents took over the first city and declared war on the ECA. The nuke. Sergio Costa, private note, July 2160. When the Ultra started to emerge among the insurgents' ranks, panic spread and ECA's top brass. Whatever President Nyberg had tried to say or do to calm them down, it was in vain. They had already dug their heels in. They were going to cut their losses in the new city, start all over again with Rifttown. This time with far fewer people to manage and far more. I was in the room when I heard them reach this. They trusted me, not only with the information, but the location too. They had no idea what their chief of security was capable of. I quickly excused myself and met Sarah, together with the many Outriders that had rallied around her. We all knew what we had to do. The bomb is scheduled to be brought into the first city inside a food truck, a part of a larger convoy of gifts being sent to the insurgents, a pretense that the ECA wanted. I volunteered to drive the truck. Sarah, Morrison, and the other Outriders intercepted the convoy on its way to the first city, took out the soldiers, then we drove it to the quarry instead. Sarah had already used her connection and began the building of a bunker. That bunker, that mission, would last the rest of our lives. The ECA never learned why their attempted genocide failed. They never found out what happened to their nuke, or their chief of security, or their surviving Outriders. I do regret that I'll never be able to walk up to them and tell them, just to see the reaction on their faces. What is Chad? Peace negotiations. History and Matters by RTL at the official archive, August 2160. More and more individuals with unnatural powers began to emerge among the insurgents. No more than could be counted with two hands, yet their power was enough to turn the tide of the war. These godlike beings seemed to shed their former selves, adopting a new title, the Altered. The comparisons between the anomaly's effects and the Altered's powers were evident. Individual Altered displayed different capabilities. Some were able to conjure fire out of thin air, some could heal mortal wounds in seconds, others could manipulate gravity. As the insurgency grew more and more dangerous, the ECA finally made panicked attempts to broker peace. As a display of faith, the insurgent leadership was allowed inside Brooktown to meet with the President Bruno Nyberg, along with other top-ranking officials of the ECA. They failed to see that the insurgents had no interest in peace, they were out for blood. And among the insurgents' delegation, the first Ultra sprang forth and assassinated the President and his officials in a second. The signal was given and a full-scale attack on Rifttown was launched. In all the chaos, it seemed the ECA had finally messed in until a soldier of the ECA stood up to face the Altered. Revealing powers he had managed to keep hidden until then. His name was Seth. He was the first Altered on the ECA side. He single-handedly repelled the insurgent attack. Rifttown was saved, and the insurgent advantage was short-lived. Soon enough, more Altered began emerging on the ECA side, but not quite balancing the odds. With most of the ECA officials dead, the ECA had few candidates left to lead the organization. Once military engineer Shira Goodman had lost her eye in the first Altered attacks, was thrust into the role of Grand Marshal and given control of Rifttown. Power struggle. Yes. Power struggle. History of Matters by RTL at the official archive. Long-standing divisions among the ECA started to solidify. There were many from the former industrial zone who refused to recognize Shira Goodman as leader. Led by Victor Corrigan, they moved eastwards and built the settlement now known as Fridgetown. Corrigan made its own attempt at independence, led by a former Outrider who sought to maintain a neutral stance between the ECA and the insurgents. Their project came to a close and Corrigan took control of the area. Closer to Rifttown, Shira fended off numerous attempts to remove her from power and decisively cemented her rule by quickly sentencing conspirators to death without trial. She brought Eagle Peaks under the ECA's control, using this remote location to host research facilities, but with a number of scientists falling dramatically and the lack of any real breakthroughs, the location was relegated to an end. After nearly a year of a frequently broken ceasefire that both sides would use to arm themselves, in the year 2161 the units formed a 30 years long war of attrition that followed and continues to this day. Battles are fought over the same ground that has been dug up and formed in trenches, ground that changes hands as often as weather. There were a few more periods of ceasefires, sometimes months without sign of a bombardment or battle. People learned to make homes out of the trenches. The colony's original population of 500,000 has grown down to less than 70,000 as far as we can. An entire generation has been born into war and dies in war, knowing nothing else. Anomaly storms continue to ravage the land. Creatures grow larger, stronger, deadlier. History has given way to propaganda. Propaganda has given way to a single axiom: the enemy must be eliminated. Some among the ECA tried to keep an eye on the bigger picture. Multiple expeditions were sent out. Brave attempts to punch through the deadly forest and emerge on the other side, in the hope that there was a way out of the valley, that the other side held something better. None returned. A joint effort, a history of madness by RTL at the official archive. In the year 2160, the scouts sent by the ECA to find a safe passage between Rifttown and Fridgetown discovered a narrow pass between the two regions, far from the insurgents reached. The route was vital to accommodate trade between the regions and the transportation of materials from the quarry to Rifttown. Corrigan and Sheriff Gutman came to an agreement to build and secure this road, and Marshal Coleman was later placed in charge. The road and outpost took several years to complete. The quarry itself, however, did not escape the insurgents' notice. They knew its importance to the ECA's war efforts, though there was no direct route for them to reach it without going through Trenchtown. Eventually, the insurgents were forced to skirt along the forest edge, risking both the monsters and the fungus, but in their persistence, they managed to launch successful raids and capture the quarry. In the years that followed, the quarry switched hands often at great cost to the ECA. After years of war with the insurgents, in 2184, Corrigan and Shira finally and officially united under the ECA's banner, working toward the common cause of wiping out the insurgents, while keeping control of their jurisdictions under their individual control. Colin now controls all trade and transport going through Deadrock Pass, and levies a hefty fee as compensation. At the same time, Colin set up a lumber yard that now provides most of the lumber that goes into building and reinforcing the trenches. It could be argued that Marshal Colin has the cushiest job of all, although bandits have recently encroached into his territory to threaten the trade he depends on. It's no secret that Corrigan fosters a particular dislike for Colin, both for the arrangement he has opposed and his ambitions to become great. A forced enclave established. Nathan Skurlock, private note, year 2190. It has been several years since the founding of our enclave. There's a sense of peace as I walk past people going about their lives as much as there can be in this forest. Despite the multiple precautions King has taken, it seems the stronghold we have built may turn out to be somewhat unnecessary. Though it has served us well and given protection against the creatures that assail us, the unrest and riots that King feared have not materialized. The community that has formed around the enclave continues to grow without any sign of discontent that I can discern. It seems they all understand what must be done, how better their lives can be here. What concerns me presently is how to keep our numbers high enough to sustain a size. The news of the quarry is no longer in the hands of the ECA as troubling. What's even worse is it is rumored the ECA has in fact abandoned the quarry entirely and never intends to take it back. It's becoming too great a risk to venture out of these woods in search of fresh recruits. We used to be able to entice a few quarry workers back with us every now and then, and those numbers sufficed. But now with the quarry overrun by Enochian fauna, the journey to the civilized towns is exponentially no longer and more dangerous. If any of my flock were somehow able to capture us or follow us back to the enclave, I fear that it would be the end of the only safe haven this on Enoch. Peace. The events that followed the surrender of the ECA's Grand Marshal were nearly devastating. Ensure Gilman's selfless act, that brief whisper of hope, led instead to a murder, followed by a world-ending anomaly storm that threatened to bury the entire valley. It seemed our endless war would finally end with the end of himself. Instead, Gutman's death drove the altered Outrider into a rampage that culminated in a final confrontation with the Exiles' commander. When the Exiles saw their leader slain at the center of a raging storm, many of them began to throw down their weapons, while some insurgents continued to rush into the crucible of the storm, hoping they would return as altered warriors as their late commander had promised. Those that remained were able to take shelter around the massive alien obelisk raised by Otaro Atuma, with this barrier that could keep the storms at bay. But has the endless war truly ended, or is this merely a ceasefire? The calm before an even greater storm. The wisest soldiers know not to ask, but to enjoy the quiet while it lasts. Enoch's native storm carrier. Risk assessment on native fauna, ECA report. This giant can often be seen traversing the plains of this valley and is feared by all in the colony. Compared to most other creatures that have shown extreme aggression, the storm carrier may at first seem indifferent. Human presence that strides across the valley, trampling everything that happens to lie in its path. If provoked, however, the storm carrier will bring destruction and annihilate anything that challenges in the altar. Although no one has dared scale the storm carrier to take measurements, calculation of its shadow has revealed it to be an approximate height of 50 meters and a length of 12 meters. Although this can vary greatly depending on the maturity of the animal. I suspect the storm carrier has sixth sense and ability to perceive when an anomaly storm is about to erupt long before it erupts. In the early days, this led many to believe that creatures somehow caused or carried the storms with them, leading to them being given the moniker of storm carriers. Though their ability to predict storms is an unproven theory, when the storm carriers begin to migrate away from a region, we recommend said region be evacuated immediately. History of the Pax, Sentient Natives by Abraham Zahidi. Here follows an account of the native peoples that once lived on Enoch based on my best deciphering of their hieroglyphics. It appears that the mysterious force we now call the anomaly is not a new phenomenon. In the recording of their history, it seems the natives' earlier existence was also threatened by violent storms and bizarre phenomena existing from the energy that surrounds and permeates. The population was devastated and they were driven underground, where it seems they survived in caves while these storms. How it is they never came to build villages above ground, I cannot yet hypothesize. History of the Pax, Sentient Natives by Dr. Abraham Zahidi. At some point, something changed with the natives' relationship to the anomaly. Using strange obelisks like once observed at the forest, they apparently discovered a method to commune with the energies and calm the storms. I wish there was more we could understand from the engravings how the natives are able to achieve such powers. What seems evident is that the obelisks themselves predate them. They seem to have been built by their ancestors or perhaps another species altogether. How they came to understand their use remains a mystery. Regardless, one thing is clear. They seem to have taken the perception of many natives together to work their rituals around the obelisk and harness the storms. Although we saw that August was capable of manipulating the storm alone, it seems like the effort killed the native. Such efforts should not be taken lightly. Nearly killed the native. Okay. History of the Pax, Sentient Natives by Dr. Abraham Zahidi. Over the years since the native went from being an anomaly slave to its master, they must have taken the obelisk to draw must use the obelisk to draw the energy out of the sky back into the planet, effectively neutralizing its deadly effects and preventing the storms from occurring. It seems as how, in time, they were able to return to the surface and civilization to begin anew. The discovery helped the natives survive their extinction and emerge out of their primitive beginnings. Perhaps it's their communion with Enoch's energies that gave them the supernatural abilities we witnessed with August. Perhaps there is a link that could be drawn between August's abilities, the anomaly, and the abilities of the altered. But all we know for sure is that this is a time of balance and harmony did not last. And it appeared to be gone and grotesque. Feral savages have taken over their land. And as we know, the anomaly is back and grows more powerful. History of the Pax, Pax Nokia by Dr. Abraham Zahidi. And addendum to my account of the natives of Enoch follows, sourced from fragments of writing done by the humans that I now come to Enoch aboard the caravel. On the caravel's landing, a mass of natives flocked to the ship, journeying from villages far and wide. The humans were met by a growing throng of beings who bore no weapons, showed no ill intent, and freely offered food, water, and other resources the continent required. Humans granted a name to the seemingly primitive and entirely pacifist species of the Pax. Humans and Pax lived in peace for a time. All that changed when Monroy and his followers realized the powers the Pax possessed. The daughter, ancient seer. The father's daughter, his only child, was a respected spiritual leader with a large following. He was a voice of defiance, a contrary reminder to the father that they were on a path to chaos if they did not stop exploiting the power. The piece's daughter, the father brought her a powerful artifact from the depths of the secret passage. The root shard enabled the daughter and her followers to raise obelisks and keep the anomaly. So the daughter pleaded with the father to stop the madness that filled their city. In the end, she felt forced to kill him. But it was too late to save Taria Grotto from the storms that ravaged it. The daughter led her followers far from the grand edifices they had built. They survived in caves, returning to a primitive way of life. The daughter used the shards she carried with her to build obelisks over the anomaly wells, capable of harnessing all Enoch's power, and taught her followers a new way of living. Over generations, they calmed the storms and claimed the surface of Enoch, becoming the race of beings now known as the Pax. There remains the question of why the father and the daughter carried gendered epithets. When the Pax appear, a culture appears not to value or define gender. Now that more of the history is clear, perhaps it can be surmised that the Pax race only shed their emphasis on gender after leaving Taria Grotto under the daughter's guidance. Excerpt from Salvador's Gender Journal, History of the Hidden City, Part 1. As the Otara told me of how she came to this remote region and how she survived in solitude, she meandered into the history of her people, her ancestors that once presided over this land. Her recollections were so vivid, so detailed, I had to take careful note. I've compiled them all into a single telling in the hopes that these legends survive her, and so here follows an account of the lost city of Otara Grotto as related to me by Otara Atuma. The earliest descendants of the Pax, perhaps the first beings to walk upright on Enoch, were primitive people. They lived in caves, foraging and hunting, suffering at the whim of the occasional anomaly storm, like every other creature on the planet. That was until their leader, a being they called the Father, delivered to his people a power that only the gods they worshipped had wielded in their midst. The Father had learned how to tame the anomaly. The ancients feared divine wrath would befall them for daring to steal such power from the gods, but no such thing happened, at least not for a long time. Indeed, the Father taught them how to tame the anomaly by divining energy streams deep beneath the ground and building wells to reach them. He taught them how to extract the anomaly's energy, to bend and shape it to better their lives. The Father pulled his people out of the darkness of their caves and ushered them into a new age. Over 3 hours for this video. Current recording. It's gonna be like at least over 5 hours at this point, taking consideration of the previous recordings I made, like the other 2 recordings I made. I think this video may be a 6-hour video. Excerpt from Salvador's Journal, History of the Hidden City, Part 2. The Otara's words were filled with dread as she spoke of the Father's thirst for power and knowledge. How he wasn't ever satisfied. He roamed the planet following the lines of energy beneath the surface, perhaps trying to find the anomaly source, to understand how it came to be, to explore its very limits. One day, high in the mountain that eventually became the capital of the ancients, Father stumbled on a passage. In the depths of this passage, Father made a discovery that would both enthrall him and transform his people for him. What he found was kept a secret, and entry was forbidden to all save his loyal personal guard. The people took willingly from the power he shared with them. They did not even dare to ask where it came from, nor did they imagine to doubt the Father's intentions. Father built his palace atop the mountain. The city grew and thrived around him. Many were drawn to Otara Grotto in search of opportunities for trade, for great technological breakthroughs, and to become part of a civilization unlike any the world had ever seen. But while the Father may have learned how to manipulate the anomaly, it could never be fully controlled. As more and more of the anomaly's chaotic energy was unleashed, the more unstable the anomaly became, and the more of the planet grew ever more. It wasn't long before Enoch started to descend in chaos. An excerpt from Salvador's Journal, History of the Hidden City, Part 3. There were those among the agents who believed that they should stop exploiting the anomaly and attempt to find equilibrium with the planet. Most vocal of these was the Father's only child, whom the Otara named simply as daughter. Atuma's voice was tinged with pride as she described the daughter's opposition to the Father, which earned her a devoted following. Her supporters feared that if they did not learn to live in harmony with the anomaly, their world would suffer the terrible consequences. The daughter grew into a venerated cult leader, a kind of priestess perhaps, and the crowds that followed her earned the attention of many powerful figures at the time, including her father. One day the Father returned from his passage with an artifact he called the Root Shard, presented as a gift to his beloved daughter. The Father promised her it held the power to restore harmony both to the troubled skies and the worried souls among the people. The daughter learned to use this first of the great shards to raise obelisks over the Father's will, and guide her people in rituals and the obelisks that brought the anomaly's energy into balance. The daughter's work brought much harmony to the world, but it was not to last. While the Otara claims the Father's concern for his daughter was genuine, it is possible the Father's gift served a selfish purpose. The Root Shard was a means for him to buy himself more time. Next up from Salvador's Journal, History of the Hidden City, Part 4. The Father continued venturing deeper into the hidden passage, taking longer journeys toward the anomaly. With each journey, he became more obsessed, the Otara tells me. From her poetic words, I see him tortured by visions of the past and future, haunted by whispers that gnaw at his mind. His sanity is slowly degrading until he is blinded by his madness. Without the father to guide them, the great powers of the city sought to replace their leader. At this time, the agents had developed distinct and terrible abilities. Some manipulated the stone beneath their feet, others wielded control fire, others still had achieved mastery over time and space. Like the Ultra who have risen above among us. They created noble clans around each core ability, and each believed themselves superior to the others. They forced terrifying weapons and wielded godlike powers that they barely comprehended. Peace had been fragile for a long time, kept in place by the daughter's interventions, but that was soon to end. The balance the daughter fought so hard to maintain was falling apart at the seams. Tensions led to skirmishes in the streets. Skirmishes led to open warfare as the ancients fought for control of the capital and its army. As these wars raged, the daughter's ideals were forgotten. People stopped sustaining the obelisks that kept things in balance and used them instead for power, to power their armies and feed their weapon forges. The storms got worse and worse. The daughter begged her father to stop this madness, to return to his people and bring an end to their warring, but the father's deception of the secret passage ran too deep, and she feared what new evils he would unleash tomorrow. The daughter was left with no choice. Weeping, she embraced him one last time and then plunged a blade into his back. Hero Tuma could no longer continue her story. She was shaking, overcome with emotion. I decided to let the matter rest. Next up from Salvadore's Journal, History of the Hidden City, Part 5. After she made it upon a tea and stoked into the fire, the Otara wished to finish her story. She seemed to express gratitude that I was writing it all down and a desire for the record to be made. With the father dead, the daughter believed that as the heir to the father's rule, she would garner the authority to end the war and save Enoch. Too late. She had lost control of the anomaly, and Claire's respect for her had vanished. They drove the daughter and her followers out of the city. The daughter was left with no choice but to flee, leaving her followers into the wilderness. The wars waged behind her, the storms grew, and all who stayed in Taria Grotto were torn apart. But the daughter and her people survived in the wilderness, returning to a primitive way of life, seeking shelter from the storms and caves. She taught them a way of living without hubris, without greed, without anger or violence, all of the things that had destroyed the ancient civilizations. She used old salvage shards that she had carried out with her to build new obelisks over abandoned anomaly wells, once again harnessing Enoch's power, but in balance and harmony. The daughter's people learned and passed down complex rituals that preserved the power of the obelisk across generations. The Otara tells me that slowly over many generations, her predecessors calmed the storm to reclaim the surface of Enoch, learning to use the anomaly for peaceful ends, never again falling into the temptation that comes with great power. They become the race of packs that would enjoy 1,000 years of peace until the day Monroy and his caravelle. Ancient pharaohs. We know that the fierce humanoid creatures we call pharaohs are mutations of the alien race we call packs. That they transformed themselves into pharaohs to unleash fury and aggression the packs could not, and help in saving their race from the depredations of Monroy. What we now seem to have learned is that the packs were in fact evolving themselves, moving backward in their evolution, unshackling primal antecedents within their own bloodline. The pharaoh have lost all the memory of who they used to be or where they come from, and yet it seems they are still drawn to Taria Grotto, their place of ancestry. Long ago, according to the legends related by Otara Otuma, the father uses a power with the anomaly to turn many of his warriors into altar-like beings. While these precursors were more similar in appearance to their pharaoh descendants than to the packs, they were more balanced in temperament and faculty, gaining a mastery of altar-like powers that modern pharaohs cannot grasp. Today, pharaohs roam the hidden city aimlessly, simply drawn back by a kind of primal instinct or a faint memory of the stories they were told, the glories that they had earned. Perhaps they feel the echoes of father's power and began to crave it again for themselves. The root shard. The mysterious object which Otara Otuma calls a root shard is a sharp, heavy fragment of what is thought to be a much larger body of material. Referred to as a root of the anomaly or the source, it is believed to be an intangible source, solid mass of unknown chemical composition that exists somewhere or at or near the very core of the anomaly itself. But what exactly that structure is, or how the ancient Paxian ruler known as a father attained a splinter of it, almost nothing but legend is known. In fact, according to legends, the father is said to have retrieved numerous shards from the root, allowing him to share power he had amassed from his followers. But it was a shard he gifted to his daughter that allowed her to create the obelisk, which gave her people a measure of control over the anomaly. Over the centuries after the destruction of the father's people by the anomaly storms, it was likely this knowledge of shards and obelisks that allowed the Pax to regain control of it. Though there's legends of speak of other shards, a shard sought by the Outrider in the hidden city is believed to be the last. Other scrawlings. On the walls of these ancient chambers, along the many illegible alien writings scrawled by the father in the mad fervor, there are also phrases in human language. A language that is millennia away from being imagined when the father and his people were alive, accompanied by the sketches of things that could not even be. The floor is a caramel us. Somehow the father had foreseen our arrival and knew it would be the invasion that it turned out to be. He prepared, studying an enemy that would not materialize for thousands of years, learning our language, how we lived, and how we warred. He was not wrong. The daughter apparently stopped the father from carrying out his plan, and yet a great army lies in stasis, somehow frozen deep under their ancient city. Is it possible his plan is yet to be set in motion? Well, maybe that would be a plot line of Outriders 2, but they're not going to be making that game, unfortunately. I think I'm actually going to end the recording session here, because I think I may need to do something soon for my family, but we don't have that much left. Just have the last just have the last section of history and lore. And we have all of it. So I've imagined that's going to be another 2 hours, maybe another hour and a half to read the rest of this. But I'm probably going to be recording this either like after I eat dinner. I'm very freaking hungry right now, or I may just do it tomorrow morning. But that's going to do it for today. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you all. Well, you will see me. Or as soon as this video ends, because I'm gonna be putting all the recorded videos together, so you'll just see it like in a second. But I want to be recording until much later, so see you all next time. Well, see you in a second. It is Halloween night, and I'm here recording the final section of this godforsaken video. 1 second. Instead of watching a scary movie or going out trick-or-treating or going out and partying with friends that I don't have, I am here recording this video for you. But in reality, I will probably do this anyway because I don't really have a social life outside of people I encounter, talk to online, or any friends that I actively hang out with that is not through Xbox. So, I technically do have friends outside of Xbox, but I don't really hang out with them that much. Anyway, personal information aside, let's go back and finally finish this section so I can just be done with it. Oh my gosh, it's just been such a long video, like 6 hours long. Monroy's road to Enoch. Hernando Monroy began his life as a child soldier caught in the civil wars that burned through the countries of South America toward the end of Earth's history. He never knew his parents, but was raised in the barracks of a number of different armies. Never truly loyal to anyone, he hated looking to the skies and the ship being built in orbit, a ship he would never be allowed to board. He knew that the only way he'd ever get on a seat on that ship was by force. Not merely an unthinking grunt, Monroy learned the power of oration when he convinced his superiors at leading villages and towns during their raids. Inside enemy lands wasn't enough. They must burn them to the ground to deny hope and strike fear on the enemy. Excuse me, I just had dinner. I had a ham and linguine, so Uh, Monroy's brutal efficiency helped him quickly and bloodily rise through the ranks of the latest mercenary army he joined. Discontent with the passive attitude of the army's leader, just as word of the explosion of the caravel spread, Monroy seized the opportunity, together with a group of... Wait. So he wasn't on the caravel? Together with a group of loyal soldiers, he assassinated the army's leader and took his place as commander. In the following months, Monroy gained notoriety for spearheading multiple assaults, first on the space elevator and other buses around the world that transported passengers to the ES and Flores, then on the crumbling nations and corporations that had been left behind to rule what was left of Earth after the Flores' departure, and finally on the floating city. Monroy's occupation of the floating city led to the capture of a number of engineers, scientists, and other experts that finally provided him the means to leave Earth, with the greater part of the caravel still intact in Earth's orbit. What? Monroy undertook the rebuilding of the ship, restoring it to flight-worthy conditions, while recovering plans and schematics from the databases left behind by the ECA. He discovered that they had already invented a faster, more efficient version of the grav drive engine, but did not have the time to build it for the Flores. Monroy worked his people to exhaustion to realize the potential of this faster grav drive, and many died while building the engine and performing repairs on the caravel. My understanding of this story is just shattered now. Caravel's capacity numbered in the several thousands. Many were cognizant of the fact that the only way they'd be granted a space on the ship was by proving their value and loyalty to Monroy. Monroy's raiding armies scoured the earth, looting and pillaging, bring back any resource or equipment they thought would curry favor with the commander, and to the extent of stripping the floating city to the point that it could float no more. In their eyes, anything and anyone is fair game. Monroy was all too pleased to see his reign of terror may have even been unnecessary, because people were more than content to terrorize each other. After a few years of repairs, the caravel was ready to launch for a second time. The ship successfully departed Earth and arrived on Enoch 6 years prior to the Flores. All this time, I thought the ship didn't actually blow up and was destroyed. I thought it was like a false flag. Like people thought it blew up, but really it made it to Enoch without the ECA knowing. He literally repaired a broken ship and flew it after the Flores left. Wow. My mind is officially blown. I completely misunderstood the context of the story, and now I feel dumb. Meeting the natives. Dr. Indra Alcazio's memo, year 2154. I still remember our shock that first day. We saw a small procession of natives emerging from the woods to greet us. Monroy ordered weapons drawn, but they had brought food, water, and many other gifts we did not know what to do, but to fade fragments. They gave all they had willingly, expected nothing in return, though their faces are peculiar. I saw no face fear in them, only a kind of naive wonder at the strangers that arrived in their skies. I began compiling a few notes for future anthropological studies, though they have quickly learned a few of our words. Their own language feels almost impossible for my vocal cords. So far, there's very little in common with how we organize our own society. Male and female are nearly indistinguishable and appear to choose their motes freely and leave as they please without violence. There seems to be no discernible form of hierarchy among their people apart from respect given to elders. They do not carry weapons. They do not seem to know what a weapon is. Yesterday, one of them stuck a finger in my rifle's barrel, oblivious to the danger. Believe I have never witnessed beings more innocent. It is almost as if they are mentally incapable of cruelty or violence. With such a peaceful nature, it makes sense to dub these kind beings packs. The incident. A loose page from Dr. Indra Alcazio's journal, year 2154. There was an incident as I was returning to my quarters last night. What seemed like a storm was quickly gathering over us, and it started playing havoc on our electronics. As we scrambled for shelter, the storm above us exploded into turmoil. Moments later, we saw a group of packs gathered around one of their strangely shaped obelisks, performing an odd sort of pantomime. People were terrified, and Monroy ordered the packs to be stopped. Before I knew it, the soldiers had stormed in, one even opened fire. Yet moments later, even as those two poor pack souls lay bleeding on the ground, the configuration of the sky came to an end as if the obelisk had somehow calmed the storms. Everyone's been on edge since then. I believe the packs actually saved our lives somehow, but there are some who don't see it that way. Monroy and those close to him had begun questioning whether the packs hold too much power, a power we don't understand. The very power that caused those storms. Monroy is rounding the people up asking, what happens if the packs ever decide to stop being so peaceful? What happens when they decide to stop pretending they have our best interests at heart, just as we let our guard down? Text unreadable. If I had been given a chance to speak to Monroy to convince him that the packs meant us no harm, that they had used their powers to calm the storms, maybe some things would have been different. But by the time I was granted audience, things had escalated far beyond my reach. By the time I looked into Monroy's eyes as he waited for me to speak, I was too late. Sacred City, a loose page, Dr. Indra Ocasio's journal. I knew we would not be on Enoch enough for Monroy. He saved all our lives, but his actions that followed our arrival concerned me greatly. After the first storms had passed, Monroy learned how a great number of our electronics systems had fried, and he was furious. He gathered a number of the Pax elders and demanded they lead him to the source of their power. When they refused or simply didn't understand, he executed them all. The Pax who witnessed this atrocity, it's the end of the sentence. Oh, no, it's not. That is a comma. The Pax who witnessed this atrocity have never seen such terror and confusion. Is that a comma or is that a period? It looks like a comma. As though they did not know such a thing was possible, they immediately humbled themselves, leading Monroy off through the forest to the great city they called Ukatu-Atora. It has clearly been a place of great splendor and beauty for ages, but no longer, not since we arrived. One is just spread? Yeah. Loose page, Dr. Indra Ocasio's journal. Monroy discovered the massive obelisk and walked in on the great ritual by the city's most sacred elders, the Uruk-Utora. I recall the look of fear on Monroy's face as gravity itself seemed to forget its rules, with small rocks and debris hovering midair, and eventually even Monroy himself was lifted off his feet. While sparks of a strange energy flickered around the obelisk. He was convinced it was all a plot, to use their power to assassinate him. I now believe that Monroy has completely failed in his leadership. He had all the spiritual leaders executed, all but Degruk, and sealed off access to the obelisk. There had been increasing discontent among many with Commander Monroy's mistreatment of the Pax. While most understood the need to ensure security, what we done couldn't be justified. Some demanded an audience. Commander Monroy accepted a meeting and promised to address our concerns, but instead guards dragged the XO, I think that's auxiliary officer. CO is commanding officer. I think XO is auxiliary officer. In front of us, handcuffed, bloody. The XO confessed to plot to assassinate Monroy himself and seized command of the mission. He begged forgiveness for his crimes and slowly began to read out names from a list from those of all his co-conspirators. Every time a name was mentioned, the guards would grab the crew member and drag them outside, fragment. I could feel the terror spreading among those beside me. After a dozen names were called, a voice echoed in the hall. Fuck those who oppose the mission, hail Commander Monroy. But it made no difference. His name was called out anyway, and he was dragged out with the rest. I felt numb, from fear, from relief, at every name read that wasn't mine. Finally, the last of us were escorted outside, where the conspirators had been made to kneel. Then we were given guns and made to execute them. Now we were all tainted. That's kind of fucked up. Slavery, a loose page, Dr. Indra Ocasio's journal, year 2155. Our people have been moving into the residence of Uruk-Utora, displacing the Pax already living there. Many Pax have been forced into servitude now. Their labor used to increase the crop yield required to sustain our numbers. Repair damage to our facilities from the frequent storms. Pax families have been separated. They're forced to work all day. Those forced to work all day are succumbing to exhaustion. Their frail bodies unused to heavy manual labor. Though the Pax seem almost physically incapable of raising a hand to defend themselves, many have instead staged strikes of a kind, simply refusing to work or wandering off into the desert. This made no difference. I've seen the packs who resisted carried away by the truckload to undisclosed location. I tried to follow one of the trucks, but I was turned away at gunpoint. My eyes have seen these acts that I thought once surrendered to history lessons, and now I tremble as I write. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. The research, anthropological report on the packs are to Indra Ocasio. Commander Monroy had assigned me to study the ways and customs of the packs, but he has expressed his disappointment at my findings so far. He didn't care about anything I reported about their ways and culture, only the packs' powers, which I had very little to say about. None of our experts have an explanation, and an analysis of the obelisk has revealed nothing of something that's nothing of note. Whatever the mechanism or science behind these powers, to us, they may as well be magic. I must admit these powers are unsettling for many of us. Monroy discovered the packs engaged in rituals surrounding their monoliths that he feared were meant to harm us, and retaliated fiercely. I'm not comfortable with his actions, but I'm not in a position to say so. He depends on me for understanding these packs, and well, perhaps it's hubris, but I believe I can show him the true beauty of this species. I truly believe they have no ill intent, nor are they interested in displays of strength. From what I've seen, they use their powers for convenience, to light their homes, to influence the weather, to better grow their crops. We have a lot to learn from each other. We couldn't have asked for better neighbors. And yet you're not really a good neighbor yourself. Great Storm, Louis Page, Dr. Indra Ocasio's journal, year 2158. I did not know it was possible for the strange storm to get any worse, but we barely survived the last one. I saw colleagues torn apart, buildings pulled into the air against all known physics. I saw packs make numerous attempts to enter their temples to reach their obelisks, even though they too were damaged by the storms. But Monroy had them gunned down. How can he believe the packs are inflicting this madness on us when as many of them died in the storm as our own people? They're calling it the Great Storm, but I have trouble believing it will be the last. Enoch itself has started to change. Once fertile soil has now become barren, and nothing we do to grow crops seems to work. Green valleys and woodlands are turning into desert. The clear waters that ran through the rivers are turned dark, undrinkable. The lakes and oceans have begun to dry out. The madness of Monroy knows no bounds, and it's not just him, but all those who follow him, driven by fear or their own bloodlust. These were never good people. Good people didn't make it off Earth. But those of us that have tried to retain some shred of decency, I don't even know if there's any left. Even Nikolai, his loyalty to Monroy for saving his life, made him blind. He believes everything Monroy tells him and follows his orders without question. In the wake of the Great Storm, packs were fleeing the city. Nikolai was put in charge to round them up to make an example of them. No one would tell me details. A week later, I found a note that someone had placed in my locker. It was a tip, pointing us to a location half a day's ride from the city. The temperature, above 100, the sun was scorching and I was covered in sweat. Then I found where they'd been disposing of the bodies. The wind started to pick up as I stood over the mass grave. I was quickly being covered in a soot coat of gray powder, the bones and ashes of the packs that had been burned en masse. The remains blown around by the wind, and it's been still stuck to my hair, to my clothes. I cannot get it off me. What have we done? These are just horrible. I didn't realize it was that bad. Like, obviously, like, we saw it was kind of bad when we entered that city for the first time. Like, all those years ago at this point. I think it was like 2 years ago since I last... Maybe 2 years, maybe a year and a half since I last streamed this game. I last streamed the story of this game, but I still remember some details of it. I remember seeing the banners hanging off the walls. The Caravel incident. Caravel lockdown. Nikolai Galyatkin's order. At 0400 this morning, 3 packs of individuals were sighted inside the Caravel without authorization. 2 packs were captured and reprimanded, but the 3rd escaped. After a stockade in the army, several armaments have been reported missing. Since none of our soldiers would steal their own weaponry, we must assume the packs are now armed. By order of General Galyatkin, access to the Caravel is hereby restricted to authorized personnel only. Trespassers, whether packs or human, face a penalty of death. Darrow's ambush. Unknown soldiers report, year 2158. We had no idea where they came from, or what to call those monsters, those beasts. When they attacked, someone on the radio screamed, called them ferals just before they struck down. The name has stuck with us. Commander Monroy ordered the building of a forward reconnaissance base. Out of this forward scout missions could be launched to explore the region and track down where those ferals are coming from. Once we had identified their base or nest, Commander Monroy believed a subsequent precision strike would wipe them out for good. The last few days I've been running routine patrol missions with my squad. During our outing, we were called back to the forest mid-patrol saying they discovered something. On our way back, the wind started to pick up, forceful enough for the sand to pelt against our windows. Private Zarka appeared distressed, and the others suggested we stop into the storm pass, but Commander Monroy's orders were to push forward no matter what we encountered. The storm hit us minutes later. The combination of rain and sand fell with such force it could strip skin off flesh. We hadn't seen rain for months. Drivers reported their trucks were failing until the entire convoy came to a stop. Private Zarka donned protective gear, climbed out of the truck and into the storm and tried to restart the engine, but nothing he did worked. That was when we came under attack. The Pharaohs charged us from all sides, throwing and jabbing spears at us. I leapt out of the vehicle to help Private Zarka, but it was too late. I do not know if he was struck by the storm or the Pharaohs, but his body was wreathed in flames. Our squad leader called a retreat and I fell back, but a spear grazed my ankle. I fell and rolled down the sand. I got up and kept running, but in the chaos I lost my squad. It took me a day to reach the fort. When I arrived, I realized the fort had been overrun by Pharaohs some time ago. I snuck in to look for medical supplies to treat my leg, but then I tried to contact Commander Monroy, but there was no response. I know backups aren't coming. I'm hiding, as the Pharaohs still linger around the fort. I hope they don't spot my tracks. There's another storm on the horizon. I can use it to make my escape and conceal my tracks. I don't have the means to take on all of them. I write this in the hope that if anyone finds this, you will know what happened to us, and you can be warned of what awaits you. Kind of a sad story. The hunt, Monroy's note. Enoch conspires against us. It was as though it conjured that storm and delivered straight upon us as penance for our sins. I have no proof, but I sense it, as do the others. It was in that helpless situation that this cursed breed of creatures descended on us, but we made it out alive. I cannot say with certainty where these Pharaohs came from, but I know they have one purpose: to eradicate us. We regrouped, we hunted them down, we set out to reach our nests and put it into them. I brought together a convoy of our best minds and soldiers and traveled south, following these Pharaohs to their base. The journey was harrowing. Allende, Sanchez, Moeller. We lost too many to name. Too many to count, but we made it here. We survived, and perhaps this adventure might not be in vain. The people once more look to me to lead those of us who remain, and I finally see the hope in their eyes. But even if I am to breathe my last breath in this place, I will do it fighting those rabid beasts. Monroy. Metamorphosis, Monroy's note. When I first laid eyes on the packs many years ago, I thought I had found a home for my people. Their peaceful, timid nature was disarming, and they treated us like venerated guests. But our interactions with the pack soon revealed their singular powers. They were subtle at first, devices of perpetual motion, crop acceleration, buildings of immense stature. The pack's slender physique could not possibly have constructed. It soon became clear by their technology as seemingly not advanced beyond the Iron Age. Their abilities far exceeded any human innovation. I wish I could have known what seemed at first a bizarre, spectacular light show would come to threaten our very existence. We have found few answers, and those found are of little comfort. We discovered ancient structures and monuments in these canyons, but above all, an obelisk suspended in the sky, larger in size than any I've ever seen before. A great power slumbers within it, power that packs use against us. To bring the storms to transform us into Pharaohs, we fortified our position in these canyons. We dedicated all our efforts to the study of its power in the hope it would finally unveil the secrets of Enoch and give us a strength to defend our people. I dare to hope that only then would all this death, all this senseless horror have been for a reason. Then we learned that our fort was attacked and quickly fell to the Pharaohs. Not long after, we received another message. The Pharaohs are laying siege to our colony. We have no choice but to cut our studies short and return with haste to rescue our people from this nightmare. Of all the places in the galaxy, why did we choose hell? War with the Pharaoh, Nikolai Galyatkin's personal notes. A few months past, Monroy ordered us to round up the packs that were trying to escape. One night while I was hunting with Monroy, we were attacked. It came out of the darkness. Panic and confusion were quickly overcome as we regrouped and repelled the assault. Although I could not see our attackers in the dark, I examined one of their injured. They were anthropoid, enormous in size, rabid and predatory in nature, unlike any of the beings we have encountered in Enoch. But something about their eyes was eerily familiar. Even then I knew something was not right, but Monroy had no idea what had been unleashed. The commander ordered a fort built, a base of which they could track down those beasts and root them out. He ordered I return to the city to defend against any potential attacks and keep the packs in check. Caruso wasn't happy to see me. Then it finally happened. The Pharaohs attacked the city just as the storm descended on us. We barely held them back, and now they besiege us. I received a call from Monroy as we repaired our barricades damaged from the last assault. He was freaking out, barely coherent, trying to describe a great canyon in the desert, a giant albus, and now we discovered the Pharaohs are in fact packs, transformed by some kind of arcane ritual. He claimed his fears that the packs would seek to destroy us had finally come true. He even sounded proud of his prediction. There was zero introspection on his part, zero acknowledgement that everything that's happened has been a result of his paranoia. And Dero was right all this time. He warned me of my blind devotion. We brought this on ourselves. Monroy has ordered me to eliminate the packs, to prevent more of them from transforming into pharaohs, to gather them all and kill them en masse, by whatever means available. Then he declared he would return to the city and put an end to the siege. He still believes himself our savior, and while he ensures our downfall. He's insane. We have opened Pandora's box. Monroy pushed the packs too far. They have begun willfully evolving into primal, bloodthirsty expressions of relentless survival. Or maybe they have regressed to an ancestral step of their evolution, a step natural selection saw fit to bring them out of, a step only human intervention could revert them to. I don't know what to do. Doubts have begun to take over my mind. I am paralyzed by the revelation of what we have brought on ourselves, of what we have sown, and what we are to reap. Hundreds of thousands of packs are still out there, each one of them a possible pharaoh. Eliminating them is the only way we can live. The only way I can continue to wake up every morning and watch the sun rise over these dunes. All I have to do is give the order. I can feel the words sitting on my tongue. My soldiers look at me expectantly, waiting for the slightest gesture to signal they can begin, but I still cannot bring myself to do it. Caruso saw my indecision, my paralysis. He seized a chance and took control. He walked out to execute Monroy's orders. I didn't resist, because I could no longer be a part of this. I believe it was established that Nikolai Giliatkin was the warder that we read about like all those hours ago. That we saw in the story. Genocide. Invert Caruso's report. Commander Monroy, after the last storm tore through the city, the past came to flee the city in even greater numbers. As you may have learned, General Giliatkin saw fit to suffer a damage breakdown and walked off into the desert. I thank you for placing me in charge, Commander. We rounded the packs up and shackled them as you ordered. We have them build camp enclosures and are keeping them inside. We've packed as many as we could possibly fit into them. The camps are overcrowded, but that is soon to change. There's a little shelter for the scorching suns, and there are emaciated gray bodies that started to turn red and burn. They take turns standing in the shade, giving more time to the children and the elderly. We built watchtowers and assigned guards to watch the camps 24/7. You keep an eye on the packs in case they try to escape. Not a single one of them has made an attempt to do so. We're still not willing to take any risk, but from what I've seen, they don't even seem to be willing to run away. I've seen the men tauntingly toss them lumps of stale bread, trying to provoke them to fight. The pitiful thing is to split the bread in as many portions as necessary for everyone to eat, even if it ends up being a single crumb each. What good does it do for them to share with everyone, if it leaves all of them dead? As you well know, Commander, they work in deceiving ways, which makes it all the more reason to extinguish them. Per your shrewd order, Commander, these operations are in full motion. I personally oversaw the first groups we dragged out of the camp. They seemed relieved to walk out, finally able to stretch their legs, acting like they'd been freed. We escorted them to the incinerator we built on the camp's edge, cobbled together. Oh my god, this is fucking Nazi shit. That's fucking horrible. Cobbled together from old power generators and made them stand in... Dude, this is fucking Nazi shit. For people that may not be aware of what the Nazis did in World War II, they literally built concentration camps for Jewish people, for disabled, for people of different ethnicities that they viewed as impure, that are not the, not the pure race, it's, they had like, God, it's at the tip of my tongue. They had like a name that kind of references like their own race, their own like German race that they view to be pure. I swear to God, it starts with an A. Oh, well, I'll come to me later. But you're at the tip of my tongue. You can almost picture the word. But they had these concentration camps for all these people. And for children or elderly that could not work or live in that environment, they literally built gas chambers or incineration. I think they either built gas chambers or incineration chambers, or they built gas chambers to kill them and then incinerate the bodies. It was a horrible and brutal, like it's this unforgivable thing that the Nazis did in World War II, and it's these people are doing the same fucking thing. It's absolutely disgusting. I did not realize it was that bad. That is horrible. That is horrible. They're being Nazis. They looked at us quizzically as they entered the chamber. Some even tried to talk to us as we waited for the pressure to build up. They had no idea what's happening. The incineration was rapid when we released the flames, and the thundering war concealed this cry. Some of them managed to let out. Horrible. Why? The only holdup we encountered involves a cleanup, as we had to wait for the chamber to cool down before we could move in. Fortunately, it didn't take long, as after the fire died down, we quickly raked the ash until it blended with the sand. It was like they never existed. This fucking horrible. It was on to the next group. Ew, this is horrible. The smell is not as easy to conceal. It's probably how the rest of them later realized what was going on, or they started noticing that those who didn't leave didn't come back. In the case, they haven't protested or cried, or as so much as said a word between them. They've given up. I can see it in their eyes. They used to follow me around, inquisitive, curious, fearful. Now they just stare vacantly. After some minor initial hiccups, we have finally reached a stable rate of 4,000 packs. And that's fucking horrible. Oh my god. How did they ever think that this is a good idea? Did they not learn what the Nazis did? Maybe they did learn about what the Nazis did, and they just think, oh, you know what? They're murdering like hundreds of thousands of Jews in concentration camps. They should totally do that for these packs. God. Why have history, so that we learn about the mistakes of the past and we don't repeat them. For some people don't care. We're prioritizing the sick and disease, of course you are. Trying to minimize the risk of their infection spreading to our people. I put them in a rotation where we're able to operate day and night up to 21 hours a day, allowing some time for the incinerator to cool down and prevent damage. Discounting any unforeseen complications or projections indicate the operation will be successfully concluded in 45 days. 45 days for a brutal instance of genocide. What a great bunch of people. I further await your orders, Commander. A douchebag. Mutiny. A torn journal with multiple missing pages once belonged to Dr. Inigo Ocasio. I finally did what I should have done long ago, what we both should have done. Nikolai. I stood up to Monroy. I believed I could end this war we have created. Monroy invited me for a meal, and I assumed it to be my last, but I hadn't come unarmed. I rid the toxin out of the pollen of the Hebelius flower Dr. Heath had discovered. Monroy tried to pry out of me all I had learned about the Pharaohs, a final attempt to empty me of any usefulness before he was done with me. But I have my game too. I watched him choke on his own bile after ingesting my toxin in his drink. It had worked. I had soldiers on my side ready to whisk him out of the castle. If I brought Monroy's head to the packs, I believe they would stop the onslaught of the beast they transformed into. Maybe they could even change those Pharaohs back into the packs. But there was one thing I did not account for. Monroy's sheer bullheaded stubbornness, his force of will. He fought through my toxin, he fucking survived it. He called his guards who overpowered my men before he even knew what was happening, and then it was over. I huddle here now, hiding, awaiting the inevitable. There's no way out of this palace. There's guards everywhere. I have 5, maybe 10 more minutes before they find me and drag me off to be discarded like the rest of us who disobeyed them. But I pray we'll find this Nikolai. I know we've had our differences, but we both changed. I can hear you telling me it was a mistake to try and kill Monroy. It was never going to fix anything. but you can still do something to restore Enoch. You need to find a way to make things right. This is one thought I find solace in. That I at least got to see this planet, I got to see the Pax in their prime, and all the wonder they were capable of. 100 years from now, when our bones have become sand and Monroy's skull has been crushed by the winds, this last grasping humanity will not even be a memory. And then the Pax will finally return to shepherd Enoch back to his last days of glory. Maybe we, the sentence here, I wish it was grabbed and killed. Or grabbed and killed, or grabbed or killed. Then it'll broadcast Monroy's note. We returned with all the speed we could muster, considering our vehicles were rendered inoperable. We found the city besieged, pharaohs climbing its walls and towers, but people barely holding them back. We leapt into the fray. We held the city for several more days, though each victory brought us closer to defeat. We lost our best soldiers and then our worst. When another storm hit, I had lost hope that there was any salvation for us until I saw it. The ship, the SM Force that departed from Earth more than 80 years ago, had now arrived in our skies on the eve of our annihilation to save us from these wretched horrors. We took heart. We began broadcasting a signal, a call for aid. We held out for several days longer, but help didn't come. Perhaps the signal never reached them, or they couldn't find us. I was left with no choice. I ordered an immediate retreat to the caravan and initiated an emergency lockdown. The pharaohs will never be able to get in. The ship's hull will see us through this hell long enough for us to continue broadcasting our signal, long enough for the ECA to find us, rescue us, and finally bring the fight back to these goddamn pharaohs. I pray it will be soon, as there aren't many supplies on board. Now we just need to make it to the caravel. And we all know what happened to him. Okay, last section. Private journals. Jakob's journal. What a fucking disaster. The boss will know what to do, but the doctors are still keeping them all in cryo and won't tell me a word about it, saying it's classified or some shit. Classified my ass. I was there when it all happened. I'm done with the Outriders. Should have quit the day after that prick killed Tanner. There's nothing left to salvage there. The ECA is reabsorbed me into the army as a mechanic, and that's where I'm staying. No more heroics. I got a baby on the way. Kazumi is about 2 weeks before she's due. We have no idea if it's a boy or a girl. Doc's saying there's something wrong with the ultrasound machine and they can't get a read, so we're in for a surprise. Kasumi keeps giving me a side eye every time I'm walking out the door, like she's half expecting it'll be the last time she sees me. I can't blame her. I got a reputation and for a good reason. But I made my mind up and I'm in this for a long haul. I promised her a house, somewhere quiet, away from the chaos of the colony. Not for her, but for who she carries with her. I got a feeling the little guy's gonna be special. I don't know why I care so much. The damn thing's not even mine, but I take a fucking bullet for it. Jane Combs journal. After Riley defected to the insurgents, everyone treated me like I was radioactive. Traitor blood runs in the family, I heard them say, even when they knew I was listening. I don't think my squad got any rest around me, afraid I was going to slit their throats while they slept. It didn't help that I hesitated every time I fired my gun, terrified the insurgent I was shooting at might be my brother. I had no choice but to learn to take my shots carefully. I watched my target's movements, looking for tells their mannerisms or statures, anything that would betray they are not Riley. But every time I thought I saw the scar down his cheek or caught the shine of his long hair beneath his helmet, I hesitated. Every time it almost got me killed. The day the Grand Marshal visited our trenches, my squad leader told us to bring pride to our unit. I looked down no man's land looking for a target, anyone but my brother. I got lucky. I spotted an insurgent captain poking his head over the trench lip. Showing off some freak ability or other, I took the shot and his helmet went flying. That's all Sheriff Goodman needed to see. She brought me into her guard and gave me a sniper scope. From then on, with that scope to my eye, I could stare into my target's eyes before I pulled the trigger. I no longer had to hesitate. Still, I had to think of what I would do. One day, Riley will be on the other end of my scope. It's not a decision I want to have to make, but there's only one way I can avoid making that decision. Either I die before that day happens, or I find a way to make the sport end. The Hades Journal. We are not alone, Abraham. My mother used to tell me that often whenever I felt scared. It would give me an sense of belonging, and it was usually enough to stop the tears. There was an old movie from the 1990s. I watched with my parents during those late nights when I couldn't sleep. Counter, it was called. About a scientist drive to search for a sentient alien life. Mother claimed it was what drove her to become a scientist herself. Mother had been involved in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence for a long time. Despite the world falling apart around us, he never gave up on the belief that contact with other sentient life will radically transform our own behavior and outlook. When Enoch was identified as a planet humanity would migrate to, she studied telescope imagery of Enoch closely. Her diagnosis didn't stop her from trying to identify any sign that there might be a civilization living there, waiting for us to greet them. Father regarded Mother's projects with the kind of patronizing patience. He never objected to her work, but always considered it too fantastical for his taste, in contrast to what he called his more practical pursuits. I remember resenting the fact he never took her seriously, even though he loved her greatly and losing her hit him off. But growing older in the war zone, seeing the desperate conditions people lived in, conditions that called for immediate practical solutions, began to understand my father's position more and more. How could have searching for extraterrestrials helped us fight the anomaly? How could it have put a stop to the war with the insurgents, or helped any other of the myriad of problems we faced? It couldn't, and it would have felt irresponsible to do so. My father's work helped many. I've helped many by continuing his work, and might yet be able to save many more. My mother used to say that sometimes as science is for the sake of science, and science for the sake of science can achieve so much more. And now that I've met August, I wish I'd believed her. I almost feel ashamed. What I've seen August do, from calming the anomaly storms to the native's unnatural resistance to the fungus, what if I had continued my mother's work? What if we had made contact with August's people and prevented all the suffering? Still, I can't say if any of it would have been possible. Mother always believed our own encounter with extraterrestrials would be peaceful, cooperative. In this way alone, I'm glad she never made it to Enoch. Seeing the truth would have broken her heart. But I'm happy I can finally say she was right. We are not alone. Sean's journal. I didn't hate you straight away when he left. I was confused and blamed myself a lot. I put to use everything you taught me, and I got by fixing and converting engines and machines. I was probably the only young girl in the valley who would do so. But when I saw you in Rifttown one day, I know you recognized me, but pretend not to see me. I tried to talk to you, you just walked away. I was filled with such hate I could have killed you. But even then, I thought of Mom, what she would have wanted. She was always too forgiving of your shit. I could never go back to being a mechanic after that. Your breath and your words were all over my tools, and every engine I worked, and every turn of a wrench. I turned to the only other talent I've ever had, the only thing you never believed I could do. I read the future. I didn't think I had any happy memories of you, but now I'm realizing that's not entirely true. I remember sitting in the truck, my little legs barely reaching the pedal as I pushed, and your shouts of joy when the engine finally revved. I remember the relief on Mom's face when she saw you walk back into the shack every night. I remember when you taught me how to use a gun, and your surprise when I was more interested in understanding how the gun worked than shooting it. Then all turned to shit when he left. There was nothing happy about those memories in your absence, but now that you come back, I know that you actually cared. I can start to remember you again. Bailey's journal. Been on thin ice with Corrigan ever since his darling Oracle slipped out of Trinstown. He thinks I let her go on purpose on account of me hating the witch and her kind. He doesn't care that I was holding the riverfront from the insurgent assault that day. Doesn't matter what I'd done to keep Trinstown from falling apart. I walked out of Trinstown the moment I saw his face. When he found out that Shauna was gone, I tracked her along the road and caught her just past Dead Rock Pass. Corrigan didn't even acknowledge me when I brought her back. I learned I was going to be guiding the Outrider past that minefield at the same time the Outrider found out. I didn't say anything. I know it was Corrigan's way of punishing me, but I also knew that going back to Trinstown would just end up being a long, white-knuckled wait until the next time Corrigan snapped and decided I was better off at the end of the room. Right outside his bunker door with the rest of those who disappointed him. Better safe with the Outrider, I thought. Figure out what the hell they're all up to and return to Corrigan with something worthwhile, I thought. That sure went out well. I nearly puked my insides out because of that fungus. Then I ended up stranded with a bunch of fucking deserters in the middle of the forest. Now I'm standing in the ruins of some ancient civilization with what looks like a storm brewing on the horizon and little in the way of shelter. This is a suicide mission, and I'm an idiot for joining them. I need to find a way back quickly. Tiago's journal. I remember the days after I had first met August and tried to teach some of our words. Tiago, friend, happy, trees, sky, anomaly. For some reason, August would often repeat the words, friend is anomaly. I tried to explain what the real meaning of the words was. August seemed to understand everything I said, but this puzzled me. Why latch onto the phrase, friend is anomaly? Did August mean that friendship is rare and anomaly, or that the anomaly itself is a friend? When I watched the Outrider walking in the Enclave, sitting in my cage, sorry, I misread that. When I watched the Outrider, I kind of confused myself. When I watched the Outrider walking the Enclave sitting in my cage, I thought nothing beyond the peculiarity of an alternate entering the forest. But August's words suddenly struck me, for it is an anomaly. Many believe a strange connection between the altar and the anomaly, even going as far as to say that a part of the anomaly resides within the altar. And now here I stand, with a friend forced by the anomaly. It appears August means everything August says. I always liked Tiago as a character. This journal, fragments of Apper and Page. I tried to recall what it was to be human, to feel my brow furrow with the worry of how I would. Next morsel of food. The sense of pain in my heart when the human I love betrayed me, it's all a faint memory, all mere actually that means all mere emotions. Insignificant compared to what it means to be an alter. I ask myself why these humans concern themselves with such trivialities. Can they not see the truth? Can they know? They behave like incense, endlessly meandering back and forth, toiling in the dirt, carrying refuse and on their backs. But then I wondered whether I myself am that different. Is it that important that I put an end to the existential threat that Moloch poses? Will it matter if the Outrider fails a mission? Perhaps it is all vanity and only entity superior to us can know the full extent of this meaninglessness. That was always like a character I was unsure of. Like when I first met him, I thought he was going to be an antagonist in the story. But then he turned out to be an ally, and then he just straight up died. I kind of wish he had more character development, more screen time, but oh well. Hero's Journal, fragment from an old entry. There were so many in the ETA who harbored ill will for me. After I testified against Sergeant Major Maxwell, many more who were loyal to President Nyberg. They trusted in the figureheads, not in the institution. For them to wake up the day after that bloody assault and find me standing at the helm, it rang alarms in their heads. I was a nobody, a little girl in their eyes, someone who barely deserved her spot on the ship, never mind leading the ECA. Before I'd even realized I was effectively a Grand Marshal, they made their move. They entered my bunker, ordered my own guards to arrest me. Jakob was there by chance, as was Lieutenant McCain, though he was only a private then. I put up my hands by instinct, used to following orders, not giving them, but Jakob, who disparaged me the most, looked at me, disappointment drawing his face. He wasn't having it. He only spoke one word, Shira. I knew exactly what it meant. I nodded. Innocent, brief, and bloody, Jakob and McCain had overpowered the guards, taking their weapons, and shot down the conspirators where they stood. I think that back on that day more than I care to admit. If I got to more than a couple hours of sleep, could I have talked them down? If I'd been a little more headstrong, could I have handled them better? If I was then who I am today, could I have convinced the insurgents all those times I tried to negotiate for peace, instead of letting them walk into our home and massacre us? I don't think so. I would have pulled the trigger myself, no questions asked. I would have smothered them before they even got out of cryo. I would have ended it there and then rather than trying to save everyone only to save no one. Now I reap the results. A 30 years war that I will never end, not until I wipe out the insurgents for good. The day I was betrayed by my own people in the ECA, I had the conspirators' bodies put on display in the town square. I could not bear to look at what I'd done, but I made sure everyone else did. There was a sword over my head, hanging from a thread. There was no room for mistakes, otherwise it's over for all of us. Ada McCain's journal. Dirty bloody scrap of paper. I know my people are coming. The insurgent's name is Lev. He was born across Riptown. He plays a guitar and does a bit of singing. Gets hired to play in whatever the insurgents call a bar, and I just had to keep him talking long enough for my people to get here. Of course people do. Maybe I can call him, get him to spill some intel before I can bring to the ECA. Problem is, there are others like him down here with us. I really don't got too many bullets left. Lev says we're all in this together now, and he's just certain that we would have been pals if somehow all this had worked out differently. I don't know what bullshit these people are fed on the other side, but this is the only way things could be. Watching them mess as enemies, I'm the only one walking out of this alive. At the very least, I'm taking them all down with me with my last grenade. The others think they hear something, rumbling, shaking. Maybe this rumble has finally decided to bury us. I don't remember who Ada McCain. Jocelyn Dunn's journal. When I first got posted here, some old timer called McCain told me I'd known been here far too long when I heard the platoon recycling nickname. Since then, I heard 4 bulldogs and 5 ghosts. Anybody redheaded is called Blue. No idea why. We've had 6 baby faces, and 3 high speeds have come through. A couple of them are still around. We've had 4 people nicknamed Tiny, but they're never short. Strike that, we had 5 Tinies. Only one who only lasted until breakfast, but I'm counting her anyway. The way things are in this place, if I'd stop counting everyone I lost too soon, two frostbite, two diving skeletons, two insurgent snipers, two cliff jumpers, well, I'd probably stop counting altogether. But one thing I'll never do is to let anybody give me a nickname. Fuck him, that's why I'm still here. Alistair Colin's journal. They have no oh, that's in there, I thought that was no. They have no cause for treating me like this. Production's been up nearly 30% since I've been a marshal, no thanks to the ECA. It should be kissing my ass. I can't be held responsible for every fire that breaks out, damn it. I've had a production up nearly 40% since I got here. Corgan had no cause for cutting off the supplies when wearing the shit now because of him. Scurvy sets in the same time you run out of toilet paper, the paranoia sets in too. But who says that's a bad thing? Like the man said, just because you're paranoid don't mean they're not out to get you. Remember to look behind you. That's important. Don't forget to remember. After how they treated me, if the next son of a bitch who comes here ain't coming to kiss my ass, I better have answers. My production up over 60% since I got here. It isn't my fault. Production stopped, but I will not be fucked with. The only good thing that's gone is a rash that I get from that damn recycled toilet paper. You don't fuck with a man without toilet paper if you know what's good for you. They said he's had production up 60% there. And now he says he has, at the top he said had production at 40% since he got here. Kind of contradicting things. I wonder if that was a mistake or intentional on the developer's part. Victor Corrigan Journal. Pages borrowed by Chana. The little burst I got close to China tells me the dear Grand Marshal's found herself a new favorite. An altered. And an unfrozen outrider at that. Worst of all, unlike every other son of a bitch freak face out there, this one's not taking orders from her. Just an obedient little altar that fell from the sky and right into Shira's lap. What do we say to that, Victor? That's right, not a fucking chance in hell. Altar don't follow orders. I should know. I've tried bullying Seth, buying him, seducing him with all the trappings of godhood, even built him a goddamn temple full of naked worshippers, but that creepy, flying, gray-skinned bastard does whatever he wants. I swear, I count my lucky stars and kiss my bunny foot every time he fights with my men, but if they ever find out he is not actually taking orders from me, God fucking help me. Even Marshal Bailey thinks it on my dime. Why else do you think she hasn't put a knife in my back? That new altar Shira's got is planning something. I know it, and I need to know what it is. But then my Marshal radios to tell me this Outrider is heading our way, and she'll be arriving in Trenchtown any minute now. How about that, eh, Vector? This Outrider's global enough to ally with Shira. Well, they'll believe anything. I can't remember if our character, the Outrider, has a good relationship with Victor Corrigan. We helped him a lot. We kind of helped him like win the war, win a battle at the. And that's actually the part where the game where we fought Moloch for the first time. But I can't remember how good the relationship is between Corrigan and the Outrider. Juno's Journal. Everybody's here got one thing in common: it's not what they fight for, it's what they're against. Against dying in a useless war. We've all spent way too much time, too long being hungry, scared, ready to die. I see the toll that's taken on our souls. If there's going to be a way forward, first we need to figure out what we can all be for, not just against. I didn't ask to be anybody's leader. I just like to see things get done. I like to think the others see something in me that gives them confidence. But I'm also fully aware they might just be keeping me around since I'm the only one Sherlock instructed how to prepare the treatment. If something were to happen to him, I'm the only one who can keep them all alive. I'll be honest, it's not something I'm comfortable with. I'm not sure I'm the right person to shoulder this burden. Sherlock's Journal. I've been going through the few history books I brought with me when we left the valley, when my treatment proved a success. Though I have read them too many times, they are still somehow able to conceal perspectives within them that only jump out at me on the sixth reading. Of particular interest, a few decades of relative peacetime on Earth, during which most nations flourished, usually on the backs of others. I found a significant sentence describing how people acquired food, buried in a larger chapter about some outlandish nation termed consumerism. It described how people purchased meat at a market, inside a sealed package, already skinned, butchered, and drained blood. They never got to see the animal they were eating, never had to strike it dead, never had to dispose of the cadavers, effusions, In fact, people balked at the very notion of slaying an animal. I realize as long as you give people what they need, how it actually comes to them is something they need never enter the equation. I absolve the people's needs so they don't have to look at the truth too closely. Haynes Journal. Gerlach thinks he can hold this sword over my head forever, but the doctor ain't getting younger. It's only a matter of time before he kicks it and leaves us in the shit. I've told him he needs to share what he knows for the good of our people, but the bastard knows me too well. He took Juno under his wing, but I know he did it just to spite me. He's well aware I don't trust a woman. The people of this enclave love her as much as they fear me. I suspect Gerlach's already shown her how to make the treatment, though I have no proof. But if I find out it's true, I'm making my move, because when push comes to shove, I know which of the two of us will motivate these assholes more. Reiner's Journal. ECA will keep sending their journal soldiers into the meat grinder. With their front line in complete chaos, they are powerless to do anything else but come at me across no man's land, and I will be here waiting to crush them until the last of their soldiers are dead at my feet. I will be their reckoning, this is known. In truth, it's all too easy. They are but carcasses under my cleaver ever since I was blessed with this essence of Enoch. As I walked away from that storm on the front that tore apart so many others around me, there has not been a man that could stand to me. But I wasn't altered by that storm, not fully, not truly. They call me captain because I have no other word for what I am. Not man, not altered, but some ugly stunted thing in between. I am so much more. I'm tired of wiping the floor with mere soldiers. Bring me an altar. Let me show this world what I can do. I'm ready. Barker's Journal. The problem with desperate men is they don't scare easy. Not unless you get real creative. Feeding them, giving them roof, it only makes them lazy. Fear is the only universal motivator. But dying just doesn't scare people like it used to. If I want to outlive these degenerates down here, I gotta play the role they expect of me. Barker, Chief of the Hounds, Lead Executioner, Blackest Hearts. I need them more afraid of me than they are of death. I need to haunt their nightmares. Better to rule in hell than to dig ditches up above. Nikki Lucky Walken's Journal. I thought I was goner, but then the strangest thing happened. The storm that I thought would be the enemy just passed, and suddenly I felt like time was frozen. I ran and realized that while everything around me was stopped, only I was moving. Moments later, time resumed and I collapsed from exhaustion. It seems obvious now, but it took some time to understand what I was capable of. Time manipulation. It's helped me escape death more times than I can count, and I've never lost a game of cards since. I cannot do it too frequently or for too long, or I'll collapse and start bleeding from my eyes. A few seconds is the best I can do, but a snap of my fingers in a few seconds is all I need. And time resumes for those around me, and all they see is a flash, handful of cards played out instantly, so fast their brains couldn't process it. For all they know, not a second has passed. There was one guy I tried to screw over and alter, but for some reason it didn't work. He realized what I was doing straight away, and would have killed me if he hadn't been distracted by a sudden insurgent attack. I knew better than to stay in the trenches any longer. I met a smuggler who led me to this enclave in the forest. Now I'm back in the business with a different trick. A trick no one will ever notice and a fortune to be made. It's a new game I call the Swap. Madame Bovary's Journal. We are soldiers, we are merchants, we are captains, and we are altered. We are traders, and we are heroes. We are ECN, we are colonists. We are hounds, and we are surgeons. We are cultists, and we are all that and more besides. But no one wants to be themselves. People too rarely identify with these abstractions, these ideas to which they sacrifice their individual freedom and responsibility. People are too scared of their freedom, they use it only insofar as to deny it to themselves. Then it is discarded to be replaced by external identities that absolve us of all duty and burden. My museum of curios and oddities stood here, a testament to our fear of resolve, of freedom, our fear of all that we once were, before we were just this and that. I do catch myself on the rare good day, daring to hope that this collection births an idea in those who see it. An idea that we are capable of more and that our best days are not behind us. Anna McKellen's Journal. The UCA reduced everyone's ration allocations for a second time this month, but Alfred has been trading favors with the other supervisors to get these extra MREs for our girls. They will be going hungry without him, but what am I supposed to say to our neighbors? After services, people noticed that our girls were the only children in the settlement who had the strength to run. By the time I got them to stop, they'd already made a spectacle, burning off energy that none of the rest of them got. Alfred thinks that nobody's noticed, but I've heard the whispers. I told him he has to stop, that we aren't special, that the food our girls are eating comes right out of other people's rations and stealing. He promised to stop, but tonight I found it more MREs he'd hidden under the floorboards. My husband's never lied to my face before like that. I know he's trying to protect us, but I'm afraid he's only making things more dangerous, and I can't do anything when he keeps me in the dark. The Settlement Association has requested a meeting tonight. They're saying we gotta do something before everyone starves to death. I don't know if I can even show my face. You all gotta do what you tend to have to survive. No journal, except from Hunter and Hunted, Chapter 4. I was sick as a dog, dying of the flu, eating another goddamn protein jelly pack on that miserable day. I finally said no more. I was going to know what it was like for the first time since I could remember to eat a real meal. One that gets gristle caught in your teeth that you have to pick out with a knife, one that fills your body and your spirit, or I end up as gristle myself. With the sturdiest weapon I could afford and some homemade armor, I head out to the mud and rock. I endured the cold and no food for 3 days. I finally tracked that son of a bitch back to his den. That would have been the perfect time to mention that no one had ever seen them hunt in packs before. Fortunately, I was the first to report it. There's no way I should have survived, but hunger will do things to a man, and when I dragged back those carcasses, when I was finally able to feed my entire district for a week, I was a king of the shithole. Man, did that feel good. I've gotten my first taste, gotten that pack leader's ugly head on the wall of my bar. After that, I knew what I'd come to this goddamn planet for. I was born to hunt. Ujio's journal. My father made sure to instill a good work ethic in me. He used to say, Ujio, markets are based on 2 things, supply and demand. To succeed in this business, you must be proactive. Many torture themselves trying to identify existing gaps in the market, satisfy existing demand. You must create your own gaps. You must create your own demand. And that is what I did. I walked into Eastgate headquarters holding the heads of 3 insurgents officers, their names and crimes recorded since the first riots that broke out in the slums of the first city. All I had to do was walk into insurgent territory, dress in their armor, and take them out quietly. The insurgent wised up since then, but news of my feet spread. Eventually, I even had insurgent contracts in my hands. As a good strategist said, opportunities multiply as ARCs. Of course, the ACA was never to know. One day, I received a contract for a particularly designated captain in the ECA. Considering a few bullets to the back of the head while the captain slept would look suspicious, I convinced him that another insurgent captain had challenged him to a duel. A one-on-one on neutral ground near the outskirts of the first city. I got him to the location at precisely 12 noon. Earlier that day, I bribed ECA several artillery officers with a week's worth of ration cards to fire a concentrated volley on the same coordinates at the same time. The captain never returned, and I got a taste for what it's like not having to get my own hands dirty. Several years later, I found myself sitting in a grinding bar, with my reputation doing most of the heavy lifting for me. After close brush with one ultra too many, I decided to finally settle down and stay away from the devils like that. Speaking of devils, here comes one now, and an outrider at that. Rapier Journal. Trench reverie. Jolted from my slumber, all numb and pain-injured. Back to the trench, another day's watch endured. I splashed through the mud, or is it the bodies of brothers? Huddled in dark foxtails as the storm's my only lamp. Just as well, the resting place is up in the summers. Pitch, patter, boom. Rain and artillery finds my camp. A shaking in the hollow den, I'm deaf and blind. Nothing but fleeting respite for the savage mankind. Assault on the river, we hold, we linger, we shiver, we rise, we run, I crawl, I slither. Although I stare at a medic or priest, thundering clouds and grenades in the sky, back to my slumber it is. Nice poem. Abbott's Journal. Stolen by Daisy and lost in a body dump era. Noah caught me going through the bar's garbage, trying to find old bones for my broth. He's just like the rest of them ugly bastards. They don't care that I can't fight or stand up for myself. That Corrigan only spares food for his soldiers and no one else. I'm just a waste of space to them. Better left to die, but I'll show them. I found the bones I needed, and no one will miss them. No one alive anyway. I've set up a tent to give out my broth for free to those in need. When those soldiers who once thought me invisible are injured and crippled, when they too are deemed to be a drain on resources and no longer treated like people, when they come crawling to me for scraps, it will be my turn to rob them of their dignity. And I will tell them the story my mother used to tell me. At once upon a time, a devil in the form of a man appeared, carrying a magic mirror that corrupted the appearance of everything it reflected. The mirror showed all the ugliness and evil of the world and the people that lived in it, hiding anything that was just and good about them. The devil carried the mirror around the world, taking depraved joy in showing it to people. One day, some people who were horrified with what they saw shattered the mirror into millions and millions of pieces. The shards of this mirror spread across the world, carried by the wind and the rivers and the rain. They entered the people's eyes, making them see the world as a mirror did, only the bad and the ugly. Ain't that just a way of thing? Jabari Akabi's journal. Dead, every single one of them. Hell, at this point, pretty sure everybody I ever knew is dead and gone. Makes me feel even more of a ghost than man, haunting this desolation, and I'd feel that way even if I wasn't dying. I'm the last one to remember all those souls, not all good, not all bad, but all of them worth more than those butchering bastard fucks down below. They've called down the thunder of vengeance, now they're gonna hear it. Wanderer's Journal. I've seen the storms kill hundreds. I've seen them grab men and women and throw them into the sky, turn them inside out, rip them apart atom by atom. That's why I walked in that storm. That's what should have happened to me, but it didn't. I foolishly thought there must have been a reason behind my survival. A new beginning for me. No longer Nikolai Galyatkin. No longer the dog who followed Commander Monroy. But there is no reason other than penance. Every waking moment I am to gaze in solitude upon the death and destruction I have wrought on my people on the Pax. Roam endlessly in the desert for years, fighting off everything Enoch throws at me. Then I happened upon a collection of Pax writings. I saw their language was like any other. I could learn it. I could unlock the secrets of their ways, analyze their control with the forces that govern Enoch. Perhaps somewhere in there I thought I may lie the key to my absolution. A way to restore things to balance and restore the stewardship of Enoch to the Pax. Nikolai Galyatkin's journal. I should have walked into the fire. It was Monroy that pulled me out of the burning wreck of a planet. He saw something in me when I led my town in revolt after our government tried to take all of our doctors and provisions. Perhaps Monroy saw himself in me. I didn't care. Back then I had a chance to bring my people aboard the caravel, give them the chance the ECA had denied them. Monroy gave me that chance. It was Monroy that made me general, to put into effect the first measures to limit the Apache's movement and exercise of their powers. I could not argue against this for the debt that I owed him, nor did I want to. Monroy was our savior. Everyone trusted the commander when he warned of the threat the Pax could pose to our existence if left unchecked. It was Monroy that called on me to order my troops to set fire to the camps while the Pax were trapped inside. For the first time, I doubted Monroy's order. I froze. I said nothing. Caruso didn't flinch. He left to carry out the order, leaving me with a single thought. How else could we stop them from turning into ferals from fighting back? How else could we stop the events Monroy had set into motion, with his blind suspicions of the Pax, his false pretense about our safety, his boundless ambition for the natives' powers? But it is I that committed all these acts, not Monroy, and I alone will walk into the fire, into the storms, as I should have done a long time ago. Monroy's journal. It's been a year since we placed the ship on lockdown. There's still no sign of the ECA, though I can still see the floors in orbit. Are they still looking for us? Have they already given up, or have they been destroyed? In a way, it seems I returned to where I started when I was a kid back on Earth, looking to the sky, hoping the floors would spell our salvation, knowing the odds were against me, but here I am against all odds, and I'll be damned if I let those animals take me. And all this time I've learned this much. The people around me have no vision. They can barely see their past. They can barely see past their own noses. They bicker and they squabble. None of them could have rebuilt the caravel from its ashes. None of them could have steered the ship to this planet. None of them could have foreseen the dangers the Pax posed to our existence. None of them would be alive now inside the ship, counting the days I have seen fit to give them. No, all they care is to endure into the next day at whatever cost, even though they are to scurry like rats to their own shit. Perhaps it is my doing. Perhaps it is my doing. This is what I encourage on Earth. These are the people I decided to bring with me. Those are who I deem the fittest to survive. Just imagine what I could have done had I the enemy's forces. Had I such earnest and zealous soldiers as Ferals, that self-sacrificing, filled with utter conviction in the righteousness of their actions, unrelenting, undoubting. I'd even have opted for the Pax for their cunning pretenses of innocence, for their deceitful offerings of peace, for feigning they would never seek to destroy us with their godlike powers, Perhaps then I would have the means to show them what Hernando Monroy is capable of. To think I brought only my best into the caravel before I locked myself inside with him. But perhaps it's just as well. They haven't yet realized there aren't enough supplies in this ship to sustain all of us. I will see my message to the ECA answered even if it takes decades, which is why I have to be smart and I have to be quick, before they devour what's left of my supplies. First I'll make sure my most loyal dogs and henchmen are at my side. After Crusoe disposes of him, just as he turns his back, I'll put him down. I'd rather suffer the insanity of solitude than the company of those wasted times. A great person. And it just kind of shows you just how much he viewed like Crusoe's loyalty. Like, as bad as a person Crusoe was, Monroy didn't give a shit about him. He killed him either way. The torn page from Ciro's journal. My tea was so weak this morning I could barely pry my eyes open. I thought that bag would last me another few cups. I just stared at the cold fluorescent lights drifting across the cement and gasped as I noticed that an ant crawling toward me, somehow still alive down there. I let it crawl into my finger around my nail and just stared at it. I remember the first time I noticed ants on the Flores, during those early months in orbit, floating in limbo, waiting for the all-clear signal for the drop pods that never came. After all the work we put in to keeping the Ark ship and its electronics sterile, bringing all the colonists aboard through a series of airlocks and contaminant scans, we still managed to bring ants from Earth to Enoch, so better than flies. I learned that you can't control anything. No matter how hard you try or how tight you grip, chaos always has something to say. I noticed the other ants a few minutes after the first, a line of them marching to across the cement floor and into the supplies. I yanked open the cabinet door and found them on my small stash of honey I managed to preserve. I smashed as many as I could under my boot, then went and found the poison and made sure there wasn't one left alive. Who am I kidding? The ants will survive longer than we. Over our heads, 6 tons of ice, the weight threatening to crush us. He had not only dumped snow on Riptown as thoughtlessly as a kid would stomp on an antithe. After weathering 30 years of war and storms, a blizzard crushed the entire town at night. I don't know how much longer I can keep on leading these people, how much longer I can look them in the eye and voice the commands that will see their spirits lifted. Somehow, I just had to keep going until the Outrider gets back. That crews never let me down. They'll know what to do. They must. For now, I focus on the anger, the rage, the sheer utter necessity of survival. If the ants can survive, then so the fucking we. I always like Kira as a character. It's just kind of a shame how what happened to her. Bloody page from Commander Erescal's journal. The road has been long, the march arduous, but I take the final steps towards my ascension today. My people, my sweet exiles have fought so hard against the short-sighted tyrants of the authority. All we want is a home, the home promised to us when our people left Earth. I've been forced to make it happen myself. Enoch is about to undergo a purge of apocalyptic proportions, but first a bug to step on. Grand Marshal has finally surrendered. I cannot say I'm surprised. Our victory was always inevitable, but Goodman seemed to have more spine than this. I did not see her going down without a fight. Perhaps it's a trap, but I don't think so. She's too arrogant for that. She will believe that she's helping her people, doing the right thing, the noble sacrifice. Well, there will certainly be a sacrifice, but it will be in vain. My new world will have no room for the parasites of the old. No bargaining, no surrender. I'll end her today. I wonder if she will be bringing her altered lapdog. We have unfinished business. I will show my exiles that I finished what I started, but they already trust me, of course. They will follow me into the anomaly, and the most worthy will emerge as rulers of paradise alongside. Outriders Legacy. Boris Morrison's note. Why don't you just drop into 100 feet of wet concrete was the first question I asked. Sergio explained that he couldn't just do that because the nuke was rigged with pressure sensors that would make it blow if anyone tried to destroy it. Believe me, he said, he already made every possible attempt to disarm it, but the thing is on a hair trigger. He came too close to destroying the goddamn world he was trying to save. At this point, any wrong move and the baby goes boom. The only possible solution is to hide the damn thing behind as many bolted steel doors as they can build. Make sure no one ever finds it. For the record, the Council Bulletin in Iberg authorized the delivery of the ECA single nuclear device taken from Earth to the middle of the first city, where it would be remotely detonated. All ECA personnel could live safely inside the rift. It was the only retaliation they believed that could end the war that had spiraled out of control. They trusted him with their deadliest weapon, but Sergio didn't play ball. And he devoted the rest of his life to making sure they never got it back. No one should be trusted with that kind of power, he said. People who would bring such a thing to a new Eden, Sergio said, couldn't be trusted with such a thing. Mercer Acosta Journal. My parents volunteered for that mess. It was their damn life mission, but let's face it, I never got to make a choice. I didn't choose to be born into a cult as zealous, and I sure as hell didn't choose to live in a hole in the ground, doing nothing but watch shadows dance on the wall, cast by Enoch's most overprotective parents. My parents kept me in the dark for so long, I didn't even know how much I didn't know. Maybe the world had already ended out there, or maybe people had turned things around and prospered, but how could I have known either way? My parents had given up. Sergio and Sarah made it clear their lives were over. They liked it down here. They had no intention of ever returning to the surface, but my life hadn't even begun yet. I never made a single choice that mattered in my whole life until the day I left. In the end, it doesn't even matter that the world ended up being to be a shithole on the brink of the same apocalypse my parents always feared. I'm just happy I no longer had to look at shadows. Sergio Acosta Journal. The mission was clear when Sarah and I dug this hole, built these doors, and locked ourselves down here. There's been so much bloodshed, yes. There had been atrocities on both sides, but I still believe the last humanity could find a way to come together. What President Nyberg and the Council had ordered me and my team to do, I don't care if they're insurgency. You see, I have no right to give that order. They have no right to that power or over anyone. Sarah and I escaped the first city with her little boy. Mercer and the last of the Outriders, and fortify yourselves underground in the hope of giving mankind the best possible chance at turning this new world around. Those first years were among the happiest of my life. All of us down there, charged with the joy and gravity of our mission, we were like a big happy family, with young Mercer as a constant source of joy. But as it grew older, the quarters grew more cramped, and as the years crawled on, we all began losing our minds little by little. Morrison was the first to go rogue. Zimansky soon after, and when then the day came that Sarah and I dreaded, the day our Mercer finally disappeared out the front door. I don't blame him, but I also know that he won't make it out there. He literally grew up in a hole in the ground, believing the world no longer existed. He knows nothing about the depravity of humanity, not a survival skill to his name. He knows better than to head towards civilization, but knowing him, he'll head to the forest. Though he has heard countless stories about the forest from my own time in there and from others, I know he wants to try and see the world beyond. And that's even scarier. I must go find him before it's too late. Fraser and Vic are going to help me. I convinced Sarah to stay in the bunker and continue the mission until I return. If I return. I've given enough for humanity, and now I have a new mission. Sergio Acosta's note. All in. I realized that even before my baby teeth fell out. The only way to get ahead in this life was to go all in. That's how I got myself out of the orphanage in the neighborhood with the highest crime rate in the country. It's how I got on the Flores with the Outriders. And you better believe it's how I got beautiful, amazing Sarah to agree to be my wife. No hesitation, no doubts, all in. Going all in was the only way we could get a group of desperate, bickering civilians and soldiers to toss away their lives, all in exchange for decades of lonely claustrophobia and quiet desperation, breathing in each other's recycled farts. But after a lifetime spent going all in, it's painful to acknowledge that I never gave my son a chance to do the same with his own life. It's no longer about bringing him back or keeping him safe. I just need to tell him how sorry I am while I still can. Boris Morrison's note. I built these walls, I know every inch of them, and I can't stare at them one more minute. At the beginning, it wasn't hard to convince us. I was the best offer anyone made since we thought out. I mean, we were Outriders, that still meant something. We were supposed to be fucking heroes. Sarah and her big brain had figured it all out. Plans for food, water, septic, and power. Even figured out systems for companionship. Between the 7 men and 3 women, batshit crazy enough to embark on this perpetual mission. But for me, I wasn't no hero. Frankly, I was just ready to find a hole and climb into it. I mean, I didn't take a genius to see that humanity's chances of avoiding extinction were dimming every day. And here we had a chance to do something meaningful. Guarding the most important thing in the world. So days turned into weeks, and those turned into years and decades, and I was good. I read every word of every book we brought down into this hole, and it took years, but I helped Sergio turn seeds he brought from Earth into viable vegetation, capable of photosynthesis. I taught his son Mercer to read and write, and it rarely was enough for me, or so I thought. It started with Sarah, sweet Sarah. I found myself wanting to be with her more than the allotted every other Wednesday on this. Oh my god, that's disgusting. You would think that they would bring more than one woman with them. That's kind of disgusting. Okay. Suddenly, she was all I thought about. It awoke all the feelings I pushed deep down inside of me so that I could live in this hole. I held on to that feeling for a while. As time went by, there were fewer and fewer of us. One day, Mercer dressed up and left. Sergio went and chased after him, leaving me alone with Sarah. I thought to myself, finally this is my chance to confess how I felt in that one life with her, but she wouldn't hear any of it. I've lived my life, she said. I don't want another one. Now, years after building my cage, I finally felt like a prisoner. I have to get out. I'm just going to leave for a day just to smell the air, just to see human faces I don't recognize. There was a new outpost just starting up near here. After they evacuated the industrial zone, they were calling it Princeton. I wonder how it'll look after all those years. I wonder if I'll ever come back here. Sarah Tanner's journal. Down to me now, the last Outrider, guarding the gate to oblivion. I'd always said that men would only disappoint me, so I'd better get used to always being the one left to get the job done. Looks like he was right again. No sense waiting around anymore. My husband won't come back without our son, and I know Mercer resents us too much to have a return. I don't blame him. I wouldn't come back either. But I have to face the fact our sanctuary can't stay safe for much longer. Before everyone left, every so often some random desperate scavenger would discover the hatch and try to shoot or carve their way through the door. So Sergio and I ran them off, but Sergio isn't here anymore. The rest of slowly faded off. The rest of us is important to include that word. The rest of us slowly faded off into the margins, and those scavengers are growing more desperate by the day. I know now the only way to protect what we devoted our lives is to leave this place before it becomes my tomb. I'm taking my key, the master key, and heading off to find Sergio and Mercer. And if I can't, then I'll go so deep into the forest that no one will ever survive trying to come after me. I'm going out like an outrider, and before I die, I'll make sure more of this damn planet. I'll see more of this damn planet than any human ever has. Oblivion will have to be someone else's problem. Garrett's letter, blood-stained piece of paper. I gotta admit, whoever or nobody may read this one day. I keep catching myself standing still and staring like a stack-jawed fool at nothing and everything, taking it all in. What I'm seeing now, this is breathtaking. Maybe I'd just forgotten. After all those years on the ground, what real unspoiled nature looked like and this sounded like and felt like and smelled like, in all its glorious creation, the wonderful smells, and I'm glad I decided to leave that bunker. I keep thinking that everyone else on Enoch, the ones who never ever stop fighting over the harsh, cruel slice of this planet, if they would come here, those angry, bitter people, maybe they'd stop fighting and join me in standing around like slack-jawed idiots. Everywhere I look is almost the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I say almost because I stopped at a deserter's camp on the way here to trade for some supplies for my journey. It was there I saw the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. That's when I saw him, my son, our son, laughing, talking, making a life of his own. I kept my distance even though I had gone hoping to find him. More than anything, now that I could see him, I didn't want Mercer to see me. I owed him that much. I've stolen so much of his life from him already. I wouldn't dare to steal it 1 second more. I realized how possessed I was of him, how I never gave him any space or freedom. It's hard enough for a mother to see her child stray outside the nest, never mind someone used to having their orders obeyed unquestioningly. But what matters now is that he's alive and safe. Then, new jerky, iodine, and salt capsules, and a couple of Sherlock syringes in hand, I looked down at the ground and made my way out at the camp, careful not to look at another human's face. That way I make sure that his face, my most awe-inspiring, glorious creation, will be the last face I ever see. Still, I hold out hope. I've seen the beauty of this forest and pray there may be more of it out there. Perhaps even some safe place beyond all this turmoil. Somewhere I could bury the master key and dare to dream of bringing the good news back to Mercer. But I know that before I can ever talk to him again, I need to do right by my father's next legacy. Find a place away from the hatch to bury his secrets. Only then will I be able to tell Mercer we did what we had to do. That it was all worth the pain. Life sure is funny. I never ever thought I could die happy, but here I am. Hangman's letter from Boris to Lucy. Dearest Lucy, I've gambled away my last coin and a few more than that, and I made the mistake of bragging that I was once an outrider. I don't know how much longer I have until those bastards find me. At least this miserable life will finally be over. But I can't die without telling you that why I gave you that gift, why I entrusted you with the goddamn key. It opens a hatch hidden in the quarry, and beneath it, a secret kept by the last of us Outriders for too many fucking years. I devoted too much of my life to guarding that godforsaken hole in the ground. At first I thought maybe getting outside, just one breath of fresh air. After so long underground, it could get it out of my system. But daylight only made it worse, the warmth of my skin. I built my own prison and let those fuckers convince me it was our mission as Outriders to give ourselves a life sentence. I made it to a town that didn't resemble anything like the outpost I remembered, but neither did my pale, flabby, gray-haired appearance resemble the man who last been here 30 years ago. I'd brought some items with me to barter for a warm meal and maybe some other services, and that's when I met you. Oh, Lucy, you were so fresh and new and didn't look at me like I was part of the furniture. I realized I've been dreaming about you for years. Your skin, your smell, your taste, your lush red dress, that mysterious locket hanging from a velvet choker tied to your throat. Lucy, you ruined me for staying in that bunker for any more of my sad, sorry life. I know now I hadn't been longing for Sarah all this time. I've been longing to feel something, anything again. So take the key. For me it's a burden, but to you it'll be worth a fortune. You bring this key to the right people in the ECA, you tell them about the Outriders hidden beneath that cache, and believe me, those people will make you rich beyond your imagination. Love, Boris. Notes. A letter to you from Seth. I've come to understand that being altered is not the condition I thought it was. It is not inherent in our nature to forego our compassion, to favor cruelty, to flirt with insanity, to ignore that being altered is a series of choices. I, like others, chose to abandon my humanity for my own sake. You need not choose the same, Outrider. Godspeed on your journey. Enoch's Biodiversity Report, Professor Ezra Z, February 2160. Hundreds of animal, plant, and micro species were discovered and cataloged by our expedition teams. Most animals we encountered appeared cautious of human presence. Several predators were observed, and they were considered non-threats, as their behavior towards our presence was very risk-averse. Some species regarded us with curiosity and approached patrols for a closer look. Few territorial species have been found, judged by how expedition team reports being chased away by creatures resembling bisons. In the meantime, some of our more daring colonists have tried to improvise meals after hunting local fauna that ventured too far into the colony. In some cases, it proved to be a decent source of protein. In others, it resulted in a number of people end up with a long visit to the medical bay after ingesting meat of a peculiar specimen now thought to be highly toxic. Several casualties were recorded after they succumbed to poisoning and medics failed to resuscitate. Following the incident, xenobiologists worked on defining which species were safe for consumption. Given that many colonists were a little too trigger happy when it came to trespassing fauna, there was no shortage of research material. The flesh of a certain species was found to be indigestible by the human organism, entirely alien to our stomach, similarly to how a lifelong vegetarian might be unable to properly digest beef or pork, lacking the necessary gastrointestinal microbiota. It is possible that with time we may develop the gut bacteria to better process the organisms that are native to Enoch. While dissecting and studying these creatures, a surprising discovery was made when blood samples were processed through the molecular biology analyzer. Comparison of blood samples taken from the same creature even a short few weeks prior showed that they had undergone minor yet rapid mutations on both a macroscopic and cellular level. Hound's note. This sucks. Merch won all the money I had left playing cards, and even after we caught him cheating, he still wouldn't give him back. Then this drunk Eastern European guy appeared out of nowhere. So the vodka was trying to use to raise money and to get the fuck as far away from here as possible. That was after he puked on my only shirt and broke my favorite gun. What sucks, because Marker said that, without a gun, he's not going to send me out. Since meals only go to hounds, we go out. I ain't eaten more than a few worms in 2 whole days now. It really sucks. Anything will change once we take control of the market and people want to buy everything from us. Maybe then I won't ever have to eat another worm again. I just had to put the fear of hell in the vendors trying to antagonize us. Eva's letter. Mr. Channing, I know you're itching to strike back, everyone with the soul is, but I can tell you from experience that fighting back against gangs like the Hounds doesn't make any difference unless you can take out their leader. His name's Barker and I know where he lives. But he's way too protected down there and to attack straight on. We wouldn't survive long enough to get anywhere near him. Even the ECA won't make a move on him. Their hands are too full fighting insurgents. But I think I've got a way to get close to him if he wants it coming. In the meantime, try to stay safe until the others dies. Eva. Transfer order. Progress report, Dr. Nathan Skurlock, Vaccine Research Team. The Outriders have remained in cryostation since their reinsertion on landing day. Phase 1's attempts to synthesize a vaccine against the forest fungi have been unsuccessful and resulted in the deaths of the initial Outrider subject. The most recent anomaly storm has rendered much of our lab equipment useless. I am moving the most promising subjects to the B2 so we can continue our research. We are fairly certain that the landing shuttle's hull will protect us from the storm, though with the current riots in the city worse every day, I'm not sure I'll live long enough to find out for certain. Further expectation will now proceed to Phase 2, increasing the fungus gestation period to achieve full maturity inside the cryopod. For the ECA's order, more invasive procedures have been authorized. Subjects have not rendered a yield are to be left behind. Dr. Nathan Skurlock. Again, what a great person. ECA research report, progress report. Dr. Nathan Skurlock, Vaccine Research Team. The riots have grown too extreme outside the shuttle doors. I must evacuate if I'm to continue my work. Last night, an IED exploded just outside to shatter the glass in my microscope. I was deaf from the ringing of my ears for an hour after. When I investigated outside, I found shards of human bone embedded in the metal wall. I cannot say where. I do not question the validity of the people suffering, but I rage at the inanity of their expression. Do they think this carrying on this violence and fury will accomplish anything? Yes, it may be true that the same portions of food that are not shared with all. It may be not fair, but fair is not an appropriate value to consider. Retaining the majority of sustenance for the colony's leaders and thinkers is essential to survival. Those outside my door surely cannot think for themselves as chaff. But the threshing has come, and for humanity to persist, the laboring class of weak of mind must be cold. There is only one way out of this valley, and it is through the forest. It may take 20 years, but if I cannot find a vaccine for the fungus, we will be trapped here, murdering each other over scraps forever. Only I can say what remains of humanity. The burden is heavy, but I alone must bear it. Unfortunately, I have no choice but to abandon the scarce dead specimen. I have no doubt there's more knowledge I could have pulled from that poor, desiccated cadaver, but I have enough remaining fungus spores, and the work shall have to continue apace. And so, as far as it may concern you, Mr. Kang, everything is packed. Alchemist log, Dr. Alexander Rostropovich, personal log. Though I once might have thought it unthinkable and begun capturing human specimens, specifically prisoners, and fastening them to makeshift lightning rods for electromagnetic testing, the ECA didn't approve. They wanted to keep the prisoners and exchange them for their own POWs captured by the insurgents, but this is the only way to collect the necessary data on the alteration process. The ECA cut funding for the project and demanded I put a stop to it. I refused. So far, they've been too scared to come and stop me. Even if they try, I'm always looking for more subject. After returning to my work, I'm performing the most vile, repugnant work I ever imagined a scientist engaging in. Yet I'm convinced it must be done if I am to learn the secret of this curse, but that doesn't make all this screaming any easier to bear. Here. Alchemist log, Dr. Alexander Rostropovich, a personal log. Experiment number 132. I've lost count of the years holed up in the air studying the alteration process. I've introduced countless specimens to the anomaly by means of nailing them to crosses as storms approach, or inundating them in the distortions that the storms leave behind. I'm still no closer to a cure after subjecting them to the anomaly's power, but not all seems to be lost. Despite this uncontrollable animosity towards me, the incendiary ability displayed by subject number 6 is the most promising development to date in terms of transmogrifying a man into a viable alter to my own creation. Now that his transformation has stabilized, I can attempt to undo what I've done to him. But while 6 has potential to thrive as a stage 2 test subject, some failures have been undeniable. Subject number 3 died from catastrophic organ failure. In his final breath, he broke a smile. I felt a pang of envy. My pain grows worse and worse every day, and my memory and concentration fade to a disturbing degree. I'm hoping number 3's autopsy will somehow bring me closer to getting this cursed affection out of my body. I'm wondering if subject number 6 is actually Moloch. I wonder if he created Moloch. Research Alchemist log, Dr. Alexander Rostropovich, personal log, experiment number. I don't know how long it's been anymore. I've lost track. I was a fool to pin my hopes on subject number 6. His overwhelming hatred for me seems to have completely compromised whatever stability his transformation initially displayed. Any attempt to reverse his alteration have completely failed. I fear he too has descended into a catastrophic failure. Is it possible he is willing this part of his transformation? Is that possible? Is that what I should have been doing to my curse? Trying to will it under my control? Tonight I may have found my answer. While attempting to capture an insurgent to be my test subject, I made a breakthrough. An ECA soldier accosted me. A sudden anger raged in me, and I grabbed him. He scratched at my eyes, trying to escape my grasp, but in an instant his head burst open on his shoulders, bathing my face in hot blood. I was so surprised that it took me a moment to realize what I imagined in the flash had actually occurred. This unforeseen rush of power may have intoxicated me. During emotion I thought vanished from my withered soul. I knew I wanted to do it again. I waited there, hoping for searchers to come. Two eventually came looking for their missing compatriot, and with intense concentration I was able to boil their blood within their bodies until it was sprayed out of their eyes. I did not even need to touch them. I've avoided involving ECA soldiers in my experiments, but I no longer have the luxury to be picky with the subjects I choose. I cannot allow more abominations like me to be birthed. I need results fast. When my rage left me without any new test subjects also gave me a feeling of control I've never experienced. All this time I've been searching for a weapon to destroy the altar. What if I am it? Alchemist Log, Dr. Alexander Rostropovich, personal log. I can't. What happened yesterday? What have I become? I lost control. I murdered on a whim without remorse or a second thought. When this began, I pushed compassion aside for the greater good, but it's becoming harder and harder to be certain what the greater good is anymore. Now, subject number 6 has escaped. It's my own fault. Subject number 6 was the first to survive anomaly exposure, the first to show potential as a perfect candidate for my experiment's purpose, but I allowed myself to be distracted. Fascinated that by the increasing power of my own abilities, I failed to watch number 6 closely enough. Who knows what powers he may have manifested, what danger he now poses. The last thing this cursed world needs is another one of me, especially not one created by my own hubris. I know I must find him, and I must stop him before he finds me. Outriders Note Sermon. We are all children of Enoch, and like all children we seek the truth. The only truth you will find is in these mountains. The cold will never lie to you, the winds will treat you fairly, the anomaly will grace you daily. But down there is nothing but vice and treachery. Remember your own parents, how they begged for scraps from their masters, how they sold you into a life of war so they could live a little while longer. How they lied to you that they loved you so they could live with themselves a little while longer. My own father, my own blood, he claimed divine knowledge back on earth. Back when we still lived in darkness. He came to Enoch as a prophet, and I devoted myself to him, but when confronted by the anomaly, he proved himself a charlatan, a coward. How many like him have tried to conscript you, to prostrate you, to claim your lives for their cause, but here you still are. While they lie in the mud, why? What makes you so special when your own eyes have seen countless of your brothers and sisters meet harsher fate? I'll tell you why, because you are not scared to die, you are scared to live, and that is a punishment for your sins, to live and see all others meet their end. But why listen to me? I too will lie to you, I will cheat you, and I will con you, and I am no better than the rest of you. I need the anomaly as much as you. Only thunder and lightning can cleanse us from this wretched vessel. First we must make ourselves worthy, only then will the anomaly's embrace lead us to the great beyond. Children of Enoch, article, Enoch's children, Bruno Nyberg, president of the ECA. I've been around to greet my people as they were revived from cryostasis, watch their reaction as they first laid eyes on the new world. I've seen families reunited after decades apart, now ready to settle into their new homes. It all pales in comparison to what I saw today. I met a family this morning. I saw the tears of joy in his eyes of relief. They carried a little bundle. First child to be born on Enoch. I realized then how lucky this child was, and all children to come. They will never know the hardships our parents endured on that dying planet we call home. The suffocating heat, the toxic pollution, the never-ending wars, the destructive ideologies, the paralyzing fear of utter hopelessness. To our children, those horrors will be relegated to history lessons, to check boxes beneath multiple-choice school exams. The child isn't only fortunate because it was born into a loving family, it is now part of a new generation, counted among the children of Eden. Lucy's private letter. Dear Cecilia, your mother says you're looking for tips and such on making it in my line of work. Well, my first advice is to make sure you really want it. Lots of days you'll wish you was on the front lines, front squatting in mud instead. But if you think you got the stomach for it, then it comes down to strategies. The faster you learn to size man up, the quicker you know what version you want if you want to play. It's all an act, trust me on this one. The key is deciding whether the client's a long-term investment or someone you're taking for all their worth. They're easy to string along, desperate and also smart, and maybe they just make you feel nice and pretty. They make sure they come back. They some ugly piece of shit pretending they own you, rob them blind while they're I see. They easy to string along, desperate and also smart, or maybe they just make you feel nice and pretty. Then make sure they come back. They some ugly piece of shit pretending they own you, rob them blind while their britches are hanging down around their ankles, and report them to Marshal Bailey for taking longer than they. They'll make quick work of the fucker. It's as much a sense as it is a skill, reckoning by how much trouble a John's worth. And you ain't gonna learn overnight. Some days it'll be all kinds of bad. But once you figure out how to read them, you'll never have to worry about fighting on the front ever again. You know where to find me, Glob Lucy. Mother's letter. Thank you so much for the latest package, Dad. You have no idea how much of a difference it makes here, keeping me going long enough until I can finally see you again. No news yet on how much longer I'm going to be stuck here, sorry to say. How are you holding up? Our courier friend told me that you haven't been looking so healthy recently. I know you're worried about me, Dad, but you have to take care of yourself. You're my reason to keep fighting and trying and living. Do whatever you can to take care of yourself, even if it means sending me a little less. I promise to stay safe, okay? We're all we got. Your loving daughter, Noelle. Daisy's letter. Dear Jessica, bad news is the old witch added on to us. There's nowhere safe for us here anymore, and nothing to do but run while we plan our next move. We're heading out now to meet someone who says they know how to guide us through the forest. It's our only way out. Gabe searching that Corrigan's men aren't going to last here much longer against the insurgents. He says that we need to get out before it's too late. If anyone asks you about where we are, tell them you haven't heard from us. I'll try to send word as soon as we have settled somewhere. Wish us luck. I love Daisy. Gabriel's note. Dad, I know this will probably never reach you, but I need you to tell someone. I think our luck is turning. Daisy and I left Ada's in a hurry, which is especially should report us Corrigan for deserting. By the time we took off in the forest, I was down to the clothes on my back and that beautiful pendant that Mom always wore. I'd die before I let anyone have it. Finally, we made it to the forest. It's scary here. Daisy and I would have died from the sickness that first night if we haven't been found by Skurlock's men. He took us into his camp and gave us his remedy. Daisy's already feeling much better, but like usual, she won't relax. She says it's all too good to be true. I keep trying to tell her that our luck has been bad for so damn long. With the baby on the way, we couldn't have asked for a better place. You just can't recognize what good luck looks like. We can still be happy, I'm sure of it. Love, Gabriel. Gang's fighter notes. Hey Lopez, Archer Skurlock's gonna be here in an hour wanting another body to get tapped and I'm gonna give him both them 2 runaways. Maybe even it buys us all a month off the lottery. That idiot kid must have followed us and somehow got inside the stronghold. Then he went and got whacked, putting up a fight trying to save his girlfriend. Shame she got picked, but hey, it's not random. Them's breaks. Skurlock only needs one body, right? And it could have been the boyfriend instead of her. But she's now gone and ran into the forest. Can't have her come back and spook at the whole camp, so I gotta be chasing after her. As for her, if she'd just gone back to camp and kept her pretty mouth shut, could have lived a little longer, but them's breaks. Anyway, cover for me with Kang and don't let him find out she escaped. I'll cut you in for a share of the jewelry the guy had on him. Looked pretty valuable. Well, Danny. Daisy B's note. I'm trying to hide from them. I can hear them rustling through the bushes looking for me. It's only a matter of time before they find me before I have to run again. We've been hunting from one corner of Enoch to the other, robbed of everything we have. The easy robbed us of the future, dooming my unborn child to a war with no end, so we ran. Ada took all our possessions, clawed at everything we had, stretched into explosives, then explosives Corrigan anyway, so we ran. And here I pick up a blackstone, so to suddenly be blindfolded and thrown into a truck for Skurlock to claim our bodies, so I ran. I don't know what happened to Gabriel. I don't know how long I can keep running. Maybe it's just as well that little one will never come into the throne. It's not a world worth being in. The He's report, unsent letter. Air Marshal Goodman, I have no way of ensuring this communique will ever reach you, but I feel it's important to at least keep contemporaneous notes in case of my premature death. I need to inform you that I have grave concerns about the altar you have put in charge of our mission. This outrider, this ex-mercenary's actions of late have caused me to fear a capacity for rashness that does not bode well for future leadership. Today, the outrider killed fellow scientists in cold blood. A brilliant chemist who has solved a problem our best had struggled with for most of our history on this planet. You should remember his name, Dr. Nathan Skurlock, the man responsible for, at last, creating a treatment for the fungus and opening the force to humanity. That being said, I must admit the doctor's methods were disturbed. Although he sacrificed a few to save the menu and seemed to conduct his choice of victim in a most fair way, there is still no question that he considered a cure successful despite them needing to kill for it. And yes, I must admit that his death lottery selected me for his next victim. He had no compunctions about sacrificing my life for his cure. And I must admit as well that had it not been for your Outriders' timely rescue, I would not be eager to write these notes. And from the Outriders' point of view, I'm sure it was clear when killing off the mad scientists prevented the mission failure that would have resulted from my death. The Outrider did what heroes do, but what isn't what leaders do. That man was a scientist, and there are so few of us left. But again, that being said, I am alive because of this Outrider. Perhaps I judge too harshly. Perhaps I should only be grateful. Needless to say, my emotions right now are complex and conflicted. If one day this communique ever reaches you, Grand Marshal Goodman, know this. Despite my doubts, I will continue to follow the Outrider you have bestowed this mission upon. If there is one doubt I do not have, it is the Outrider's ability to see this mission to its Enclave smuggler report for King's eyes only. King, it's all bullshit. The Courier is falling to insurgents and demons. They nearly overrun the Eagle Peaks too, and now they're saying Seth is dead by an insurgent altered, more powerful than any before. I speak the truth. It's only a matter of time before the insurgents win this war, and what then? You think they're a bunch of dumb shits like the ECA? You think they won't notice we're pilfering people out of their ranks to fill our camp? We've done our best to lay low. Cut the throats of anyone who leaves to spread rumors about our safe place in the forest, but we can't stop them all. Sitting in Trenchtown's bar, I've heard an awful lot of rumors, and when the insurgents take over, they're going to try everything they can to find us. We need to leave this place. I don't know where we go, but we can't stay here. I gathered a group who will follow me out to the forest like you asked. That's been a horrible risk. This many, we were easier to notice, harder to keep quiet, but that goddamn minefield did not make things easier, but I knew the stakes. This is the last group we were going to get for a while, so we needed to make a count. The people I smuggled have brought an awful lot of valuables with them to pay for the trip. Funny that they're paying us to become our treatment. I just hope that my cut will reflect the shit I've had to do to get them back here. Dimitri. ECA reporting on defeating hounds. Combat reports Squad Sigma, Sergeant Harper Owens. Action successful. Osel Bloodbolts have been reclaimed. God knows how many monsters that crept past our shattered defenses found their way into the slums. We were careful, but they still blindsided us, shrieking out the darkness. Troopers Gary, Anders, and Goranson are confirmed casualties. Troopers Wakeman, Itobe, Borosova were wounded in action. More of us would have died if it wasn't for the hounds who used to own these levels. A few of them stepped in and killed the Perfo that gutted Anders. We combed through the rest of the slums and cleared the rest of the creatures together. I think it was only last month I shot one of these thugs for stealing them from our armory. Bastards used to lord it over us, high on their black market profits, but ever since they crossed past the Outriders who took down their boss, Barker, they're just as broken and starving as the rest of us. Whatever their opinion of us, they'd still rather the ECA rule them than the insurgents. The Grand Marshal and most of the wounded have been safely moved to the emergency quarters, and after the unprecedented ice storm, the sub-levels are now the best and the only shelter in all Rift Town. Soldier's Journal. The abandoned journal of Private Piotr Lebedev. My sweet Natalia, you were so lucky that you didn't live to see the nights like this. It started as a snowfall. I'd never seen snow in this part of the valley before. The cold has been biting here, the rain frequent, and it occasionally froze in the mud. And there's never been snowfall in Rift Town. It was beautiful until it wasn't. I was at the gate processing some merchants from Dead Rock. One group had a little girl with him. She made me think of the kid we always talked about having. As I hold out her hand, a snowflake landed in her outstretched palm, then melted in seconds. More and more snowflakes fell, but these did not melt. The temperature was dropping too quickly. My face started to hurt from the cold, then it was hail. First only small pellets, but then ice as big as my hand coming down hard. That's when I saw the lightning flickering the fog. I knew this was no normal storm. The sudden silence was the only warning we had. I grabbed the kid and dove under a truck as a massive shelf of ice and snow fell on top of us all at once, like a cement floor of a building slamming down. Our parents were crushed underneath. I couldn't see the rest of my. It wasn't until hours later that the flamethrowers melted the ice and they found us. No one else from my unit made it. The girl and I took shelter in the slums beneath Riptown, where it's all a little warmer. The girl won't leave my side, but she hasn't said a word either. Just as well. I don't want to know her name. There'd be no point. I'm waiting for her to fall asleep before I slip away. I know you'd hate me for doing this, but I lost enough. I don't plan on losing more. Piotr. That's sad. Holographic disc. I remember these. Used to be we thought we was keeping these forever. Generations to come could look at one of those see our movies, our stories, how we lived and loved. Now it all may as well have never existed. Family photograph. Oh, huh. They sure look happy, don't they? But maybe they remind you of people you don't want to think about anymore. That's the one thing everybody on Enoch's got in common. We've all got people it hurts too much to remember. Oh well. One day soon there won't be anyone left to remember. Just then it won't hurt no more. Wouldn't that be nice? Cell phone. They kept on calling these things phones long after people had pretty much stopped using them to talk to anybody. Folks today ain't never gonna know the joy of swiping and swiping to escape their horrible lives of men. Or maybe just escaping, hoping to talk to other people about their own horrible lives. Action figure. Well, I remember these. It must have been a treasure and a box of goodies saved from Earth by some spoiled little kid who probably didn't last a year on this rock. I just realized, pretty sure that's the protagonist from Bulletstorm, the game Bulletstorm. Can you imagine we once had a world where war could just be a game where that's the main character of Bulletstorm. Wake up, computer. I have to Google this because I swear to God, that's a character from Bulletstorm. Who developed Outriders? People Can Fly. Who developed a Bulletstorm? People. It's the same developers. That is freaking awesome. I didn't know that the developers who made this game were the same developers who made Bulletstorm. That's pretty cool. Bulletstorm is actually another instance of a soldiers fighting on an alien world. It's actually a really good game. It's like a traditional action, sort of like an 80s action movie, but it's a really good game. The protagonist of that game has so much funny dialogue and humor. He's often makes jokes. It's just hilarious. It's really a good game. I encourage anyone to check it out. They're a fan of first-person shooters. I didn't know that there was the same developer that made Bulletstorm as they did Outriders. Actually, that's pretty funny. Soda can. Marvelous. Someone went to the effort of bringing this all the way from Earth. Can't blame them. I love this stuff. A couple of cans of this an extra day. That's the secret to a long life, you know. Well, can't say why you'd want a long life anymore. Amazing Stories #1. Amazing. I was surprised this survived the fire. So many people around here have forgotten how to read. Nowadays, all they see is kindling. Well, it ain't like my eyes can read either. You know, it was books like this that convinced me I was made for another planet altogether, and here I am. Funny how that worked out. SM Flora's limited edition wristwatch. Well, wristwatch. SM Flora's limited edition. This one was given to civilians to track their hibernations. They know how old they really were. You might think this watch has stopped working, but it's exactly right. All time has come to a standstill in this valley. Just a question of counting down to our extinction. Lipstick. Seems funny now, but the things we thought important. I remember spending hours in front of my mirror just to convince people I was worth their time. Maybe it's just as well we're done with all that now. We are an ugly lot of creatures, and no amount of makeup will hide that. Box of soil. Is this soil from Earth? Whoever brought this had a hard time letting it go. Might be the only real piece of home we have left now. Boarding the floors wasn't a guarantee of survival, you know. After what happened to the Carabel, someone decided to stay on Earth and not chase some dream of interstellar conversation. Maybe they had the last laugh. At least they didn't have to waste all that time on hope. Apollo 11 scale model. The Apollo 11, I remember watching old footage of that man walking the moon. They played it on repeat in the recruitment center when I was being evaluated for the florist. Supposed to inspire us or something? Well, can't deny that victory, though, landing on a rock in space the first time. No one can deny the victory of sailing through deep space to this rock either. But I'm afraid if you live long enough, every victory turns out to defeat. Salvador's research. Salvador's dead drop letter number 1. Dr. Zaidi, I thought you were dead. To receive your communication has been remarkable and auspicious in its timing. I'm pleased you found the dead drop. It may be risky, but I believe we can communicate via this convoluted mode. For both our sake, safety and secrecy are paramount, my old student. Safety and secrecy are paramount, my old student. Our respected leaders would no doubt consider this exchange to be some sort kind of collusion. My duty to the exiles is to be honest, is to report this contact, or use it to entrap you. Fortunately for both of us, I feel I cannot. You find me in the midst of a crisis regarding my first and higher duty, the study of the anomaly. I must impress upon you that I am not reaching out to be rescued somehow, nor do I wish to discuss my past decisions. I admit that the exiles today are not the agreed proletariat that I saw them as when the war began. There has been too much cruelty from both sides, but I still hold your authority in contempt. Regardless, the scientific community should be above politics and nations, and frankly, until now, I thought that it was a community of war. I will admit that I have longed to be intellectually challenged again, to have my research reviewed by a peer even. What have the last 30 years taught you, I wonder? I have a lot to share, and not all of it is good. Perhaps there's hope for a free, egalitarian Enoch yet. FS. Salvador's dead drop letter number 2. Thank you for your analysis, Dr. Zaidi. I was surprised to see your latest conclusions differ from mine, and I truly hope it means I am wrong. However, even with your input, I still do not like what I see. I provided an expanded data set with this drop, along with a new analysis. Do your best to discredit my calculations, because if you cannot, I fear this cold spell may be just beginning to something worse. You know what I speak of. Exponential excitation? Search and devastation. I must admit, the revelations you've shared about the Caravel, about this Monroy, about these indigenous pacts, they make it hard to focus. Flooding my mind with questions and doubts, I must hear the full story. I give you my word that I will not share this information with the commander, just as I trust you to keep my hard-earned research out of the Grand Marshal's authorization hands, at least for now. Indeed, my circumstances in Black Gulch are shifting. I'm being watched by loyalties questioned. Ironic, really, that I was here at the beginning of the war, before most of them were even born. But even I must admit that the commander's ideals have diverged dramatically from mine over the years. When he begged me some 30 years hence to join the ECA, I scoffed. If only I had known how desperate and depraved my comrades would become, I might still have both my legs. Oh, so they chopped off his legs. That's kind of... Our communication can continue. I just need to be more cautious. I'm going to encode my sensitive data using an advancement upon our cipher. I trust you will be able to follow the logic. What matters now is to work. Generations to come may live or die based on the results of our research. Have we succeeded in locating that last drop pod you detected? The most recent florist data. If I'm right, it will prove my analysis. I have attached a map detailing what little my side knows of the glacial data area I believe it landed. Albert proves worthy of the trouble I went through to retrieve it. FF. Salvador's unsent letter. The letter was found on his body. The letter said twice. Abraham, everything is going to change. They watch me very closely now. They surely suspect, or maybe the commander is just tightening security, but I will not speak of that foul creature anymore. I'm humbled to admit that I have been blind to the true depredations of the exiles. The revolution died long ago, my friend, replaced by a doomsday cult. There's no building a free Enoch. We can only hope to survive. Perhaps future generations will do better than us. What matters now, all that matters, is that we confirm and extrapolate the storm data using the orbital scans you mentioned. I think I found something. As far as I know, it is impossible. So either I am wrong, or my data is incomplete, or I have discovered yet another of Enoch's many deadly contradictions. But if I'm right, I can't wait any longer for you to concur with my data. Opportunities to invade my watchers are few and far between. Next time they escort me to the furthest weather station, I must slip away and steal a vehicle. That scavenger wretch will assist me if needed, but though I fear for his life if I'm caught. Salvador's Journal Number 1, Pax Pilgrim, 7 January. Enoch is a labyrinth of wonders. Scientific mysteries await around every corner, but for each one there is a new horror. Though I'm most certain closer to the null point, I made a fascinating and terrifying discovery today. Abraham told me that there was a sentient native species on Enoch, and I suspected so myself many years ago. At the time, the commander was disinclined to pursue any such investigation. I did not argue or duty it is or was to our own people, to our new Enoch. Today I stand both vindicated and crestfallen as I gaze upon the frozen remains of a large group of bipedal, organized, closed beings, undoubtedly Abraham's Pax. These aboriginal Enochians appear humanoid in dimension, but of a small, slender proportion. They appear quite real, and though I know age caused me to stray further each day from the scientific to the romantic, they seem peaceful and wise. It is an unshakable impression. What lessons could we have learned from these people? They seem to have been frozen in place while traveling along a path signposted by bold, brightly colored painting. They appear to have been marching as part of a procession, some kneeling, some with hands splayed to the sides. I cannot help but recall my childhood watching the annual pilgrimage of worshippers treading the dusty roads to Loja, back in Ecuador. The signs painted on the walls indicate this road was a well-traveled one. Could I be heading to a holy place? Could there be more of these peaceful pilgrims out there hiding from us more like a... Oh, is there more at the bottom? No, it's just a Francisco at the bottom. Salvador's Journal Number 2, The Obelisk, 4 February. Have I finally lost my mind here? Have I truly discovered the null point? The pilgrim's path has led me to a sanctuary that somehow the storms leave entirely untouched. Lush garden under a blue sky, untouched by deadly snow blizzards, just a short distance away. At the center is this great stone obelisk with carvings of indigenous origin. It appears to manifest a barrier that holds the anomaly off. On first approach, the barrier was a surreal sight that I took to be a mirage. As I brushed my hand through, I felt no resistance, only the warmth of the other up and the higher temperature within. There was a strange but unpleasant buzzing sensation which I felt again in increased intensity when I approached the obelisk, which is how I ascertained their connection. But could I ever understand how it works? I doubt there was any instrument on Earth that could have comprehended the technology at play, let alone the rudimentary tools I have with me. Do I dare show this place to the commander? She alone might have the power and understanding of the anomaly to recreate a barrier like this around the valuable would-be. Her vision for equality of Enoch had become about calling the weak, not empowering them as I once dreamed. Dare I show Dr. Zahidi? The ECA surely would seek to exploit the technology to enforce their claim on governments, but who else besides Abraham? This is it, the crux of all our shared research. All I can do now is closely examine the phenomenon and record my observations, because the only possible future for us on Enoch is within a barrier such as this. Salvador's Journal Number 3, The Otara, 12 February. Coming here was dangerous. The commander finds out, but the risk was worth everything, for I've met a living native of Enoch. She calls herself the Otara Utuma, only person of her race. How it is she speaks our language I can only guess, but sometime before I ascertain her gender. As it seems her people place low stock in such differences, I cannot tell how old the Otara is, except that she is ancient, as humans are but mayflies to her. I've expressed my urgent curiosity to understand the workings of the barrier, but the Otara has only lamented that it will not last much longer anyway. I fear she's right. Already in my time here, I've witnessed small pieces of the obelisk crumbling away. I've observed how the Otara powers the obelisk, or Itare, on Itare, with a glowing crystal shard, but this ancient artifact seems nearly drained of its once powerful energy. I have wondered aloud if it's possible to find more shards like this one. But she says it is beyond either of our abilities. I don't know whether or not to believe her. The Otara is shrewd, maybe even sly, but I understand her reasons. Dr. Zaidi told me about the Carvel, all that the Otara's people endured at Monroy's hands. These humans treated the natives like slaves, animals. Her people fell as the storm strips leaves from the branch. She tells me, I believe there are very few, if any, of her kind. I can only hope that I'm slowly earning some trust. Perhaps I can find a way to show her that humanity is still worth helping, that we are more than we seem. 4 March. How I managed to get to my lab and back here again, the harrowing journey. I don't even want to record on these pages. I was able to bring back my little collection of Earth culture for the Otara. Books and artwork scavenged by the exiles over the years for me. Even the tin with the last of the butterscotch candies my abuela shared with me on the forest. Yotori's fascination with these things gives me hope that she has seen the beauty humans are capable of. I fear our time together has not yet yielded enough understanding the obelisk with Yotar's power and rituals, but I've begun to hypothesize a kind of sonic or neuroelectric resonance is at play. Yotara clearly has an innate connection with the anomaly, like a radiation her species had adopted to over perhaps millennia, without the dramatic, chaotic alteration that causes it. With enough time, I believe I could tease out how she does what she does. Honestly, I could spend the remainder of my fleeting years with this being and learn more than I have in my whole life, but unfortunately, humanity does not have much time. When I return for this trip, I will prepare a dead drop for Abraham with the exact coordinates of the null point. Perhaps he can learn more about the Otari than I have. He has so much to teach us. There's hope here. There's a chance for mankind to do better, Francisco. Prince Salvador's journal number 4, Lexicon Paxian Word. This appears to be an attempt by Salvador to catalog and translate ancient Paxian glyphs and words, hand outstretched in a kidding direction. Tara, here or now. V shape with jagged edges, word unknown, a forking river or valley. Culinary lines, pictograph representation of Atari obelisk. Iruk Atari, King Obelisk or Grand Obelisk. Unknown list, not alphabetical, still much work to do. Unmala anomaly. I cannot help but wonder at the similarity. I am reminded also of the Latin anima, the soul. Aria Grotto, Paxian city, the ancient seat of power, thousands of years ago. Literally, I understand it as beautiful, strong. Hitaru, a term for humans, but literally outsiders, stronger. Hekana, the name of the Pax, a name for each other, both brother and sister. Uday and Na, cognate with yes and no, essential building blocks. Otara, shaman or maybe priest, a person of wisdom. Atuma, life. Tentatively confirmed. Meanwhile, Atuma Hum is death. No more time. For a long time, Salvador mentioned that the anomaly was a single particle that existed in a state of quantum superposition, and established quantum mechanics. A particle can exist in multiple places and states until it is observed, at which point the particle settles on a single position. The anomaly, however, does not care if it's being observed, persists in a perpetual quantum superposition, and so it exists everywhere, always in different states, not caring how many laws of physics it's breaking. I never pretended to understand how that could be possible, but Salvador insisted that if his theory is correct, it could reveal ways to determine the presence of the anomaly. Salvador observed that the anomaly particle vibrated on a different frequency depending on its location on Enoch. He created a device that visualized every simultaneous presence of the anomaly over Enoch and could so map out its terrain. Using the vibrations of sound on a flat, thin surface, dust particles would hover and create a height map. The trouble was, it was time-consuming finding which frequency correlated with each which location, but it appears Salvador stumbled on the very thing he was looking for. That's what Salvador hid in his message. No more time. The characters translating to coordinates. He found a place at the heart of the anomaly where the anomaly ceases to exist, a null point. Insurgent territory. ACA report on Black Gulch. The insurgent leader's base of operations suspect the location of Francisco Salvador. Addendum to Intel Report 34NG, Black Gulch. While Intel remained limited on this location, it's currently been recording for 2 hours and 5 minutes. There are those among the ECA who believe this dark abyss holds a beating heart of the insurgency. They claim it's home to the commander who holds dominion over the demented masses that swarm from beyond the trenches. But the dark abyss has claimed every single ECA troop that's tried to reach. Descriptions of Black Gulch are nearly non-existent. Most captured insurgents prefer death than to speak his name. To speaking his name. Only one half-net defector ever dared utter a few words, and they come in riddles. A persistent darkness, a clutching shadow, a portal to the underworld, the gaping maw. Fortunately, no more information was forthcoming. The defector had lost all mental stability, and when help was offered, used a blade stolen from a medic to end her own life. As all attempts to breach Black Gulch have proven futile, the ECI issued a blanket do not approach order until further notice. Fisherman slain villager. The bait is set, the line is cast, the fisherman reels you in, you try to run, you try to hide, the gutting will soon begin. 1 and 2, 3 and 4, children's heads roll on the floor. Now the fisherman comes for you, looking to sell score, children's rhyme. One old soldier's story shared over the warmth of barrel fires in the muddy trenches of the warlands tells of a lone fisherman in the lost village of Driftwater. One night, going about his morning routine, waiting for the fishing nets to produce results, he fell asleep. He did not hear the desperate clanging of the harbor bell by his youngest daughter, Elizabeth. At last he awoke and turned to see black smoke rising from the village, flames licking the roofs of the wooden huts. He raced for home, dropping his shoulder and muscles tearing as he rowed madly down the river and nearly crashing his boat into. He scrambled up the shore only to find his home burning and the bodies of his family scattered in the mud. His war split the air. He grabbed a massive hook from the boat and rampaged with the insurgents. They were totally caught off guard, thinking they'd already killed everyone there. The fisherman had brought down almost an entire platoon before his family stopped. Furious at the loss of so many soldiers at the hands of one man, the insurgent captain made an example of the fisherman and had him stripped, lashed, bound, and hung from a post at the end of the pier, submerged in the water from the neck down. The river savage mutated fish tore at his flesh, he screamed for hours before finally succumbing to his injuries. No one knows what really happened that day, but it wasn't the last they heard of the fisherman. The only thing anyone knows is that the only one insurgent made out of the village alive to tell the stories that day, and he had gone mad, howling about the harbor bell ringing, ringing, ringing. The whispers have only grown since then that anyone who enters Driftwater meets the untimely, mysterious end. Could it be that the fisherman still roams the village's ruins, ringing the harbor bell for his lost family? Journal of a Villager. I just thanked my lucky stars I got sick of eating boiled fish. It was just last week I pried up some floorboards, dug a hole in the mud under the hut, and tried to smoke the fish instead. Now this damn smoke hole may save my life. They came a few hours ago. I heard the screaming and gunshots. I peered out the door and saw them hacking out old Jensen. His face so bloodied and mangled I barely recognized him. There was nowhere I could run. I climbed into the hole with the fish, pulled the floorboards over me, and started to pray. All I hear now are the fires crackling inside, drawing closer. I don't know if anyone in the village survived. An hour ago I thought I had gathered enough courage to try and climb out and run. Then before I heard another scream outside my door. I prayed it wasn't Vanessa, but yet that somehow she got away. Here's the funny part, if you can call it that. I ate one of my damn smoked fish, but it must not have been clean enough. I realized as soon as I bit down on it, the acrid sewage taste filled my mouth, but I kept eating anyway, maybe out of panic. Now I've thrown up twice and had the sweats, but I don't know if it's because I've ingested too much of the damn fish poison, or if I'm just too scared to hold anything down. I mean, how ironic would it be, the last fucking survivor of Driftwater, and died in my own puke from a goddamn fish. Journal of Insurgent Captain. The raid was quick, not much resistance, the villagers weren't worth the bullets. Now they know this damn lake is exiled territory. There was one village that put up a fight. Some fishermen showed up in his boat after he wiped out most of the village. He was ground better than all those yokels combined. Bastard fought like a demon, killed more of us than I care to admit. Once he finally went down, we hung him in the river for the mutated water creatures to rip apart. His screams lasted through the night, but then it gets weird. In the morning we couldn't find anything left of him hanging from the rope. Blame started going around that someone granted mercy and cut him down. Rumors spread that the fisherman is still alive, coming to finish us off. I ordered they shut their mouths or lose their tongues. The rest of those assholes were still reveling outside, drinking. Some fuckwad drinking. Some fuckwad keeps ringing the bell on the dock. We lost a couple lookouts earlier, but not sure what. Wandered too far and got picked off by some beast. The idiots. I was getting quiet at least. Even the bell has stopped. Time to crowd these jokers. They need to move out before writing tears off into a smudge. Journal of Village Head. A torn excerpt from the Journal of the Village Elder. Today's meeting of the council, I knew I should let their comments slide, but it's hard. When we broke away from the ECA, we took an incredible risk, but it paid off. Lost too much in those early days. Close friends, trailblazers, and pioneers all. To have open criticism at this time stings, but it is their right. I understand their concerns. We're all afraid of the toxins in the fish supply, of what is happening to our dear Driftwater, but the latest purification techniques are proving quite successful. Let's not abandon our homes. Ingenuity and fortitude of spirit got us from Earth to Enoch. For the first city to these shores, we'll find a way to survive. I'm more concerned about the sightings of the exiles upriver. I feel they are building a base of some kind up in the accursed gulch. They are united now more than ever, yet are no more civilized for it. If they see the value in trading for what we can provide, we may yet thrive. If not, we will need to be vigilant. I've not yet decided how to share the news with the council, seeing how anxious they already are. How ready to give in to fear. I must sleep on it. Have time, Ezekiel. Sewer note. Fuckhead, for the last time, sweep the sewer every day. Catch you sleeping again, you go to the yard. Check the whole length of the tunnels, kill any beasts, lock it down, especially the outflow. And make sure the landmine in the hole is still set. Been half fucked ever since that big, funny sounding dope escaped. Feel free to trigger it by mistake and brighten my day. Believe me, if the sewer isn't locked down tight, you'll be fucking headless soon. Okay. UCA POW's journal. We knew what we were getting into, but at the time the effort demanded the risk. Not a single team has ever survived infiltrating black holes, and we had a sure lead. The attempt had to be made, and now that it's over, I wish there was a way to contact the Grand Marshal to tell her never to send another fucking team here. To tell her it's futile. The fortress is unassailable. They've got me in a cage on the other side of the execution yard. I've seen the guillotines work. They've never sharpened it, and they don't need to. It doesn't so much sever his head as it crushes his neck under its weight. There's not much of a head left after the blade falls. They make me watch. They think they're torturing me, but I don't mind watching. I look every one of those soldiers in the eye so they know they've done good. How many of these in the trenches can claim that they were given the chance to say goodbye? Executioner's Journal. My position earns me no friends, but I bear it proudly. Mine is the glory of all Enoch. I am the law. This is how we build the commander's new world. To think that I used to have nightmares of her. Those were long nights with little sleep, and every time I close my eyes, I see their faces, prisoners from the authority, former exiles, fooled by false leaders. I was nothing but a lowly jailer then. I was scared until the day I took over from old Gedley. After his nerve broke, and he refused to cut any more necks. The commander saw that my own loyalty was beyond question. Gedley was my first. And then I knew the blade had just wanted to squeal for me. Then squeal she does every time she splits the air into the next half neck. When I put Gedley on the block, when his head rolled, I realized the power of justice. The blade calls to me all the time now. I still do not sleep, but only because she won't. Howling all night long to break her fast. I don't mind. She's a thirsty girl. Today is condemned. Connor Lucas, ETA, captured during skirmish in record zone, unrepentant. Kazim, exile, sharpshooter, attempted desertion, judged by the commander. Camila Kishimoto, ETA, captured an attack on Trainstone supply route, unworthy. Snake Jaw, exile, captain. Exsanguinated to limit powers, displeased commander. Unknown, branded. 0423-8925, ETA scout. Captured in First City slums, unrepentant. Prisoner's Journal, Old Muddy Note. My dear Farah, I thank the gods we got separated in the battle that day, and pray you made it back home while I got dragged to this hellhole. There are no words for this place but carnage, madness, and horror, and yet somehow one impossible drop of goodness. I managed to keep hold of scraps of paper and my pencil and have nearly finished my. I have never felt so inspired to write as I have on the precipice of death. After years struggling to write the pathetic light of the trenches, I've woken every day here knowing it could be the last, and I've written like a man possessed, using every precious second I had. But at dawn today, it finally happened. I heard the bells ringing, the screeching of the executioner's blade being hoisted, and I heard my name called, and right on cue I knew my ending. Knew how to end a stranger's in this land. First novel to be written on Enoch. I have 10, maybe 20 minutes now before they come for me, another 200 breaths before my last. Be brave both for me and for my hero, for the vanguard. You always told me to write what I know. The vanguard will be marched from his cage to face the twisted justice of a world gone mad. Like me, he was kept like a dog, starved, beaten, nearly broken me. They nearly broke me, but they couldn't break the vanguard. He weathered their blows, their insults, and foods with sodden and with piss. Will I be as brave as him when they drag me to the blade? The vanguard goes to this and knowing that he fought for Enoch. He's stoic in the face of death, not like me. But I'll try to draw courage from him. And I've written a killer final line for the vanguard as I make him kneel. I shall die for this land, but I am no longer a stranger. Commit my bones to this new soil, for only then are we truly men of Enoch. This is my ending, and the ending of my book, of all that I am. The vanguard and I march into the dark, into the unknown beyond. And if you want to know what happens next, Farewell, my love, we'll be waiting for you on the other side. The end. Soldier's orders. Basically, remember to impress upon your men the need to protect the commander's pet scientists from any easy assassins or wannabe kidnappers. But keep an eye on the damn scientists too. Commander suspects Salvador's loyalty is wavering in his old age. He needs to go collecting samples to reach the dish to play with the old with radio dials. Make sure you stay close. Back pat him down whenever he comes and goes out of your sight. He's up to something, and God help you if it happens to be on your watch. Goodbyes. Please goodbye letter. Outrider, I still remember the terrifying anxious days I spent wandering the ruins of the first city with Jane in search of that damn uplink node. When I come across the half-buried Manab and saw all this ancient cryopods, desperate for any clue that might lead me to the uplink, little could I have guessed that I'd find you trapped inside. Afterward, I was racked with guilt for pulling you out, not just for leaving you there, but for yanking you from a slumber into this world unwaking nightmare. And once we met, how cruel it was of me to burden you with my foolish hope of a place beyond the anomaly. I got Jane killed because of it. But the same had happened to you. After we actually calmed down the pods, there was a time, a sense of purpose. That guilt crept up again when I realized the storms and their devastation would soon cover the planet. Everything we had gone through would have been for nothing. Yet here I am after all that, looking at everyone who's still here, staring out at that mind-bending barrier and all. I see them dreaming rather than dreading tomorrow. I don't remember feeling hope like this before. Once, at last, I don't regret pulling you out of that cryopod. I can't say you understand why you've left us after everything you fought to achieve, but I suppose you accomplished what you set out to do. I know you need to follow the sun, and I know you wouldn't have it any other way. Honest goodbye letter. I'm so sick of saying goodbye to people I care about. Jakob is the hardest, but now you too. After everything we've gone through together, the hardest part of it is everything has changed now, and you're not even here to witness it. This final storm set something loose in me. It's like a flood of images, visions coming all the time now. I can barely begin to understand what they all mean, but for the first time in my life, they're not terrible. They don't fill me with dread. For the first time in my life, I see a future for this valley. The only thing I can't see is what happens to you, where you go from here. Your future is an ellipsis. Footsteps disappearing over the dune. I wish I could have followed you. I wish I would have followed you to the ends of Enoch, Outrider. You know that, but I feel like I'm gonna be needed here. For the first time in my life, it's like I know where I'm supposed to be. Jakob would have never forgiven you for walking out on us like this, so I won't either. Maybe that way I won't miss you, Chana. Bailey's goodbye letter. Fuck you, Outrider. You got the others fooled, but I see you. You gotta keep looking for some way to get yourself killed. Don't want to get mired in all that shit that comes with peacetime, right? The building, the farming, the politics. You're the biggest badass on Enoch, but you don't even know how to put down the fucking gun, so you left it to people like me, the people who can't run away. Well, back in Transtown under Corrigan, I saw what it was like to actually have to take care of a place, and all the ingrates who live there. The war may be over, the anomaly can't touch us, but even you know this isn't the end. Who do you think things gonna change? Take charge of this place like Shira dead. Sir Corrigan will be here any minute trying to take over, or worse, whatever depleted altar crawls out of the ground next. The next fight is just beginning. We've got our work cut out for us in this goddamn valley. Now we gotta figure out how to do it without you. Don't die out there, asshole. You need to make it back so I can kill you myself. Iago's goodbye letter. I never saw Earth. All I knew of it came from fighters much older than me, stuck in the trenches, dreaming of the past. The stories they told of its green valleys, the blue lakes, lush forests, just before they were all destroyed. It was hard to believe we had lost so much, but that holiness, that birthright of loss, it has defined my whole damn life. I didn't get to hear about Earth from my own parents. I lost them before I ever had a chance to get to know them. I can't remember ever reaching the end of a battle that didn't feel like we'd lost, even when we won. And then to escape Black Gulch, escape this whole damn valley, and finally find some purpose, promise of freedom, as Sherlock's promise, only to have that whole dream torn away when I finally understood what he was, and of course my sweet little girl, who wasn't born to last in this world. But I never truly knew loss, the full pain and beauty of it, not truly until I befriended August, my first, my only friend, and then gone. Today as I write this, I look out over a field of grass. I see it growing under the barbed wire, and the treads of tanks that once barreled through the mud. Soon that tank could be used to pull plowshares through a field of corn, but seeds from the ponds you brought down. The truth is, Outrider, I don't know what to do now. When I tried to believe this is real, that it could possibly last, I fell. I've never had a future before, and now you brought this to us, it feels hollow. How are you giving hope to people who have no idea what to do with it? And yet this is what you fought for. This is what you want us. And out of honor for you, I cannot turn away from it. Perhaps it's fear I feel, but I will walk boldly into this unknown valley called hope. Thank you for this chance, Outrider. Yago. The final category, the Father's Inscription, Madness. They ride steeds of metal, they hold lightning at their fingertips, they have perfected war. How can we defend against such destruction with such hate, with such mere blades and spears? I see their secret knowledge, they both know the same awe and terror. Is this a language of the universe, a language of death? They build weapons greater than themselves, cloud in metal, spitting fire. The fury is glorious, I will surpass them. Inside the Father's private chambers, ancient inscriptions are carved into the walls and floors. Written in human language, a language that wouldn't come to exist in this form until hundreds of years later. How did he come to learn? The tomb has spoken the visions the father suffered. These inscriptions appear like the ramblings of someone who has known madness too closely. There is little sense to be garnered from these writings. Fate. The world will be fire, weakness will be our end. For peace is a waste of time. There is no return from what I have seen. I am now the weapon of fate. Her peace. Was the father talking about his daughter? Did not share her ideals. What he had seen had convinced him peace was impossible. Catacomb. My people are dull blades, unprepared for his cruelty. I will sharpen them, I will show them the way. In a place that looked like the city's catacombs, I found more writing scribbled on the floor. The father believed his people were too weak. He felt that he needed to prepare them for something, but what? And how was he going to prepare them? What madness did he have in mind? Purpose. I gazed into a well of unnamed power. I wept at the madness. My mind shattered, but we will be remade with forge and bellows. Now my purpose is clear. Father touched something beyond understanding. This is what gave him his visions. It drove him to the brink, but it also remade. Yet it lost again, as I knew he would be. Foolish to retrace the steps of a God. I am yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and your death is already written. It seems the father was paranoid that someone's following him. He wrote this for them, or whoever would read this. Maybe for me. Maybe I'm the paranoid. Convergent. They discover wisdom, but they forget. They discover mercy, but they reject. They destroy each other, yet they survive. Love creation in their hands, and they want more. He saw a chaotic force. This is what he was preparing for. He had foreseen the fall of our world. He had foreseen our journey through space, our arrival on Enoch, and he had foreseen that I would come to stand where he once stood. And are these written to me? So unborn, yet I know you. I know you would come. The end calls you too. It's done. This may be like a 7 or 8 hour video at this point. I won't know until I edit everything and everything's all compiled, put together. Been recording for 2.5 hours. I have had a 3-hour live stream, a 3-hour recording in the previous thing, a 30 or 40 minute recording before that, and a 2.5 hour recording before that. That is about 5, 6, 7, about 8 hours, or maybe 8.5 hours. This is gonna be a long video. I don't anticipate people to watch this video for long. I may just, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I probably will just take the easy route and just upload everything. This is quite possibly the biggest undertaking, biggest video I made for YouTube, not counting the live streams I made, the 24-hour live streams for Twitch, of which I only had one successful one, being the stream I did for Assassin's Creed Origins. This has been a pain in the ass to record, and again, the only reason why I opted to read every single entry is because when I showed these entries off in the past, I was streaming at 720p and the writing was barely legible. With this comprehensive video done, the Outriders is now officially made. One final thing that I want to do for this video, once again, we are going to be quitting to the lobby, and we are going to be uninstalling this game. This game is now done. And we are going to be uninstalling. Next week, I'm actually going to start working on the multiplayer of Saints Row and trying to get that done. We'll see how much progress we can make. I really want to finish the multiplayer of Saints Row because I'm really excited for the possibility of streaming Saints Row 2. I really want to stream Saints Row 2 because I really want to play that series again. But Saints Row 2, this one right here, is going to be our next project once we finish Saints Row 1. It does have a co-op, but it is something I want to do. That being said, that's going to do it for today. Thank you guys for watching, and I really do apologize for the length of this video. I could not predict it was going to take me that long to read all those entries, but it's fine. We are finally done. Outriders is finished. Fuck this game. Fuck this game. And with this all done, I can finally say what I wanted to say for a while. I enjoyed the story and the campaign of Outriders, but I hate with a burning passion how they handled the endgame and how they handled the DLC. The final DLC, Worldslayer. So to compare, I hate the expeditions and Outriders, and while it technically could be possible to do it solo, if you want to do it solo, you need to have a powerful build. I would like to make a comparison to Borderlands. Borderlands generally has really good end games in all the games except for one that I can think of, being Borderlands pre-sequel because of how the game is designed. With Borderlands, the end game is feasible for all characters. They're all able to be done solo. You can farm bosses for unique weapons. You can solo raids if you have a good build. You can just do anything you can do solo. The expeditions in Outriders is more centered around co-op, and while you can do it solo, it requires like an OP god build that would require me to respec my character, and I didn't want to do that because I didn't think it was really necessary. My build worked, but it struggled with bosses. When I came down to Worldslayer, I had a live stream where I tried to play the Worldslayer campaign, and I struggled with it. I was not able to beat the campaign on my own, and I had to have a friend help me. We rushed through the story, but I didn't really spend much time to actually paying attention to the events of the story, and by the time we got to the final mission, kill the final boss and target Grotter, he told me to skip the ending because he said it was just credits. Little did I know there was a final cutscene at the end that led to the biggest cliffhanger that just kind of made it seem like it was just leading off to a sequel that will never come. After reading the journal entries, I actually have a new perspective on this. I always thought that the Caravel somehow survived the explosion and they actually made it to Enoch before. The thing is, I didn't realize that the Caravel was rebuilt by Monroy and left after the Flores left. I also did not realize the extent of how Monroy persecuted and just blatantly genocided an entire race. I don't even know if genocided is even a word. Probably the better phrase to use is committed genocide against the entire race. I did not understand how bad the concentration camps they built was. And I did not understand the ending of Worldslayer, where it's not just a small community where the Outriders' friends were that were safe. It was the entire valley that the ECA and the insurgents once lived that was now saved by the barrier. I did not understand that. I just saw the village where the Outrider left his people behind and assumed that it was the only safe place where the barrier would protect. I assumed that everyone else was dead. I was wrong. People in everyone else in the valley are still alive, and there is a seemingly peace. There does seem to be a peace with Stuart Goodman dead and Ireshka dead. I just didn't know that because I was just going from what I saw for the game. The journal entries, the lore entries for the story actually does expand on the story in a meaningful way and does kind of help me understand some things that wasn't really explained that well in the game. One thing that kept up my mind kept on going to is one final thing I will say before the recording. There is a line when you are at that camp at the before the launch of Worldslayer, where you just interact the camp with the pilgrims outside, just talking about having little dialogues. There's a line between two of the pilgrims that say, "I don't understand how the caravel got there before us, and when we left after or something like that." I can't remember the whole thing. And the other person said that the caravel was a faster ship than ours, so of course it would get there before us. I heard this line and I thought it was a guy just not understanding how the caravel got to Enoch before the Flores, when that was literally the point of their mission. The caravel was literally going to be the landing party for Enoch that was meant to kind of set the stage and prepare for colonization of the planet before the ship had an accident. It was never really clear how the accident actually took place. But I was heard that line, and as I was reading the dialogues, as I was reading what happened with Monroy and how he rebuilt the caravel, I was reminded of that dialogue between those two soldiers, those two pilgrims, and I thought, wait a minute, they weren't talking about the caravel leaving before the Flores and reaching and wondering why they reached Enoch before them. They were talking about why the caravel left after the Flores and still reached Enoch before us. That's what I didn't understand. That's what I was reflecting on and realized that I'd been wrong in my interpretation of their dialogue and my dismissal of their dialogue, and just thinking I was just like a stupid guy, just not understanding how leaving early makes you get there early, essentially. But that's leaving with a faster ship before the main ship will allow you to get to the planet Earth. That's why I didn't really. That's why I kept on like going back and just realized that I was an idiot for not catching that. That's gonna do it for today. Thanks for watching, and I really do apologize for like this video. I could not predict that it was gonna take this long to record this. It is currently 9:19 p.m. Halloween night. I am gonna take my meds, go to sleep, and get ready to export this onto YouTube. Export this on my video editing software and upload this to YouTube in the morning. Probably will not be fully uploaded until after tomorrow's stream. It's gonna be for Assassin's Creed Syndicate for this week only. For this week only, it's gonna be an additional day to work on Assassin's Creed Syndicate. That's gonna do it for today. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you next time.